as promised, Nathan, myself, and pretty much the entire Domain team. And let me tell you, it's taken a lot to get here, but hopefully, and my hope for this is, this becomes our highest quality production thing ever. I mean, we've worked that hard on it. I've definitely worked harder on this than I've ever worked on probably anything for Domain in my life. So. Yeah. But we're here, and it looks like the stream is working, so that means Nathan and I can chill a little bit. But if you are watching from wherever you are, make sure you drop a like. Make sure if you haven't subscribed, we're trying to hit 25,000 subscribers, and I hope you get the vibe from this live stream that we, the two of us, and our entire team, and I'll give them all shout-outs on the stream, we're dedicated to bringing you the highest quality dynasty and fantasy football content that we can. We flew all the way out here. As you can see, it's beautiful behind us. You should be able to see the mountains back there. There are literally mountains everywhere here. It is awesome. The scenery is perfect. The weather is hot, and we chose to wear long sleeves, and everybody on our team was making fun of us for it, but we look good. Look at Nathan. I mean, doesn't he look great? You look great, Nathan.
Oh, thanks, man.
And
I really appreciate it.
Another really important thing that I think we should just go ahead and get out of the way before we start is, you know, we came all this way, and the timing really did work out because today is actually Nathan's birthday. And so everybody in the comments, make sure you say happy birthday. Drop a like for Nathan's birthday. You should be just slamming the like button for Nathan's birthday.
It is not my birthday.
But in reality, even though he's lying, in reality, it really does help us out if you drop a like because it's going to help send our stream to YouTube. And we are trying to make this, you know, again, a pretty well-watched stream. But I know you guys are all in the comments tonight. I'm going to be trying to read your comments before the draft and then after the draft. We're obviously going to have a lot going on, okay? So we're going to have all of round one tonight, and we're going to be here breaking down every pick. And I'm just going to kind of explain to you guys how this is going to work right now, and then I'll explain it a little bit later too because I think you're going to like the format that we've got going for you tonight. So we have a plethora of graphics and, of course, very, very talented team up there working on our graphics and our video that are going to be sending us, I've got my producer Mark in my ears. They're going to be sending us the picks in real time. Our reaction to these picks are going to be the reaction you see. Now, of course, you are on a 90-second delay because we do not want to lose the stream quality here. We want it to be solid, but it is going to be worth it. And also, we're going to get the picks. They're going to be working on stuff well before it's announced on ESPN or something like that. So the idea is, by you watching the stream, you'll be able to watch the stream and not have to watch anything else because we're going to talk offense. We're going to talk fantasy. We're going to talk dynasty, but we're talking defense as well. We're talking team need. We're talking everything. It's going to be a complete NFL draft stream, and it's going to be a great night, I think. And honestly, I'll just 100% honest with you, I'm pretty sure you have done the same thing. I have been so focused on this that I haven't even gotten excited that it's actually like the draft, which is pretty much our favorite night of the year.
Yeah, I just started feeling it like a couple hours ago, like how excited I am and how ready I am for it to just happen because every single year we get to this point where we're like, we have exhausted analysis on these prospects to a point where we get so bored that we raise people up boards and we push guys down. And nothing has changed. In reality, nothing has changed from the end of the college football season in 2024 to now. Outside of, I guess, the combine. You learn more at that point. But once we get to the combine, you've gotten all the information that you really need, any sort of additional information that's going to dramatically increase someone's stock or decrease it. So, I mean, being 5 going on 6 months removed from just starting to talk about every single one of these guys, that's dynasty relevant, that's fantasy relevant, and, you know, even diving a little bit into the defensive side as well. Like, I'm just ready to see where these guys go and how they impact the teams that they land on.
We've been running around like a chicken with our head cut off for about an hour now. But Tom has popped out. Ryan has popped out. You'll hear from Ryan later tonight, as we are calling him for the stream. Ryan Bread Sterator. We'll explain why later. But as you have probably already heard while we've been getting ready, evidently the Browns are shopping their pick. So after all of this about Travis Hunter potentially going to the Browns and playing wide receiver and things like that, now if they end up moving, I would assume the team that's going to come up to 2 is going to take Travis Hunter there, but I'm not sure. What are your thoughts on that if it ends up happening? I mean, who's trying to move up? Like, I need to, honestly, what I need to do is I need to just get on Twitter and see what the latest rumors are. Because if that's true, that's a big one. That's huge.
No, it's massive. And I think, number one, here's the number one thing that I don't think we should be assuming with this potential news happening. Number one, I don't think we should assume that it's actually going to happen. The deal actually has to be done. Number two, it would be hilarious if Mark said in my ears that a trade had just happened right when I said that. But number two, if and when it does happen, I don't think it's a guarantee that someone's trading up to get Hunter. I think they could be trading up to get Carter.
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
That would make more sense to me. I don't know. I mean, Hunter or Carter would make sense, I feel like.
Every single year you have a quarterback or two, almost every single year. You have a quarterback or two. If they even have a good, if they have a first round grade at all, they're probably going to be pushed up boards into the early first because you've got multiple teams that have desperate need for a quarterback. They're trying to save their jobs. The front office is trying to, protect their desk and all that stuff. You're going to see a quarterback probably go very, very high. And you've got a guy like Carter, who I think has true first overall caliber, prospect profile. I think that's in most normal classes, that's where he would be going. But in the last few years, you've seen so many depleted teams with no quarterback to lean on, with no quarterback to put their hope in for the next 3 to 4 years. And they're kind of forced as an organization to go and take a shot on this guy. And you can't blame, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You can't blame Tennessee for wanting to go Cam Ward.
Right.
You can't blame them for taking him because he's a good prospect. He's first round caliber. In most classes, is he actually going first overall in a strong quarterback class? Probably not. Yeah. He would not have been going there last year. No. Even 2 years ago, he probably would have been going right around where AR was, if not after. You just don't really know. So with Carter, I think whoever ends up landing him has got to be absolutely thrilled getting him. And Cleveland is one of those situations where they're like, we have to save this team, and we have to get some semblance of a good quarterback situation, whether they trade up into the late first, take someone in the early second to just give their franchise or give their fan base hope, whether it's take Travis Hunter and stay put where they are. If they get Carter, I don't think anyone in that I don't think any of the fan base is going to be super excited about that. So, and they just need talent overall. They're very depleted, kind of at every single position at this point. So the more draft capital that they can get, the more picks that they can get by moving back, and they still get a guy that they want and like. I don't blame them for wanting to do that, but I think at the end of the day, people are going to be laughing at Cleveland regardless because they're just going to do Cleveland things.
All right, let's go position by position here and talk the dynasty assets and the fantasy assets, which of course is why you guys all follow us. And let's start with the quarterback position. I expect Cam Ward to go tonight. We've seen Shedeur Sanders over/under for his pick where he would be selected drop pretty significantly in the last couple days. Yes. I don't know if somebody could tell me, comments in my ears, what the current over/under for Shedeur Sanders' pick is. That would be fantastic. But we still probably expect Shedeur to go at the very least. I think somebody would trade up to the end of the first to grab Shedeur. Yeah. And so I think we're safely talking 2 quarterbacks tonight. Do we get to 3 with Jackson Dart? Or potentially more? I don't think it would go more than that. I think the most we could probably get is 3.
I think the wild card at this point is Sanders. I don't think it's Dart. I think Dart goes first round. I think if anyone's going to fall, it's going to be Sanders. Here's what I'm afraid of. I have a little bit of Will Levis PTSD. You go into the early offseason and you're like, Sanders, he's going top 5. Yeah. Will Levis, he's going top 5. And as you progress on and on and on, and you hear more and more news from all of these front offices and what's going on behind the scenes, you start hearing talk of hey, he may fall a little bit further. Now he may go into the late first round. The line from now is 14.5.
Okay, there we go.
Which again, when you're
that moved up
at
a little
guys,
bit from yesterday.
Yeah. But you also hear the report today where it's Sanders could go as early as 3. He could go as late as the early second round, falling out of the first round. I think that was via Rappaport. I think Rappaport said that. Yeah. So that to me is really worrying. Where if a guy does not take him, or if a team does not want to take a shot on him top 10, if they decide to go Dart top 10 instead, or just pass up on the quarterback position overall, New Orleans is a big one that we're looking at right now with the Derek Carr news. If they pass up on those types of guys, Dart and Sanders, then I think you're worried about that third quarterback potentially falling out of the rounds. But then you get to the back half of the first. Who's made the playoffs that
needs a quarterback?
Again,
somebody would move up for that. So, and the Steelers would, which is why a lot of people don't think that Shedeur will actually get past the Steelers. Right. So, quarterback's kind of up in the air. Obviously, a very weak quarterback class. We've talked about that a lot. In terms of running back, I think everybody expects Ashton Genty to be selected. I mean, at this point in the top 6 is pretty safe. I think. I guess it's possible he could get down to 7 to 10, but I think top 10 is nearly a lock at this point. It sounds like I did hear today that he was wearing Crocs. So that's notable. I mean, anybody that wears Crocs when they're going to get drafted, he's wearing Crocs to the NFL draft on his draft day?
Florida, Jacksonville. Crocodiles are in Florida.
That's not what I meant.
Hey, I'm reading into this, man.
Okay.
I'm all in.
I do think the Crocs was a power move, though. I honestly do.
Yeah, probably.
But you've got obviously he's going to go. Okay,
Yes.
so really, you think Hampton's probably the wild card at the running back position, right?
Yeah, I think Hampton's the huge wild card. I mean, Hunter in a lot of ways is a wild card too, which we'll get to. But
Yeah.
I think with Hampton, you've got a couple of things going on here. You've got you've got a couple of running backs in the late, or a couple of teams in the late first that need running back.
Yeah.
You've got the Chargers, who did sign Najee Harris in the offseason. I don't think anyone thinks that he's going to be a long-term option. You've got Cincy, who shouldn't take a running back, but based on the decisions they've been making over the last couple of years, that would not shock you if they did. You've got Houston, who could go running back as well.
Cincinnati taking a running back tonight.
And then obviously Denver. Denver probably getting one of the most consistent mocked, or consistently getting mocked to take Hampton or a tight end. So you've got like those 4 teams right there, and now there's talk about the Chiefs potentially taking a shot at running back in the late first as well. The issue that you're faced with there is, given the positional value of running backs, is it worth those organizations taking a first-round shot on Hampton? Is the talent gap between Hampton really that significant between the rest of the field in this running back class?
It's a strong class, too, and it's deep.
I personally, I don't think so.
So you'd
but
be,
it only takes one of those 5 teams to disagree.
Okay, so hypothetically, if the Colts took Hampton, well, okay, say the Colts didn't have Jonathan Taylor. They took Hampton at the end of the first. You think at that point you probably just wait and get somebody better or somebody, spend a 3rd-round pick instead of a first-round pick on that.
I mean, you're looking at Henderson, Caleb Johnson, Quinshon Judkins, Cam Scatterbo. You've got even guys that we don't really know where they're going to go, but someone might want to not really invest heavily in the running back position at all in the first 2 rounds and go Dylan Sampson in the 3rd. I think every single one of those is very, very respectable thought process for teams that, because at the end of the day, running backs are a luxury item really at the NFL level. Like when you're talking about team build specifically, I think a lot of times in Dynasty we get too caught up in where these guys should ideally land based on what their production profile is.
We definitely do that. You do that.
They need a running back, so they should just take Hampton in the first. I'm like, okay, you do realize they have probably a couple other team needs positionally. And would you rather spend a first-round pick on a defensive tackle in the late first round, or would you rather spend one on a running back? And I think that's why you see so few running backs go in the late first round, and a lot of them, if they're not going early to mid-first, they fall to day 2. So Hampton is a big wild card in my opinion. So I don't know, all that to say, like I said earlier, it just takes one team to disagree. It takes one team to think that Hampton is worth that first-round pick, and his production profile and what he showcased at the Combine, skyrocketing his really draft stock, was absolutely merited. Detroit thought it was worth it with Gibbs. We didn't know if Gibbs was going to be a locked-in first-round guy.
Sure.
We thought he would go first round, but very similarly, we thought that Detroit reached on Gibbs.
No, we did.
And
the Dan Campbell locker room celebration. Remember how pumped they were? Oh my gosh.
Yes.
They definitely didn't let people know what they were thinking. My gosh.
Right, but when you think about that situation specifically, what was so different about Detroit compared to other teams that probably just wouldn't have done that? They had built their core. They had built defensive line. They had built offensive line.
That is a perfect example of when taking a running back that early is actually a good idea.
It's worth it.
Because again, we were having this conversation earlier, and I want to have this conversation when Genty is selected tonight.
Why Chicago makes sense and why it makes
Chicago
sense.
does make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, Chicago obviously does have other needs, but what's
it's
not as bad as other
pressing
teams.
as
I agree. It's not like Jacksonville, completely different.
You saw what Chicago did this offseason in free agency is they went and they broke the bank for offensive lineman after offensive lineman after offensive lineman.
Yes.
And that was their biggest priority was let's protect Caleb Williams, and do you want to take draft shots on guys that may or may not hit and risk letting Caleb get destroyed, or pay the guys that are worth it and then go for skill positions in the draft?
Yeah.
And I think that's probably, with him being consistently mocked to Chicago, that's one where I'm like, that really does make a ton of sense. And if they don't go Genty in the first, I think they're going someone in the second. A running back in the second.
So, I mean, I think the favorites at that point to jump into the first round from the running back position beyond Omari and Hampton would probably be somebody to the Commanders in the late first, and I would think that would probably be Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, or Caleb Johnson, one of the 3.
Yeah, there's a little tidbit of news that came out not too long ago either, where Andy Reid had a personal Zoom call with Henderson. And
Shut up.
on Tuesday.
What?
So that was interesting. Okay. Now, does that mean that Henderson is going to go late first round? I don't necessarily think so. I think it's possible that Henderson could fall
to the 3rd,
to the 2nd. or to the late second.
Okay.
Third, I think would be a little unlikely, but yeah, I think he could absolutely be available there in the late second for sure.
Yeah, so I think again those three guys would be the guys that I think would probably jump up, and we're going to see tonight. Again, I think if we walk out of here tonight, I think you guys would agree from a dynasty standpoint, from a fantasy football standpoint, if we walk out of here with more than one first-round running back, it's a good night for dynasty players.
Great night
we're
for
going
dynasty
to
players.
be singing to the rooftops, but not singing to the rooftops, but singing from them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you sing two rooftops, they don't really care. Is the thing.
No, you got to sing from.
This isn't even like the roof. The roof here is flat. So
we
thought
absolutely sing from the rooftops.
We thought about getting on the roof and trying to stream up on the roof. We would be cooking right now. Like we would be dead. It would be bad.
That would have been a bad idea.
Yeah, honestly, we've managed to shade this, and it's worked out pretty well. You should see the setup. From our perspective, it's kind of weird. It's not as pretty as it looks at home. But.
Yeah, earlier this morning we were trying to just rationalize what the range of offensive fantasy and dynasty relevant players will be going in the first round. Because I think it was sparked by a conversation we were having about a supporter of ours who's been flipping his dynasty team from a hard rebuild to a contending team. And we were encouraging him to move Jameson Williams and Zach Charbonnet for the 110. And he was a little concerned about moving multiple assets for that one player when he's already a little depleted of depth. But we were like, hey, the value upside of the 110, I think, is even greater than what it is right now based on who's actually going to go in the first round of your drafts before we even see all these second and third round running backs go. And we were trying to name all the players who we know for sure are going to go in the first round, and we were already at 7 or 8, and then you have a wild card buffer of 4 guys. So
you could get up to 11,
you've got
12.
your over/under of 2.5 quarterbacks going in the first round. We didn't even mention Milroe, but it's probably let's just be conservative and let's go 2 quarterbacks. You'll have Cam Ward and one of Darter Sanders. That's 2, and then your receivers. You've got Hunter, Tet, and Matthew Golden, who you know for sure are going to go in the first round. Igbuka and Luther Burden technically could fall to the second round. Neither of us think that's going to happen, but let's just move on. Running back, you got Genty. And then tight end, you have Loveland and Warren. That's 8. Those are 8 essentially locked-in guys that you know are going to go in the first round. Who did I not mention? Burden, Igbuka, Hampton, and maybe a third quarterback. That is upwards of 12 guys that could be going in the first round tonight, and best case scenario, I mean, that would be phenomenal, but I don't think it's too aggressive to say, hey, that 110, if you got a teardrop there at the 110 because of all the guys that go in the first round. By the way, that's before we even talk about second round running backs. Didn't even mention that. And those guys will make it into the first round quite easily. Yeah.
And so we'll talk about wide receivers, we'll talk about tight ends. We've got approximately 9.5 minutes before the draft kicks off. And we know it takes forever for that freaking first pick to come in, even though we know who's going there.
Hopefully Cleveland is lets the drama build up and maybe they trade on the clock.
Yeah. So we did want to highlight, though, it is draft weekend, and I know a lot of you guys were waiting for this. Of course, with us being, kind of the guys, the dynasty guys who review your teams and stuff like that, and, hey, are there going to be any specials for draft weekend? Well, we do have some specials for you that are highlighted in the Discord, but the first one, this is the perfect time to come join the community because obviously we are very dedicated to talking about Dynasty. You're very dedicated if you're watching this stream to Dynasty as well. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't. But you can come join the community now and you actually get 2 free team blueprints when you sign up with code domain for the annual Motherflocker tier. This is our live draft special. It's going to go to the end of the draft and we never do BOGOs. It never makes sense for us to do BOGOs because we do so many of these. But we did want to bring you, again, we really only do them Black Friday, and now tonight is the only other time we've offered it. So if you haven't joined and you've been kind of like, I don't really feel like a reason to, we're giving you pretty good value at this point. So we have that one going on. We do have another one over on the Discord as well. We are assembling domain swag boxes. Okay, so we're going to have a swag box as well as 2 team blueprints for our existing domain Motherflockers. You guys should get a 30% discount on that, but you can find it in the a la carte page. That whatever's the price that's listed on the site is correct. I know we had a couple questions. It's correct. Again, we get the swag box with the t-shirts, with the stickers, with the blend. You get both blueprints, both rookie draft blueprints. So we can give you personalized advice for your team and then give you rookie draft blueprints as well. So the bit.ly's in the comments. Go check it out. Again, we're running 2 of our best deals, probably our 2 best deals of the year that we'll run. We probably won't do any more crazy deals after this. So go check them out. If you guys have any questions, Tom's monitoring the chat, and you can jump over and join the bit.ly. But come join the Discord community. Again, you have to use code domain when you sign up to get the 2 blueprints, but we'd love to have you. Let's talk about wide receiver.
It is because it's the most wonderful time of the year. That's why we have those deals.
wonderful time. All right,
and no, it's not snowing.
And no, that it was not a car that you just heard pass by. And sometimes you can see him too, which is kind of funny. No. The people here definitely are like, what are these idiots doing out here? 100% they're saying that. They're like, these guys are clowns. But let's talk about receivers. So obviously, I think you have a couple. Wide receivers that are locks, and I'll let you talk about those guys.
Yeah, so you've got Travis Hunter, obviously, who's a lock as just a true athlete. There's plenty of debate on what he's going to do. Is he going to be a true wide receiver, a corner? I'll say this again. I think it's hilarious that it took us a week before the draft, 2 weeks before the draft, to finally realize that Travis Hunter is probably going to play majority wide receiver snaps. That doesn't mean he can't be a corner as well. But if he's listed as a wide receiver at the NFL level, he can literally make $10 million a year more than he would be if he was a corner. So, like from a financial perspective, he and his agent working together, it makes no sense for him to not play the role of a true wide receiver in the NFL. I mean, you saw him fall as low as the early second in Dynasty Superflex drafts in the early offseason to now going as high as a 102 in the same tier as Omarion Hampton, who we expect to go in the late first, very early second at the latest. I think with Hunter, obviously, analytically, he's not going to have like the most elite level profile when you're talking about actually like his metrics, but athletically and his overall talent is top shelf, top notch, the best of the best. He is one of the best athletes we have ever seen in the history of the of football. I can't say the NFL yet because he hasn't played at the NFL level yet. But this guy is, again, analytically, it's going to be hurt a little bit because he played less snaps on offense. He didn't play all of them, and he was splitting time between wide receiver and corner. But we don't really care about that. If he is drafted top 5 and is expected to be a full-time wide receiver, 80% wide receiver, I think in our eyes, he's the wide receiver 1 in this class.
So,
and that's saying a lot for guys that have been big Tet truthers through thick and thin. And I think regardless of where Tet goes, whether he goes at 7 or 8 or whether he goes at 20, we're going to be pretty high on Tet McMillan this year. We know he's going to go in that range. That's one of the solid picks that, like, hey, pretty much every ex-scout, every beat writer, every reporter has said, hey, this is the range where Tet's going to go. He's not going to make it past the Chargers at 21.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we have to expect with him. Beyond that, I mean, you have 2 other very talented wide receivers in this class who I think are really higher floor more than they are even ceiling. Egbuka is going to be a slot wide receiver in the NFL.
So,
and that's really, really good for what his production profile could look like from a fantasy perspective.
And let's just clear this up. Like, I mean, we at first we had to rank Travis Hunter, like the rest of the Dynasty community was, because we've said all along, if he plays full-time wide receiver, then sure, he's going to be a top 3 pick in rookie drafts, maybe the 101, because we mentioned it. We were on a stream and we said Travis Hunter's one of the most talented athletes we've ever seen play football, and then he got in the comments and he said, "Wow." He said that. He was on our stream. We've got the screenshots to prove it, and so we will be ordering a Travis Hunter jersey wherever he goes tonight.
Yes, we will.
But we've said all along, like, it's either here at the 101, 102 range, or if he's not playing full-time wide receiver, you have to move him down. And for literally the entire offseason, everybody was ranking him in Dynasty like he wasn't playing full-time wide receiver. And so we're like, okay, so we'll rank him like that as well. Mm-hmm. The reason that we've kind of had to shift is because evidently everybody now thinks, which I don't disagree, I'm just saying there's always been this huge range of outcomes with Travis Hunter. We were ranking him like everybody else was because everybody else was saying, yeah, there's a good chance he plays wide receiver. Well, now everybody shifted their tune, and now everybody's saying he's playing wide receiver. And so we'll match that. Okay, if he's going to play wide receiver, he's going to be the wide receiver 1, and he's going to be the 101, 102 in Dynasty. Rookie drafts. I mean, there's no question about that.
Yeah.
But it's been difficult. Like, I mean, we know the type of prospect, we know the type of talent he is, and I think we're going to see him go top 5 tonight and hopefully have a little bit more clarity. If he can play both sides of the ball, I think. So I'm not worried about that. But you mentioned Egbuka. Everybody loves Egbuka. So I think we're at Tet, Golden, Hunter, Egbuka.
I haven't touched Golden or Burden yet.
All right, well, let's talk about Golden. I mean, obviously the analytical profile on Golden is not good.
Is like actually not great.
Hey, is production team, is Ryan up there? Is he ready to come on and talk? I want to actually ask him about a couple things. But Golden is, I mean, again, analytically, we've talked about it. When we made a video talking about, his bakery score, the production, and I think this is a good time. We got 2 minutes until the draft. Let's bring Ryan Bread Sterator, and we have this because we're going to the booth. This is everybody's Gene. This is the domain's Gene Sterator.
He's actually like in a booth.
Well, she is kind of in the booth. We can
over yonder.
I can see him right there. Hello, Ryan. All right, Ryan.
Okay, no more looking up there.
This is a voice reveal for a lot of our audience, but welcome. And Ryan is the creator of the bakery, the database that we use to analyze prospects. Is the nice prospect model, which of course you've seen on a lot of our videos. So we're talking about the wide receivers in this class. Just how weak is the class overall analytically when you're looking at it compared to not only last year's class. Last year's class obviously very good, but the years before that as well. Where does this class kind of stack up against those classes?
So funny enough, this class isn't nearly as bad as one would be led to believe due to the discourse of the internet and the draft community. And the reason for that is, although it's not super, like, you don't have your super high-end talent, you don't have your Marvin Harrison Jr.'s, you don't have your Malik Neighbors, there's a lot of very good depth in this class. You don't have the super elite upsides, but you have the Jaden Higginses, the Jalen Noels. You have guys who could end up being very fantasy useful assets. I'm not going to go so far as to say valuable, but fantasy useful assets into like as deep as like into the third, fourth, sometimes even the fifth round. And previous classes like the Puka class, he was a dart throw, and you're going to get not Puka production, but you're going to get some production where Puka was drafted, which is normally a dead spot.
I completely agree. And that's something that I think has been made very, very clear by NFL GMs across the league, head coaches, scouts. They've all said that the star power in this class is, might I even say, below average. There's only a handful of true blue chip players that you're really going to see in this class, and they're all going to be off the board probably within the top 5 to 7 picks. But what you do see in this class that is unique to a lot of other classes is the true depth. I think from a fantasy and dynasty perspective, you're going to see something very similar to like 2023, where you had a lot of good depth falling into the early to mid second there. Last year, it just wasn't as great. You had a significant fall off because of how great the star power was up top. And then, I remember sitting there day 2 while we were watching the draft, and it was just kind of crickets.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, we were like, when's A.D. Mitchell going to go? And he just kept falling. And you saw Jalen Polt go higher than expected, and we were like, well, we're going to have to raise him up boards because he got good draft capital, and all the guys that we thought were good didn't end up going where we thought they would. And then Jonathan Brooks goes late second, the first running back off the board. And then Corum and Benson go third round. And it was just a lot of vanilla picks, and you knew that they were going to be role players for the most part. So I think this year you could see a lot of potential difference makers, not only at running back go day 2, but even some interesting landing spots for some wide receivers going in the second round. I know the hit rates there aren't great, but they're also no worse than running backs in that range, which is very interesting in terms of the guys that end up falling to the second round of your dynasty drafts.
Yeah.
Because those end up being a lot of like third, fourth round running backs that are being elevated due to landing spots and things of that nature. So.
Well, as you can see, the countdown on our screen just went away. That was right there. It's gone. And the draft you should hear on ESPN, which again, you don't have to watch ESPN. Because think about it. Would you rather watch the two homemade, what's the word I'm thinking? Home country cooking dynasty creators, or would you rather watch the big network? It's corporate ESPN. I think you're going to find what you need here, and once you see the graphics that we have for the picks, for the selections, I think you're going to be very happy that you tuned in. But from what I understand, the Titans should be on the clock, and we should be getting our first pick here in the next 15, 20 minutes.
So if you were a betting man,
which I am not, but I could be,
who do you think the Titans are going to go with here?
If I had to guess, if I just get one guess,
just one guess. I know that's really tough.
I'm going to go. Have you seen Xavier Restrepo out of Miami? That's probably my guess.
Ballsy,
first overall?
Ballsy, but I like it.
So we have the graphic ready for Xavier Restrepo to the Titans. I'm just making sure that we have that, right? So
4.83 slot receiver.
I just got a sure in my ears, so we're good. We got it ready. This is probably. I think this is probably, which this is fun. I said probably. I think this is probably the one pick where we know what's going to happen, and then the draft really starts after 1 tonight. Mm-hmm. I don't think we're going to know super what's going to happen until we actually start getting the picks at 2. Again, 2 has been up in the air as late as this afternoon. So it's going to be a lot
who's
of
picking
fun.
at 2 is up in the air right now. They
Yeah.
could trade back on the clock. We'll see with that. But yeah, I mean, Cam Ward is the lock essentially. He's as close to a lock as you can get for going to an organization without them actually telling you. Cam Ward has said while he's playing Fortnite that Calvin Ridley and Treylon Burks are the wide receiver 3 and 4,
Which is true.
the third and fourth best wide receivers in the NFL. And I will say Cam Ward, it's putting a lot of expectation, a lot of pressure on yourself as well to make that happen.
Yes.
But Calvin Ridley, I mean, no shade to Calvin Ridley. He's a very good wide receiver. He's been productive for the last 2 years in terrible situations. But I do think that the NFL basically just told everyone to like stop telling everyone who you're going to take before you actually pick at 1, because since he did that 1 year, and they're like, yeah, no, we can't have that again. They're like, don't even bother trading up, don't bother doing anything with us.
There was no entertainment value there at all.
Drop Burrow.
That's when the big networks get pissed. So they're like, oh no, hey, you know what? We don't care. We're just laid back. We're just chill guys, as people would say. I shouldn't have said that. That was stupid.
Right.
But.
I won't hold it against
What the frick was I going to say after that? I was going to say something after that.
Something about Ward.
No, I don't know if it was about Ward.
3 and 4 in the NFL.
I don't know, but either way, we should have the first pick here soon, and it's going to be really interesting. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see. Maybe what if they surprise us?
I will say I hope Treylon Burks is not the 4th best wide receiver in the NFL, and he falls down to 5th, because they better be taking a wide receiver in the early second, or doing maybe true. Like I don't know, like they.
And we had this conversation earlier, but assuming that the Titans do go Cam Ward first overall. How confident are you in a like Ryan said, in a wide receiver class where it's not particularly strong? Yes, and I did just see this. I got this on my screen. The Denver Broncos. So first of all, that's what I was going to say. Thank you, Tom. Do we trust Rossini? Do you guys trust Rossini? I don't know whether to trust her or not.
I trust her.
She's been the only person making reports all day. She's ESPN, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
She's legit.
Okay.
Or did she move to The Athletic?
I don't know. I can check.
I don't remember.
I don't know. Everybody's getting the same sleeper alerts that we will, that the Broncos are trying to push into the top 10. It's going to get hot and heavy real quick tonight, everybody. I don't know. Maybe.
They could be trying to go receiver, too.
I don't see anything yet.
Yeah.
But
so just so we don't look like idiots, if Tennessee goes with another guy here that isn't Cam Ward, the other obvious option would be Carter. Which
it's going to be Ward. I mean, we don't even have to.
So okay, but if that's the case, where do you think Carter actually ends up falling?
Oh, he's going top 5 for sure. Somebody will trade up to get him if he gets the 4.
Who do you think in the top 5 will get him? Do you think someone will trade up for him?
I think right now, I don't know. I need to pull up the NFL draft order so I can see all of it in front of my face.
Smart man.
Yeah,
I should do that too.
Let's see. By round. My guess is if they start going skill positions, because it could be the Giants. I mean, really kind of where the pivot point I think happens, especially
they need a lot of help
in the first 10 picks is the New York Giants, because you had reports. I mean, you saw Peter Schrager came out and said like, okay, maybe the Giants are taking Shador, but also they pretty much like Jackson Dart just as much, and so. Whether or not they take a quarterback, I think is going to be huge, because they could easily take Carter.
Guys, it's also there's no guarantee that the Giants go quarterback at all in this draft, because they paid a significant amount of money to Jameis and a significant amount of money, even more significant amounts of monies, to Russell Wilson. And that doesn't mean they can't take someone like early second and develop them behind those two guys. But I mean, even if they take someone, I don't know whoever they take is going to be starting day 1. And I don't know if they want to spend the 3rd overall pick on a guy like that. And in this class, it's just difficult because, again, you're looking at that situation. This is one where you've got guys that are trying to protect their desk and save their jobs. So is it really going to incentivize them to pass up on quarterback, know they're going to suck this year, unless Daboll and the GM are actually guaranteed to be a part of that organization next year?
Yeah.
That would be the only way that they would pass up, you would think, on quarterback, right? Unless they really do believe in Russell Wilson. If they ended up going 9-8 with Russell Wilson, maybe they would save their jobs. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
But that's something to keep in mind as well. Tons of drama, obviously, all coming in literally 60 to 90 minutes before the NFL draft. Nice. Bigger nice. And I think you're going to see some moves, and I think you're going to see some smoke screens as well. You always see smoke screens heading right into the NFL draft, even a couple days before, just to get like some demand for the picks. And I think you're seeing a lot of teams trying to trade back because of the depth of the class, where they're like, okay, we're probably not going to get the guys that we want here. Let's just trade back multiple picks, and we'll get someone that we're fine with there, because you're seeing that in the first round.
We should have definitely, because I was going to lead into this. We're getting reports from our reporters on the ground in Green Bay. We should have definitely sent somebody to the draft.
Oh my gosh.
And like streamed them in. Had to report from like the huge crowd. Who would we send? Who would we send if we did that?
Well, it would have probably made sense to send Ryan because he's closest to Green Bay.
That's true. Although I do like that Ryan's here.
Yeah, I know.
We're getting reports on the ground that draft entry has been paused for capacity reasons.
No way.
Yeah. So the reason why we're in Tucson is
Very
because
full.
like we didn't actually think it would be that productive to go to Green Bay because we wanted to stream and not really be at the draft. So I think we made the right choice. I mean,
The weather's a lot nicer here.
it
just
is
saying.
a lot nicer.
Very
We get
nice.
Midwest all the time. I mean, so we're used to that. But I mean, so again, like really, you've had Rossini breaking all the the news all day. So let's do guessing games here. If the Broncos are really going to trade up into the top 10, who are they gunning for?
I would bet on.
What? Who? What?
Oh man.
What?
Probably. I almost stopped myself because I said Gency, but I was like, Gency's probably going to go top 6.
Unless they jump into the top 5. I don't
Unless they
think
jump
they're
in the top 5. That's a big way to jump, man.
I know.
Because they wouldn't jump up there for Warren, would they?
I don't think so. No.
Would they jump up for a receiver?
I don't know, honestly.
Would
Like
they
that's
jump
kind of
up
what
for
I'm
Ted?
wondering. I don't think they would jump up for Ted. I don't think so.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe people are trying to jump up for Carter because they know he's going to fall a couple spots.
I don't know. I mean, that would make now officially on the clock. Of course, classic NFL draft making us wait a little bit, but
Of course.
yeah, we are now live. We should have the pick within the 10-minute period here. Hopefully, the Titans don't waste any time and they actually get the pick on the board. So, but we're going to try to announce the pick before, if not during, when ESPN is actually announcing the pick as well. So you should get them live here as well once we start kicking these off with picks. But yeah, I mean, again, we know this is going to be Cam Ward, and so let's just go ahead and start talking about the Tennessee Titans situation. So
I was going to say, like, their team needed everything. They have need all over the place. And obviously they're going to solve that with Cam Ward at first overall. And just thinking about that specifically, your expectations production-wise for Cam Ward this year, what do you have for him from a fantasy perspective?
well, let's talk about the skill position players. I mean, it all kind of ties together here, right?
Yeah.
So we already talked about Calvin Ridley and Treylon Burks, the third and fourth best wide receivers in the NFL, respectively.
Yep. I think Ridley will benefit.
Well, he will. Yeah, I mean, he will. But, I mean, you're talking about a team where you don't have the sexiest skill position players there with those guys. You have Pollard. You have Tyjae Spears, who's missing an ACL, which is,
Right.
it was something. But let's look at the Titans team stats here, and let's just kind of take a look at how this grades out. So, the team need obviously a quarterback, wide receiver. You got team need an edge. You got team need a linebacker. Which, like Nathan said, if they were going to take somebody else, I think it would probably be somebody like an edge rusher. But they also, they lost Nick Westbrook-Akine. So, I mean, maybe they're trading up for Tet because they don't have Nick Westbrook. How many touchdowns did he have last year?
Oh, man.
He had a lot.
I think he had like 5 or 6. Basically, every game that he scored, his touchdown rate, like his reception to touchdown ratio is like the highest in the history of the NFL with like with a certain number of like reception threshold that you have to meet, which he barely does. But yeah, no, I think, man, in my opinion, like if they're from like the PFF grade perspective, if their passing game is going to be, have the biggest shortcomings there, I think you've got to be going probably wide receiver after this. There's a reason that they keep being mocked wide receiver in the early second.
What type of wide receiver do you want them to take?
If Burden fell there, that would be a dream. If Burden made it to the second round, which you've been seeing Burden a lot of mocks fall there, they would take him there. They'd probably take Igbuka there.
Igbuka's not making it.
I don't know if they would go anyone else. So that's the tough thing.
Yeah.
You can never have enough offensive and defensive linemen.
No, I
especially
think
if you're getting
right.
a quarterback and you want to protect them more. Like you could definitely do that.
Yeah.
But that. Yeah.
And again, the Titans. I mean, I'm assuming you have full faith in Brian Callahan because I think we both liked the hire plenty. Like,
I wouldn't say I have full faith in Brian Callahan.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hope he's not watching.
I wasn't a huge fan of the Callahan hire to begin with. It kind of was a hire out of left field.
Yeah,
really. Sure. They hired him to be. Yes man isn't a good term because he's more than that. But
Well,
They hired him to not be a Mike Vrabel and not try to run that entire organization.
Sure.
And Vrabel just kind of has that presence in a front office.
Which they probably needed, to be honest, which is why we thought it was stupid that they fired Vrabel in the first place.
Right, exactly.
Which was stupid.
Callahan doesn't really control a lot of the front office decisions that are being made from like a GM perspective and like what ownership is doing there.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel for him a little bit because like he's trying to work with Levis last year and he couldn't. He can try to work with Ward this year, but again, how much is it really going to end up being beneficial for that team? I just don't know. And we'll see. It ends up just being another dart throw that you're taking on a quarterback in the first round who has a first round grade and he could or could not work out. There are flaws in Cam Ward's game and plenty of people have exposed those and we're aware of that. But the overall need and desperation that Tennessee just has for direction merits him going with it for a guy like Ward. So do I trust Callahan? I wouldn't necessarily say I trust him of all the coaches in the NFL to develop Cam Ward. I trust his ability to try.
Well, and so the main question, Marsh, as we kind of get into talking about Cam Ward, I'm assuming we're going to have the pick in our ears very soon. The main question with Cam Ward, I think, is probably his decision making. I think a lot of the intangibles, a lot of the physical skills with Cam Ward aren't really a question, but I think that a lot of people question the decision making. Well, I mean, what's your take on that, especially as it pertains to fantasy football, but also as a real life NFL QB? Is that something that really turns you off to the idea of Cam Ward being a good starting quarterback in the NFL? I think he proved at Miami that he has
not
plenty
really.
of traits.
Yeah, and I think that's why you would like a bit of a security blanket for him. What do I mean by that? Number one, I think it would be great for him to have a solidified offensive line or a good enough offensive line that's going to be able to protect him. He can create out of structure. The nice thing about Cam Ward and why we're lower on him from a rushing upside perspective is that he really likes to kind of sit back behind the line of scrimmage, create out of structure, and throw the ball downfield before actually taking off and running and using his legs. The downside of that is poor decision making sometimes.
Yeah.
The nice thing about having a security blanket like a slot wide receiver or a tight end is that you have someone that you can lean on there, which is why I would like the idea of them, even if they didn't take a receiver in the early second, them trading up into the first and getting a guy like Burden who may or may not fall is one that I would be all over and love because that would be perfect for Cam Ward to really lean on and just get the ball out of his hands. If he's unsure, you've got your guy in Burden. Because Calvin Ridley's going to be the guy that you push the ball downfield to. Calvin Ridley's going to be the guy that really is going to operate as your like schematic one, quote unquote. But break the news for me.
So the Browns are in heated talks with the Jacksonville Jaguars to get their pick. The Browns are trying to get the Jags are trying to get the Browns pick.
They want Hunter. They will trade up for
Hunter. If they trade it up, it's 100%
Hunter.
Hunter. Yes.
Yeah.
It's
got to be.
Helps or hurts BTJ if that happens? Helps, right?
Neither.
You don't think it affects it at all? I think it would help.
No, I mean, BTJ is already, from a dynasty perspective, and where he's going to be ranked in fantasy this year, before anything happens, he's probably going to be like a 1-2 turn guy. Is where you would guess that he's going to go. I don't think that changes. For me, in the way that I rank him, I don't think that changes. He will fall because of it. He will fall if they go and take
the Browns have made a trade with the Jaguars, so we're gonna get the full trade up for you here in a second. But it is about to get freaking wild.
I can't wait to see.
Oh man, this is awesome! All right, all caps Tommy Lennon and my DMs telling me that we've got a trade on the clock here.
Okay.
So I'm really excited to hear the details of this, but I'm sure our graphics team is working on this. So correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, but the Jags have the number 2 pick now, correct? Was it a 2-5 pick swap? Do we know? Yes. Okay. Cool. So we have the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be on the clock second.
Cleveland probably got another second round pick.
Now we have to play Travis Hunter twice a year. That's
maybe a third round
sick.
pick. It's only a few spots.
Yeah, probably a third round pick. I mean, if they got more than the Browns, it was a very good trade for the Browns, I will say. So we'll see the full terms of the trade here very soon. But that, of course, all the AFC South teams are going to get the best players in this draft. It's going to be great. We're going to play Travis Hunter twice a year, and he's going to kill us.
Dude, I'm not even mad at this point because everything that the Colts do at this point is self-inflicted.
We better
100%.
stop. We better stop. All right. It is now time. We have our first pick of the NFL draft for 2025, the moment that we've been waiting for a long time. And with the first pick of the 2025 NFL draft, the Tennessee Titans have made their selection. And to Tennessee, they bring home Cam Ward, quarterback out of the University of Miami. throw up the U's. Cam Ward goes to Tennessee,
all of our
and
conversation was validated.
okay, yeah. So we didn't just waste 15 minutes talking about Cam Ward. That would have been kind of embarrassing. But there you have it, and you can see right now that graphic says Cleveland is on the clock, and we have just learned that that's going to get swapped out real quick, and that's going to be Jacksonville in here just a minute. So it's going to get hot and heavy now. This is where the draft begins. But Cam Ward becomes what? How many? Who was last year? Who were the number one picks the last couple of years? It was Caleb Williams,
and then the year before
that it was Bryce Young. So it's the third straight year, right? Because the year before that
was 22, and you had Walker.
That was the Walker
there.
Year,
It was Walker Hutchinson at 1-2.
Yes. Okay. So third quarterback in a row, going 101, and obviously a weaker quarterback class, right? So when we're talking about Cam Ward, like here's a discussion worth having with Cam Ward. If he were in last year's class, where would he be ranked from a dynasty and fantasy perspective?
I would have had him ranked most likely. Again, this is all. I even admit personally that this is bias. Like, we're a year removed from last year's class. I'm trying to talk up this year's class because I actually do believe in it, and I do believe in Cam Ward. If I were to go back and Cam Ward were in the 2024 class, I do believe I would have had him ranked over Penix and Bo Nix. I think the limitations and the clear questions with Bo Nix as a prospect were definitely there, even though we thought he could be first-round caliber. Same with Michael Penix as well. I think the questions that you have with Cam Ward were a little bit, from a prospect perspective and translating to the NFL, I think are a little bit less than what Penix and Bo Nix had going into the draft.
Yeah.
So I would have had him, I think, comfortably at QB. It would have been over Nix and Penix, and that would have been 7 QBs at that point, so QB 5.
So, I mean, that just shows you, though.
I hated McCarthy, too, so I would have had him over McCarthy.
Well, yeah, you definitely would have.
I would have had him at 4.
I think we can both agree, though, he wouldn't have gone near this high last year. Like, not even close to this.
No, he probably would have gone top 10. I mean, Penix went 8th, which we didn't expect.
I mean, I feel like we get to this point.
I would have guessed probably top 10.
I feel like we get to this point, and most of the times a QB, a team that's bad enough to be picking at 101, if there is a QB there that's...
You have to take him.
You have to take a QB. Unless it's the Malik Willis class. Yes. Unless it's the Kenny Pickett class. You have to take a QB there.
Yes.
That's like the rule. I mean...
Right.
Because again, I mean, and I said this, the reason that NFL teams are more willing to take shots on QBs, and Cam Ward I don't feel like is a crazy shot or anything like that, but the reason that NFL teams even are taking shots on for example, a Kenny Pickett, on a Shedeur Sanders or a Jackson Dart, if we see them get drafted later today, the reason that you're seeing that is because if it hits, it is 15 times more valuable than the value of that first is.
Well, I mean, and you've seen teams hit on guys that they take in the mid to late first at the quarterback position as well. So it's like when you're that desperate and you have that early of a pick, and there is one that has a semblance of a first round grade and is looking solid as a prospect, like you said, you have to take them. The Chargers just did it. They just did it, and they took Justin Herbert, and it worked. And you have teams like, again, I'm not trying to dump on my own team here because I know you guys get sick of it, but like, that's where the Colts really, really missed. And I know their situation was a little bit shaken up because of the whole Andrew Luck retiring situation. But the year that they had a chance to get a quarterback with a first-round grade was the year that Jordan Love and Justin Herbert went. And they should have taken one of those guys. And they didn't because they thought they could get by going with old farts. And with the Titans, again, you cannot blame them for taking a guy like Cam Ward in this class. They are working with the hand that was dealt to them.
Yeah.
And there's only so many chances that you're going to have, hopefully only so many chances you're going to have the first overall pick in the NFL draft. So with Cam Ward being here, I wouldn't even say at this point that it's a reach. I think it's merited. I think it's fair. I think he is worth the first overall pick in the 2025 NFL draft. And if he works out, it absolutely was worth it for the Titans.
Well, congratulations to Cam Ward. Again, obviously, in the conversation, from a dynasty value perspective, let's just have this conversation right off the bat here. Because pretty much all offseason, we've been doing these dynasty rookie mocks, and where have you seen Cam Ward going in them? Probably 104 to 107 pretty consistently, right? Yes. I mean, you really haven't seen him until recently. He started going around the 103, 104 range. But you're talking about in Superflex dynasty leagues where you are starting 2 QBs. We are, looking at him. We are not seeing him get high up in these drafts at all. So
yeah. No, I don't think so. Now I will say with his ranking, like in dynasty and superflex formats, he's probably going to sit in like the 3rd round, right around where Stroud, Love, and Purdy are going. Wouldn't you guess?
Yeah,
that's
probably.
Right around where he goes. I mean, first overall pick in the NFL draft. That draft capital has got to be That's got to be where you're thinking that he's going to have to belong, which would merit him probably being 103, 104 in your Dynasty Superflex formats.
All right, let's look at the full terms of the Jacksonville and Cleveland trade here. Obviously, this is a huge trade. Getting up to number 2 anytime is going to be a big deal. And so, all right, it looks like Jacksonville here.
They got it too.
Okay.
Wow, an early second.
So they got
and a 26 first.
So wow.
Holy cow.
When you guys get a chance, can we put that back up so we can look at it a little bit more? That is a big return for the Browns, man.
Okay.
That is huge.
No shade to Cleveland at this point. That was a phenomenal deal for them. For a team that is so depleted.
Shad Khan strikes again,
has
baby.
So many needs at every single position. Now we got to see who the Jags are eventually going to take here, obviously. But wow. Wow,
okay,
Cleveland
so 2 to 5 swap, and then the Jags get a 4 and a 6 back, and then it's a 2 and a 4 and a 26 first. I think the Browns. I mean, again, we could look at this a year down the road and be like, okay, they got Travis Hunter, so they won.
Right.
But the point, here's the thing, this rarely works out, and it also rarely happens where you see a team like this being this aggressive to move up for a non-quarterback.
Well, a team that already has an early first and already has so many issues on their roster, so many holes to fill on their roster. There's a reason that they were picking top 5 to begin with.
Correct.
So why would you trade up a couple more spots and pay a future first and all that stuff? I'm honestly shocked that they did that with the new GM that they hired, because that GM, I forget the name of the GM that they hired, but he was working for the front office of the Rams for the last multiple years.
Yeah.
And he was really, really pivotal in how they've built their roster and been so successful and sustained that success. I would not have expected him to make that first move.
Yeah, that is.
But also, we'll see who they take here. I mean, Hunter's a Jag.
Yeah,
right?
I think Hunter's a Jag. I mean, you can get our official prediction right now. I think Travis Hunter's going to go to the Jacksonville Jaguars. If you are in the comments,
I'll tip my hat to Cleveland.
We can't read the comments too much right now, but I will say this: don't be spoiling stuff in the comments, because you're seeing our live raw reactions.
I had to toggle off so that I didn't.
I was going to say
anything.
So don't be spoiling things. Play nice, and we're going to be bringing you again. We're going to try to bring you these picks literally as quickly as possible. But it's already getting fun. I think this is going to be really fun. But I mean, again, Cam Ward. Now, we'll see based on. I think we're going to have a pretty good idea after tonight where he's going to safely fall from a value standpoint in Dynasty Fantasy Football drafts. So it's going to be really fun to look. And again, he's going to be a valuable asset, man. He's a superflex he's a quarterback in a superflex format. I mean, or even in 1 QB formats. Obviously, you're going to have a different discussion about that, especially in this year's quarterback class. But what a start to the NFL draft! I honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you.
This is already this is meeting / exceeding my expectations already. Like I did not expect Cleveland to trade back from this pick.
I didn't either.
So everything is up for debate at this
point. Okay, so if this is Hunter, I don't know if it is or not. We're not looking at the chat. We're not spoiling this. We're seeing this in real time.
Would you blame them if they traded up?
No, absolutely. I don't.
Would you blame
Carter.
them for taking Carter to pay that for Carter?
I don't think so. I think Carter and Hunter and Genty are the three that. Well, Genty at this point, no.
I would lose my crap.
Carter
and
Hunter,
Genty.
that would be so shotgun, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
But really, Hunter and Carter actually, yeah. I think that's where the price there would be merited. But
yes. Positionally, yeah.
So okay. So if Hunter's a Jag, is he a wide receiver?
He's got to be.
I mean, you say that, but. I need to know. I need to know what Travis Hunter says after the draft.
I mean, they just let go of Christian Kirk. Or did they let go of Kirk? What did they let go of Kirk last year? No, they had Kirk last year.
They had Kirk last year. Yeah, he went to the Texans. He signed with the Texans. Yeah,
there you go.
He just was hurt, so he didn't do hardly anything.
So it's BCJ and that's it.
Yeah.
You can't not have Travis Hunter be a wide receiver in that offense. You can't not.
I don't think you can either.
This exact scenario is why if Hampton goes where we think he's going to go. This is why I would be taking Hampton over Hunter.
All right, we've got the pick in our ears. We're about to find out if we just wasted our time talking about this. Who did the Jags trade up for? Show us on the screen. The Jacksonville Jaguars, 2nd overall. Who did they draft? They moved up for Hunter. Let's go.
Hunter's a Jag. We are unfortunately going to have a Jaguars wide receiver in our studio, even though we're Colts fans in the AFC South. Let me just say.
Somebody upstairs ordered the Hunter Jags jersey as soon as it freaking drops.
If you were to describe this move, if you were to describe this pick for Travis Hunter in one word, what would it be? There's only one right answer to this.
How about wow?
Wow.
So in case you haven't, in case you don't know, but by the way, make sure you drop a like on the stream. Just literally spam like if you can. But I don't know what that was. But I was trying to tell people to like, but I just was being dumb. But there was a stream we were doing where we were doing a rookie mock draft, and we were talking about Travis Hunter, and we were looking, and somebody with the profile picture and the name Travis Hunter commented on our stream and said "wow" in all caps, and there was a little check mark by his name. It stood out from the rest of the comments, and I was like, That's kind of weird. And it took me like a minute and a half before I realized it was actually Travis Hunter. The kicker was we had it on subscribers only mode for the chat. So it means Travis Hunter either is subscribed to the channel. Who knows? Maybe he's going to go back into the room or wherever, and he's going to go turn on the stream.
He's going to say wow again.
But Travis Hunter is like our favorite rookie in this draft because he got on our stream and commented, and it was legitimately one of the coolest moments that we've had since we've done this. But
life achievement.
As you can see on the screen, we have Travis Hunter ranked as our wide receiver 1. I think that's going to stay this way. You know, analytically looking at his bakery score, and let's go ahead and let's get ready to bring Ryan in as well. I mean, analytically looking at his bakery score here, you see it's a 10.95, and so the big question about Hunter. Was analytics, and a part of that was because, you know, when you're looking at like raw production analytics, Hunter was a good wide receiver, but he wasn't like off the charts amazing from a production standpoint as a wide receiver. I mean, even just kind of diving in myself here to his bakery scores, I mean, he's in that third tier, really the fourth tier historically, with a very modest wide receiver score, in my opinion. A lot of it has to do with the yak score really bringing him down. The yards per route run is not great, which is a very good indicator when you're talking about college to the NFL. It's a very good indicator of how you're going to translate, right? But the dominator rating's okay. The breakout rating, or the breakout score is okay. And so you're looking at all those things factoring into his bakery score. Obviously, he gets a 10 out of 10 for draft capital now, and it doesn't put him anywhere crazy. But the thing is, you know, as we saw in the last couple weeks, especially with the dynasty and the fantasy community, his reception perception came out. Shout out to Matt Harmon. He does great work. We are fans of his. We don't know him, but Matt Harmon does the reception perception, obviously, and everybody saw his reception perception charts and went nuts. And that's really what did move him up. I mean, we can act like it was something else. We can say, oh, it was the Browns talking about putting him at wide receiver, or it was this, or it was that. In reality, it was 100%. His reception perception, which again, that's the other side of his analytics, right? He's a great route runner. You see it on his tape. I mean, you can tell the dude is a very talented wide receiver, but his route running analytics backed it up as well. And so there is an analytical side of Travis Hunter that actually looks pretty good. And again, we are very heavy analytical guys. There's no chance in heck now if he's playing wide receiver for the Jags, he's not the wide receiver 1 for us, and we're tech guys too.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we're probably going to have to debate as we get into the summer with the dynasty community and fantasy community, where Hunter's going to be drafted respectively in those formats. But with Hunter, like, what's he going to play schematically? Because BTJ is kind of your big play, Mike Evans almost type of guy, where he's going to get your contested catch stuff or get contested catches away. But so is Hunter. Like Hunter is good at everything that BTJ is at, but like better at even more things.
Yeah.
From a prospect perspective, again, we haven't seen it at the NFL level, but is there a scenario here where they put Hunter in the slot? And BTJ on the outside playing like true X?
I mean, BTJ's going to be playing X. I mean, I think so.
So you probably have Hunter. I mean,
Hunter's flanker or slot.
Hunter's an athlete. He's listed as an athlete. He can do whatever he wants.
I don't know what was his. I wonder what his alignments were. I'm actually just going to pull up his profile right now because I'm just curious.
Yeah, no,
because I'm curious. I didn't actually like read heavy into the write up, but I did look at the charts. The charts were freaking everywhere, man. But I'm curious what his alignment was. I mean, you can kind of weigh in on this. Like, is Travis Hunter going to play slot there? But as we speak, the New York Giants are on the clock, and this is where it's going to get pretty interesting.
I think we're going to learn a lot about the over under 2.5 for QBs here.
I think we are too. This is going to be very, very fitting. And looking at even just Jacksonville's team stats as we put them up here on the screen, obviously the team need this year was, you can see, at wide receiver, tight end. They obviously lost Evan Ingram. From a wide receiver standpoint, they lost Christian Kirk.
Offensive line as well. Like, that was a big one. So they really just sacrificed a ton of draft capital, an early second-round pick, and they're not really going to be able to bolster their offensive line significantly outside of the guys that they got, in free agency, which wasn't anything like ultra notable where they filled crazy. Every single hole that they had, not enough to solve what they had last year. I mean, Lawrence was getting abused last year.
Right.
So, I mean, you better hope your skill position guys are going to be good enough for Lawrence to get the ball out of his hands as quick as he possibly can. That would literally imply that one of those guys is going to have to run out of the slot. And so one of them is going to have to.
And he writes here in the write up, he's pretty much lining up outside 94% of the time in college. He was exclusively an X receiver for Colorado.
What's that going to look like?
I have no clue, man. I have no clue. I honestly don't, because I don't think we have BTJ's reception, but I know his alignment.
I mean, I don't really care about his alignment in college anymore. Like,
Sure.
well, maybe he has it for his rookie year, but you know how he got his points.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And maybe, I don't know, maybe BTJ is a versatile guy. Maybe they do ride BTJ out of the slot, because he does have, I mean, he's got really good yak ability.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. I mean, again, those are two guys that have played on the outside a lot. How are they going to use them together? Liam Cohen, again, but like we've seen this. Liam Cohen did a good job last year with, although Chris Godwin's more
Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. So which one of them is going to be the Godwin?
And keep in mind, they did try to play Chris Godwin on the outside for a little while, unsuccessfully, right? And then moved
before
him.
Liam Cohen.
It was Canales that tried to move Godwin out. Cohen brought him back in. And Cohen did a pretty good. You're looking from a production standpoint, from the wide receiver position. Cohen did a pretty good job with the wide receivers in Tampa Bay. I mean, this is also huge for Trevor. Like, I don't. This is going to be the best supporting cast he's had. And a lot of people.
The buy window on Lawrence has most likely closed. I would assume because
Which I'm glad we bought him, but I mean. And you definitely takes him out of the Genty sweepstakes. Now we thought maybe they were going to go Genty at 5, so they're probably. I mean, I think when you're looking at. Well, you never know. With this running back class, they could easily still take somebody later and then push Travis Etienne, push Tank Bigsby completely out of the picture. So
right.
But as of right now, I mean, I think this is huge this will definitely be the best receiving core that Trevor Lawrence has had. And I think it's a good thing for the Jaguars. I think they have other team need, but I think anytime you're trading up like this for a player, if it's a generational talent like Travis Hunter, which we don't use that term lightly, generational. I know it gets overused. I get that, but if it's for a talent like
he's
Travis
a generational athlete.
Yeah, 100%.
How about that?
He is. So, yeah, that's a better way to put it. So, but the New York Giants are on the clock, and actually the Giants pick is in. This is where the draft turns. We have no clue where this is going to go. Let's see it. Oh, man. The Giants take Abdul Carter. Okay.
That's a good pick.
It is a good pick. It's the correct pick,
yes.
Right? And so Abdul Carter, obviously you know who he is. He's an edge rusher out of Penn State. He was absolutely destroying the Big Ten this year. He's getting Micah Parsons comps. PFF has him ranked as the #1 ranked edge. No surprise here. Yeah, top edge in the class. And so you look at the Giants, and they're making the correct pick in my opinion. I think Abdul Carter is going to be a franchise player for them. I think he's going to provide a much needed help on the defensive line there. They have need everywhere pretty much when you're talking about the New York Giants, but I think this is a great pick for them. And I think that, we've watched firsthand as big IU fans, Big Ten fans as well. We have another Big Ten fan. Let's go ahead and get ready to go to Ryan here, because I want to ask Ryan about this pick. But
I definitely have questions.
We've all, Ryan's a Minnesota fan. We've all watched our fair share of Big Ten football. And so let's bring in Ryan Bread Sterator. Again, our version of the domain Gene Sterator, but it is Ryan Bread Sterator. Let's bring him into the show. Again, Ryan, I know you're up there in the booth, but what are your thoughts on this pick? I think you would agree this is the correct pick for the Giants. Obviously, it means they're probably going to roll with Russell Wilson as their quarterback, or whoever. I don't know. At this point, but correct pick. Tell me about Abdul Carter. Tell us about what you like about his fit with the Giants, about his game, and again, we've seen firsthand. You saw firsthand he was just absolutely destroying the Big Ten this year. Yeah, no, it's definitely the correct pick. It'll be a little bit interesting to see how they handle their defensive line, being that they have Brian Burns. It seems like they may trade Kayvon Thibodeau because
that was my question for you.
They don't have room for him, so they're gonna have to do something.
Yes, and with that, a follow up on that. Number one, so you would say it's more likely than not at this point that they trade or shop Thibodeau, and if they do not, would you move Carter around and try to actually utilize him like a Micah Parsons?
I think you do. He's all over the place, right? You think you have to.
Since he's the versatile one, would you just keep Thibodeau where he's at and then have Carter work around that?
Yeah. What's your thoughts on that, Ryan?
I don't know. I could see them moving him around. He didn't. At Penn State, he was such a dominant force that they didn't need to jockey him around the defensive alignment, because he was. You put him against a man, and he's going to beat a man, regardless of who it is.
Right.
The NFL might be a little bit different. I could see them moving him around. They have a very, very strong defensive line even before drafting Abdul Carter. It's obviously only gotten better, so I could see them getting creative with it. But regardless, this is absolutely the correct pick. It
Yes.
offers them a very much safer floor than if they had tried to do something stupid and take a quarterback.
I agree. I agree. I think we could have looked at the quarterback, and I think they maybe would have regretted that pick a lot down the road. So
they will also regret getting fired if they suck this year. And
true.
That brings me to my next question, Ryan. I want to pick your brain on this as well. What do you think the likelihood is that the Giants trade up into the late first round using their second round pick, probably a future pick as well? What do you think the likelihood is of that if Shedeur and or Dart fall to that range, or just sit in the early second and take Milroe and let him sit behind Russell Wilson and Jameis this year?
I think the likelihood is definitely non-zero.
Okay.
I know that means nothing, but
it's better than zero.
There was a report that came out earlier today that Shedeur Sanders totally blew his interview with
Seriously?
Brian Daboll. Just like apparently
Wow.
Daboll did not like him at all. So I think that original stance of it's going to be Shedeur to the Giants has withered almost entirely.
So it's
it
Dart
would
or
be
nothing.
interesting to see if they take a shot on Dart, or if they say we've got two capable quarterbacks on our roster. We're gonna have to give it a year, wait till next year, because it's an interesting proposition for Brian Daboll to have to sit there and Joe Schoen to have to sit there and basically just know they're sitting ducks, you lame duck coaches and GM, because that's what they are, unless this year is an outstanding success.
I think there's a lot of situations like that around the league. So, Ryan, we appreciate you, man. The New England Patriots, we haven't even talked about this pick and who this could go. This could be huge. We haven't seen this. Again, I'm not going to say that every freaking time. Let's just see the pick. The New England Patriots have made their selection, and with the 4th overall pick, where do they go? Will Campbell. Okay, wow.
Good.
Okay, so we are seeing very conservative,
I know
safe
Tom's
picks.
happy about that too.
Yeah, Tom, I want you to text me in the chat what you think about this. Tom's our resident Patriots fan here at Domain.
That was one of the two picks he wanted.
But you take Will Campbell, and okay, so obviously probably the highest rated offensive tackle across the board in the draft. Obviously PFF has him ranked as the highest ranked offensive tackle as well. And you have him going to the Patriots now. A Patriots team that a lot of people wanted them to take Genty here. A lot of people wanted them to take a wide receiver here potentially. But Will Campbell is the right pick for this team. They're trying to build a franchise. It's totally a Vrabel pick too. This is totally a Vrabel pick.
Absolutely, and I would love to see the analytics on the offensive line last year. I know the pass blocking was especially weak, but as a head coach for an organization that's trying to find themselves and find their identity in the post-Brady era, which sounds so weird.
It does sound weird. It's been 4 or 5 years now.
For a guy that has shown flashes and shown promise in a situation that was complete and utter buns last year, you bring in Vrabel, who's shown that he can have success with quarterbacks that are subpar ultimately, like Tannehill, who actually looked very good at that point in Tennessee for a couple of years. The number one thing that you want to make sure, which is reasonable, is that for your quarterback to develop, you have to have him not be hurt.
Sure.
And we saw that. We know that too well with the situation in Indianapolis. But for Drake May, I mean, some of it is self-inflicted. He needs to not be an idiot when he's running. Yeah. But also, he can't be constantly under duress in the backfield.
And he was. And what he was able to do with that was very impressive. I mean, I think everybody can agree with that. This is the way
that you want to build a franchise the right way, and Vrabel has done it. And this is why, this truly is the only reason why I'm okay with where people are ranking him right now in Dynasty, and why some people are more comfortable with that situation more than even others who are ranked below him. It's one where I understand it. What's the cost benefit analysis there for a guy where you don't really truly know what his rushing upside capability is?
Sure.
In an offense where if they go running back day 2 and they want to run first, maybe not run May as much, but take advantage of his mobility, and then maybe he only throws the ball 20 to 25 times per game. That's something that you would definitely want to break down analytically. But I think ultimately this is the right first step for sure. The safest one for sure.
I would make the argument that this helps support or prop up his dynasty value more than any other pick.
Yeah,
I
totally agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
it's not the sexiest pick.
This is Vrabel. This is what Mike Vrabel does.
It's building.
And if you're going to trust anyone to make the right move for his franchise and for his quarterback. It's very well because he's done it before with less talented quarterback play.
Yeah.
And he got fired for it, which is laughable.
It's a big deal. This is obviously where the Cleveland Browns traded back from 2, got to 5. This was the Jaguars' original pick, and their pick is in.
Let's see
who
they wanted.
Let's see who the Browns traded back to know who they could get.
Mason
Graham. This dude is a freaking monster.
Probably one of the highest floor prospects that you're really ever going to see at the position, I think.
Yeah.
Incredibly safe. Mason Graham paired with Myles Garrett on that defensive line.
Yeah, it's going to be, the teams are going to be crapping their pants.
That's ridiculous.
We saw him play in person. I mean, you remember he almost single-handedly won them the game against IU.
Yep.
Do you remember how difficult it was for IU to get anything going against him?
I was there.
He was wrecking the game. Like,
yes.
It was insane.
Yes.
The dude is, I mean, this is a fantastic pick. And again, PFF has him ranked as the top defensive tackle in the draft. And so going at the 5th pick here, Cleveland walks away here not taking a skill position player, not taking a quarterback, not taking a receiver. You also have the Raiders who are going to be up next, and this is where it could get potentially spicy.
Potentially.
Because a lot of people think that the Raiders are the favorite for Ashton Jeanty right now. This is about where Jeanty was projected to go. Now he falls out of the top 5, which I don't think is all that surprising. What we've seen so far tonight, outside of the one aggressive trade, is we've seen people making safe plays and safe picks, right? And so, yeah, I think these last couple, we knew we were going to learn a lot about this draft in the first couple picks. And what I predict you're going to see for the rest of the draft is I don't think you're going to see these teams trading up a whole lot. But from a dynasty and a fantasy perspective, this 6 through 12 range is going to be very interesting because here is where you could potentially get both, Ashton Jeanty and potentially Tet McMillan in the next 6 picks. And those, I think, would be the guy. And I guess technically Matthew Golden is going to be in play here very soon, too.
Warren would be in play as well.
Warren and Loveland, yeah. I think Warren more so. I think it'll be very interesting to see, which one of those tight ends goes first. But
so we need to address the elephant in the room.
All right, what's the elephant?
The Cleveland Browns do not have a quarterback right now. They do have an extra 2nd-round pick, an extra early 2nd-round pick. What are the chances that they trade back into the 1st round with the extra capital that they just accumulated from Jacksonville? Because
maybe.
I know your opinion on the Flacco mania.
I do not think they will.
There's
no way
they're riding with Flacco through this season.
No, I do not think there's any chance that they ride with Joe Flacco as their starting quarterback. It would be franchise suicide to waste another year of Myles Garrett's career with Joe Flacco as quarterback.
They've already wasted half of Myles Garrett's career.
That makes no sense. Yeah, and then he was going to leave, and then they're like, here's $1 trillion. And he's like, oh, actually, you know what? I like Cleveland.
Let's win championships
Cleveland is
here.
a vibrant city. then this is where, you kids can't tell, but we're actually in Cleveland right now. Can't you tell that this is Cleveland?
Cleveland.
It's a great place to be.
Cacti grow everywhere here.
In Cleveland, yeah, it's weird. It's not that far from Indy, but lots of cacti. So
yeah, but again, when you're looking at the team need for Cleveland, they do have holes pretty much everywhere. So I think with the value of a guy like Mason Graham at 6th or 5th overall, it took him 5th overall, right?
Yeah.
And Mark, I would love to see those positional stats or those stats for Cleveland.
Yeah, let's get the Cleveland stats up on the screen and let's kind of take a look.
Grades, but obviously everything offensively is going to be ugly. It's going to be terrible. We know that. We don't have to address that. Offensive line.
They already have the top rushing defense in the league, and you just added Mason Graham to that.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah. That
my gosh.
That is actually crazy.
In the 3rd highest pass rush.
Because they have holes everywhere, but their holes aren't where they
They're
actually
not really where
drafted.
they just drafted for.
Tackling, which would imply linebacker.
Yes.
Run blocking, which would imply offensive line.
Right, yeah.
And in coverage, which would imply the entire secondary.
Yeah. Man, that's actually a crazy stat right there.
Yeah, that is a crazy stat, but also, when has Cleveland actually had success and made the playoffs? Yeah. When they had the most dominant defensive line in the NFL. And that's when they made the playoffs with Flacco. Flacco was able to do YOLO quarterbacking all game, all day, every single week because they could just get the ball right back
I know.
immediately.
I know. But again, I think you and I would both agree that's not going to win them a Super Bowl.
No.
They do have to have a quarterback. And so at the point where they didn't go out and get a free agent, they didn't try to trade for anybody, do they make a move into the late 1st to try to get one of these quarterbacks?
I mean,
maybe they think they can get Shedeur later.
Or with their 2 early seconds, maybe they're expecting to just get
Milroe.
early second. Milroe, yeah.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Milroe's landing spot, in my opinion, makes the most sense for the Giants in Cleveland because they already have quarterbacks there that can just hang on for a little bit.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson more than anything. But like Flacco, you can start Flacco day one, you can start Flacco for half the season, and you can come out of that 4-4.
Yeah.
And if you end up doing well, you just stick with them and you let Milroe develop. If not, you don't have anything to lose because you're already on the hot seat. You're going to be fired anyways.
Yeah.
Throw Milroe in, see what you can get because of his athletic upside.
Yeah.
Same thing applies with the Giants.
Yeah. And so now we've got the Oakland Raiders on the clock. I did say Oakland Raiders on purpose. I know this. They're not
I'm
actually
really
Oakland.
proud of you.
But it's throwback, right?
Good.
It's a throwback. And obviously they got the throwback logo, which is a joke because they like hardly have ever changed their logo ever. But no, Vegas is on the clock, and you know, I think in terms of where they might be looking, a lot of people, like I mentioned, have said, hey, maybe they roll with Genty here, right?
Right.
I think one thing that we should probably be talking about a little bit more is their quarterback position and their quarterback need as well. I mean, they could potentially. I know they have Geno.
I might eat my words in 5 seconds.
How popular is it now, though, to get a veteran like that on a deal and then come in with a Sanders?
I think it matters what deal, and I think Geno's level up.
And the pick is
and the pick is
we're about to
officially
find out.
in,
Let's
so we're
see
going to
it.
see who the Raiders
I'm
go
curious.
with
All
here.
right, the Raiders. Do we get Genty off the board here?
Yes, we do.
We do. Okay,
Okay.
It is Ashton Genty with the 106, and this is, I mean,
It's no surprise.
I
Honestly.
don't think this could be any better for Dynasty Fantasy Football right now. I really don't, because you have Ashton Genty, a running back, getting top 6 draft capital.
Bowers.
And I know, dude.
Holy cow.
That offense is getting revamped now. You've got Geno, which is officially going to be Geno now. But you've got Geno, you've got Bowers, you've got Jacoby Myers there. You now you've got Ashton Genty there as well. I mean, it's going to be quite the offense.
Prime Pete Carroll in his best years in Seattle. You just cannot see. You cannot unsee the Marshawn Lynch years.
Yep.
The Chris Carson years. And how electric those years were for that run game and for the quarterback and for the passing game and how it elevated the assets in that offense overall. Pete Carroll loves to build his offense around a solid run game.
Yep.
And Ashton Genty, I mean, what better guy to do that with? This is the more I think about it. You don't like to see you don't generally like to see anyone go to the Raiders because it's just gross there all the time. But from a fantasy perspective, I mean, Genty with this landing spot, when you see him go in fantasy drafts in August, he's probably going 1-2 turn.
And the Bears,
right?
It's now coming out that the Bears tried to move up for Genty and they failed, which would have been awesome. It would have been awesome. But again, like when you have a running back like Genty, and let's go ahead and talk about his analytical profile. We've talked about this the whole time. With the tier analytically that Ashton Genty is in compared historically to all the prospects that we've looked at since like 2017, I mean, Ashton Genty is essentially a guaranteed hit in Dynasty. Yeah. He essentially is a guaranteed hit in Dynasty Fantasy Football. And so he is going to be the 101 now, pretty much locked in, guaranteed, no question in my opinion that he is the 101. I think right now we've got Hunter at 2. And then I think, so let's see, it's a Genty, Hunter. Right now it would be Genty, Hunter, and Ward, and that's it, right?
Yep.
So that's probably how we do it. So let's look at the Raiders and their team stats last year. And obviously, we can remember this from redraft season. These dudes, I mean, they were literally swapping guys in at running back I had never heard of in my life.
Yeah.
And now they bring in, I mean, again, the team need here. Running back and wide receiver were huge ones. They also needed, they have needs on the other side of the ball. I think they're going to be able to get some of those guys in the second round, especially on the defensive side, on the line. But
yeah, it is.
The run ball, the rushing grade for the Raiders last year was pretty abysmal, even with all those guys coming in and trying to help out.
Yeah, Alex Kappa was a big addition to add to the offensive line there to bolster what they're hoping to bolster a little bit some of the shortcomings that they had on the line, which is going to be something that's very, very notable in an offense where you saw Josh Jacobs really take a hit a couple of years ago because I think he led the league in like stack box fronts that he was running up against. And Genty obviously having so much of that punishment in college and so much attention because he ran that offense. And now you've got the concern of Bowers. People are going to be worried about Bowers. If they stack the box against Genty, you get it to Bowers. If they double Bowers and they're worried about him,
it's going to be lethal.
So hopefully that will help in and of itself, having those guys and just their overall talents and how they're able to dominate despite even subpar play in the trenches. They can still thrive and now they'll just benefit each other as well.
This is huge, y'all. If you own the 101 in Dynasty right now, you are jumping for joy that this running back just got top 6 draft capital. And in my opinion, with the way that the positions have lined up in the positional value between running back, quarterback, wide receiver, et cetera, I mean, I think you are absolutely locking him in as the 101, which we thought all along. I mean, again, he's a guaranteed hit for the most part. And so,
and I definitely think this locks Geno into like your mid to low end QB2 conversation in terms of production, because
I think that's I honestly think that's his floor. Because you saw last year that
he never had a Genty in Seattle is what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
And if you're going to be getting to a point where you get into the red zone and you're just constantly feeding a guy like Genty, Geno isn't a Russ in his prime, right? So Russ was able to be productive in Marshawn Lynch's best years in Seattle because he was so good as a runner.
Yeah.
And he had a lot of rushing upside capability there. And again, his moon balls, he had a ton of big play upside with a lot of the shots that he was taking downfield. Geno could potentially do that, but I don't know if he can do it to that level. You think high end QB2?
I think
it's possible. I think that's fair.
I think high end QB2 is very possible for Geno. It's going to be again, Pete Carroll's a great coach. It's going to be, I think, a good offense. It's going to be a much improved offense.
Yes.
But the New York Jets,
they should be fun to watch.
The New York Jets are now on the clock, and I'm sure we're going to get this pick here very soon. But this is where tight end is in play. This is where Warren is in play.
This is where Warren's been.
This would be huge if Warren went here, right?
Yes.
I mean, because from a dynasty perspective, I think it's absolutely warranted. Warranted. I think it would be warranted for Tyler Warren to go. I mean, I think the top 6 picks is not out of the question here, depending on what the running backs do and the wide receivers. Right, we have a long way to go, but there's really 3 interesting picks here, as you can kind of see the next picks up in order here. The Jets obviously are, tight end is a big need for them. I think the Carolina Panthers, somebody potentially who could take Ted McMillan, as are the Saints. Both of them are in the market for a wide receiver. Both of them could take either Golden or Ted McMillan, which I think would be a huge deal because, again, we're talking about top 10 draft capital still. I think that this is going to be a really interesting set of 3 picks here. I think we're going to learn a lot about how tonight's going to go based on the next 3 picks.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if Glenn goes another route than tight ends.
Did you hear about the Aaron Rodgers thing where he was on McAfee and he basically said that Aaron Glenn called, they flew him across the country, and Rodgers and Aaron Glenn was like, yeah, we're going to somebody else.
Yeah.
He's like,
Rodgers wanted to stay.
Oh my gosh, dude.
There, he said he wanted to stay.
I don't know how much of it is true.
I mean, Glenn's background. He's seen how a successful organization has been built from the ground up, but not just a successful offense. How to slowly yet effectively build a team from the ground up. And I would not be shocked if he goes offensive defensive line here.
And so Ashton Genty, Ryan just sent to me, he's the 7th running back since 2015 to be drafted in the top 10. The 7th in 10 years. So he's in rare company here, right? You've got Todd Gurley in 2015, Todd Gurley, Ezekiel Elliott, Leonard Fournette, and Christian McCaffrey in 2017, right? Yep. Saquon, Bijan, and then Genty. That is elite company. Again, you really don't have any misses in there. From a dynasty perspective, there are no misses. No. He's the locked-in 101, and you should be very excited.
Fournette's the worst in there, and he maintained his value for years.
Fournette had, a very high dynasty value at some point. So, all right, we have this pick. This is going to be big for us, I think. Let's go ahead and see it. With the 7th pick, who do the Jets go, man? Okay. Oh, wow.
Offensive line.
Okay.
There you go. So
wow.
That honestly is not a shock to me, and that is why.
Boy. So the Colts are taking a tight end, huh? Yeah, they definitely are going to.
Again,
but it's Membu. I mean,
with Aaron Glenn,
Membu is fantastic.
Yes,
I mean, this the top 2 of the offensive tackle class here is very good in my opinion. I think our Membu is very good.
The non-skill position guys that have gone so far have gone where we expected them to go.
Yes.
And with Membu going here to the Jets, number 1, I think that's a great move. I think that's a great pick if you're going to want to build this team the right way. Obviously, the talent of the class at the quarterback position, you'd like to draft a quarterback. They signed Justin Fields in the offseason. That's who they're riding with for this year at least.
Yeah.
And again, with Aaron Glenn's backstory or background in Detroit, he's not dumb.
He knows he's seen an organization built up to a championship contender.
Yes.
Right? So,
and he knows it starts in the trenches.
And it does start in the trenches. I totally agree with that.
So I think this is a good pick here. Obviously, you're looking at Justin Fields. Really, This is ironic that we're talking about Justin Fields as a starting quarterback again on a contract.
I know, dude. I know it's ironic.
With Fields, really, when he was at his best is when he had 55 seconds to get a guy wide open to get him the ball.
Yeah.
Or when he was running it because he couldn't make a first or second read. Obviously, you're going to want to protect Fields to give him a little more time to throw the ball. He honestly, he's in similar ways. This is not a knock on Hurts. It's more of a knock on Fields. But like, he's like Jalen Hurts in a lot of ways, where he would, in theory, thrive a lot more if he had one of the best offensive lines in the NFL.
Sure.
And if you swapped Hurts and Fields and you put them in their respective situations, Fields honestly wouldn't be abysmal from a production perspective in Philadelphia.
No, I mean, they have that team built for somebody like
he would be worse than Hurts, but like Justin Fields needs he needs time to be able to get the ball to the guys that he needs to, and that would be Garrett Wilson, obviously. What do you think this does for Garrett Wilson, if anything?
I mean, if anything, it helps him. If anything, you should be talking about Brees here.
The more protection you have for a quarterback.
I think it helps the offense altogether. I think it's the safe pick, and I think, again, Membu, I think he was somebody that you looked at, and he was worthy of a top 10 pick pretty much all the way through, in my opinion. So, but now we have the Carolina Panthers on the clock. What do you expect here from the Panthers? I mean, in terms of which direction they could go.
I think.
And they are, by the way, sorry to interrupt you, they are fielding calls on this pick.
Oh, are they?
So they might be trying to trade.
If they don't, I think they should go Tet. I think Tet would make the most sense for this team. They've tried to shore up other areas of their roster as best they can. They're again obviously depleted in a lot of ways. They showed areas of growth.
Tet, man.
We really would like it to be Tet, I think, in this situation because it would make the most sense.
Yeah.
They took their first round shot on Leggett last year. They knew from a skill set perspective that he was limited. Canales obviously coming out and talking him up and saying, oh, he can be DK Metcalf. You need a complementary wide receiver for Leggett to be at his best schematically. So looking at the rookie board, let's pull that up and see
let's see.
so far the guys that have
right
gone
before
off.
we get the Tet pick here. So this is how our Dynasty Domain rookie board looks so far in this draft. Obviously, for us, it's going to be Genty and Hunter at the top. I think these guys are going to sit here. I don't think you're going to see a lot of changes here.
Unless you see Hampton go first.
And then, as you can see, Cam Ward, who that's actually Tet McMillan in the picture there. I've got our. You don't understand. Our graphics team, they are like furiously creating these in real time. They are the absolute best. Shout out to Becca. Shout out to Sherry up there. I mean, they have.
I think that's just a sign. I think that's a sign.
Oh, it is a sign. They're absolutely going to
Tet's going to be drafted here. Tet's going to Carolina, and you'll probably start seeing Tet mocked in Dynasty rookie
so
drafts.
We do know that that's not Cam Ward,
103.
but that's how the board looks as of right now. And yes, Cam Ward would be the 103. And honestly, Cam Ward could stay at the 103 depending on what this pick is. Where the Saints could go, the Saints, again, are also in the market for a wide receiver potentially. We've seen a lot of talk about that.
Quarterback.
And they could also go quarterback. And then the Bears. I mean, what if the Bears took Hampton? What if, just like theoretically, what if the Bears took Hampton? Like, how cool would that be? I want the Bears to do something cool tonight, baby. I want them to do something awesome.
What was the GM in the league that said that the gap between Genty and Hampton was very similar to the gap between Bijan and Gibbs from a draft capital perspective?
I don't know if they said which GM it was, but
if it was Poles, that would be awesome. I don't think it was Poles. Someone else said. I forget who said it. I'm gonna have to
I don't know if it came out who said that. I thought it was anonymous.
Oh, it may have been anonymous.
I don't think we ever saw who said that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that would be awesome. I mean, we would be crapping our pants if that happened. So,
but
true.
Yeah, I think with Carolina, the only way that you're going to see Canales save his job is another step in the right direction for Bryce Young. I don't think for Canales to save his job that they have to make the playoffs. I just think they need to be close. And for them to do that, number one, that's not asking very much in a division that's really run by the Bucs still. And the Bucs are good, but they're definitely like, you could overtake that division.
Oh, you definitely
anyone could overtake that division except the Saints. And I think with Carolina, when you went all chips in on Bryce Young and paid as much as you did for him, you want to ensure that you are getting the best weapons around him, the best protection for him.
Yes.
And I think that continues and carries over into 2025.
I think so
if they don't do it now, they have to do it early second and hope that someone falls to them there. I think with this opportunity, I just think they need to be going.
We are very close to finding out, I'm sure. I'm at this point, I'm sure that the pick is in. We're about to get our graphics on the screen, but I'm really excited to see where this goes. I mean, if this is Tet, we're taking a major victory lap here, I'm just saying. Because there are a lot of people that have been fading Tet McMillan. I don't know, it's not going to be Tet, and I'm going to look like an idiot. I freaking feel it, but I really, really, really want it to be
He's going to go to the
McMillan.
Saints. We're going to be like, oh.
Watch, it's going to be
still good
freaking
draft
Nick
capital,
Nash here, and we're going to be like, what?
Nick Nash.
Oh, gosh.
Yes.
The pick is in. They finally have it. I'm
officially in.
dying here. Come on, show me the pick.
We are dying.
Oh, okay, come on,
Give
come
us
on, come on.
something here. Give us something.
Yes, dude! Let's go!
We definitely peeked out the mic.
I don't care. I'm sorry.
Freaking go.
That was jump scare for everybody watching.
We are calling this so far.
So
I'm so happy
can
about this.
we have the camera back here for just a minute? Can we just have the camera? What happened? Well, I thought Tet sucked. What happened? Although he did go to Carolina.
We're gonna lose.
That probably means
like
nothing.
100 viewers right now just because we're victory
we're
lapping. Because we're not allowed
They're
to do that.
victory lapping.
Guys,
Come on, let us have
here's
fun.
the background behind this. Number one, we're having fun. There are definitely reservations that you can have with this pick in this situation. I do not think that you could have asked for a better situation.
There's nobody
with
there.
an early round pick for Tet McMillan. The only other better landing spot would have been if Tet had fallen to the mid to late first round, and then the draft capital wouldn't have been as good. The team investment would have been as great. As a top 10 pick, Tet McMillan is a top 10 wide receiver talent. Certified, it's official.
Dude.
We are no longer making the prediction. It is official. It's done. He's Bryce Young's number one. And I've got to say, admittedly, as a guy who's been advocating to pivot off of Bryce Young, if you are someone who was advocating to hold Bryce Young and you're a big fan of him taking a step up,
which we weren't.
This is what you wanted.
We admittedly have been telling people to pivot off of Young. So, I mean, who knows? We could end up looking stupid for it.
We could end up looking stupid and wrong about this. But looking at the team stats for Carolina, this fills a massive hole. I mean, look at that pass game performance kudos to Bryce Young for being as solid as he was in the last half of the season last year with Adam Thielen, Jalen Coker, and Xavier Legette.
Look at how Thielen did in that offense, dude. What do you think Tet is going to do?
Eat.
He's going to eat. He's going to eat, y'all. This is awesome. This is sick. And again, like
Canales has been looking for his Mike Evans. Canales has been looking for his Mike Evans.
We just I'm really saying it in my sleep tonight.
Yes.
What a great pick for dynasty rookie pick owners with the 102 through the 105 right now. You are rejoicing.
Yes.
That is this really, like, that was the pick. I was like, if this goes our way, we're going to be in really good shape. I think we are in really good shape right now with this rookie class as it's looking. Look, I mean, a lot of you are going to.
Nine picks in, and we've got 4 offensive players that are fantasy relevant off the board.
Admittedly, and we've got 2 wide receivers and a running back in the top 10. Admittedly, I'm not reading the comments right now because, again, we're trying to give the analysis. But I know some of you are probably very skeptical at the landing spot in Carolina. I get it. But it's less about that for us and more about the team investment now that we see in Tet McMillan is going to prop up his dynasty value for a long time. So if you have these rookie picks now, like I mentioned, this 102 through the 105, you know that there's going to be a lot of built-in insulation. You can make very safe picks now with those rookie picks and feel pretty good about it, honestly. And so I think this is a big deal. I think, you saw a lot of teams go pretty safe, right? You still got Ginty in the top 10, but now you get a receiver in the top 10, and you're looking probably at the Dallas Cowboys potentially going Matthew Golden here in a couple picks, and we are going to be looking really good for Dynasty Fantasy Football. Speaking of Dynasty, it is, again, a great time right now. We are running this. We never, ever run this. We run it at Black Friday, and we're running it now. But if you want to come join the community, the Discord, and you want Nathan and I to take a look at your Dynasty team, break it down, give you a team blueprint, and give you a rookie draft blueprint, our draft special, just going on to win the draft, you're actually going to get 2 free team blueprints when you sign up with the annual Motherflocker tier with code DOMAIN. You have to use code DOMAIN to unlock, but you can do that, take advantage of our literally once a year sale, and you can come get the Discord, you get all the site tools, trade calculator rankings, rookie rankings, you're going to get our new mock draft tool when it launches, you get the exclusive Discord community, and you're going to get, again, Nathan and I do all these team reviews. We're going to be locked and loaded after the draft to look at your teams, give you a rookie draft blueprint, and tell you if you should be taking Tet McMillan in your rookie drafts, because now we actually have names to these picks, and we can give very specific advice. So you can find the link to that in the comments as well. We'll post it. You can follow that link. Make sure you use code DOMAIN. But now we've got the Saints up. So we got this. It's going to again. I don't know though. I think now that Tet is gone.
The Bears. I don't know what they're going to do.
The Bears could get frisky here.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, the Bears should probably make a safe pick. They probably should.
Warren would be the safest pick.
You think Warren is the safe pick for the Bears? Well, I don't think they need him.
Dude, they were trying to trade up for another offensive weapon.
Oh man, I don't.
Another weapon. If they couldn't get their running back, maybe they go for their tight end. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. good.
All I'm saying, man, is
Frick, I love that pick. Talking about his analytics.
I think
here,
the butterflies heading into that pick, watching like the graphic go up,
I
waiting for
that
who
was
it
the most nervous
gonna
I've
be,
been all night.
more than before.
Yes. Oh, that was more
Yes.
nervous. That like I that was like the deciding one for me. I think, and here's the thing: I don't think a lot of people were talking about Tet to Carolina a whole lot. I've been saying it for the last couple of weeks. Like, hey,
Burden was mocked to Tet more than any other receiver.
was he mocked? Burden was mocked to Tet. Huh?
Burden was mocked to Carolina.
By the
more
way,
than
I
was
just
any
gotta
other
I just gotta
receiver.
say this.
Thanks, my bad.
So before when we've been rehearsing for the last 2 days. Anytime that our producer Mark would talk in our ears and tell us we have a graphic ready, Nathan, anytime he heard it, would just stop
in the middle
mid-sentence and talking.
of sentence.
Right there, Nathan literally was finished his sentence and immediately in stride had the graphic like this man is killing it right now. I just like I took everything I had not to be like, oh my gosh, Nathan's cooking
So
right
proud
now.
of me.
I'm so proud, dude.
I know.
All
Thank
right.
you. Now next time he's gonna say it, I'm gonna pause.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I'm not used to people in my ear, but it is pretty nice.
Yeah.
It is very nice. So we do have Tet Bakery here, the bakery analytics here. there you go.
That's,
I get the
that's what I was
praise,
thinking.
and I just fall flat on my face. Tet McMillan's Bakery Analytics. I would love to get
Mark, make sure you say it exactly how Nathan should say it. In our ears is we have Tet Bakery, and Nathan says we have Tet Bakery. Okay, put it back up. Sorry, I want to read this. This is important. Okay, that was freaking hilarious.
Oh man! So
just as I talked to you,
I know. Then you got me all flustered.
yeah. Can we?
We can't be doing this.
There we go. I know.
So Tet McMillan,
Dominator rating,
and his dominator rating, obviously 10 out of 10. Nothing really about his score is going to change much with this draft capital because we were going into tonight expecting this draft capital, expecting this team investment. Yards per route run, obviously, not going to be anything elite. It is average. I think looking at the dominator rating and the fact that he was able to be as productive as he was in an awful situation in Arizona definitely was a testament to what he could potentially do at the NFL level with just better quarterback play, better play across the board. His ability to push the ball downfield or stretch the field, win in contested catch situations. He can play, because of his size, can play a true alpha, true X wide receiver at the NFL level, and that's what Carolina is definitely hoping for here. If you were curious about Tet Bakery, I hope you enjoyed that.
Now you got Tet Bakery. And it did say on there, again, we have him ranked as our wide receiver 2 right now. We still would with Travis Hunter and where he's going. But I'm going to just go ahead and add to the big board here, and we'll get this graphic up here in a minute. But I think at this point, we would probably, okay, so this is a real conversation now. Ward was the 101 in Superflex League. You have Tet going top 10. Which one are you? They're in the same tier, but if we're ranking them, which one are you ranking ahead right now?
It's tough because you're starting to see wide receiver get a little saturated.
That's true.
And quarterback, we already know that it's oversaturated. In terms of like, there's a big tier of guys that don't really have rushing upside. They're all going to have the same range of production outcomes.
Yeah.
I do believe that as it stands right now, I will.
It's tough. I would say
I think I'd go Ward.
I'd go Ward Tet. That's where I'm
Yeah.
going. So we do have the next pick in. This is going to get interesting. Let's see where the Saints go. The Saints have made their selection,
gonna be a classic
and this is going to be a safe pick. Safe pick. Yep. I knew it.
there you go.
I knew it. You take Kelvin Banks.
another offensive tackle.
I think this is the smart pick. And again, I think when you're talking about their situation, obviously they've been in cap purgatory for a long time. He's ranked, by the way, Kelvin Banks ranked as the 4th offensive tackle on PFF. We're looking at his PFF grade last year among all offensive tackles from a grade standpoint. He was 11th out of all offensive tackles. I mean, so this guy is a very, very good OT. And New Orleans has very clear issues on the offensive line. But to be fair, I mean, they kind of have issues everywhere. I mean, from a skill position standpoint, you're still looking at Kamara. You're still looking at Chris Olave, who we like, even though everybody says that he's pretty much all but dead because of the concussions, even though I don't think he is. But I think this helps all those guys. Now, the main question with New Orleans, which has come out in the last couple of weeks, is that now it's coming out that there's a chance Derek Carr doesn't even play next season.
I know.
And at that point, their quarterback is
Rattler? Hainer?
It's still Rattler. I mean, right? They didn't bring in a
Hainer,
backup.
It's Rattler or it's Hainer. It's one of those
Oh,
two.
boy.
Taysom Hill. Let's go. Taysom.
So in a sense, though, I am a little bit relieved we didn't get a tight end pick here because it would have been rough trying to sculpt a narrative where a tight end that goes to the New Orleans Saints is going to be a hyper-productive.
The exact same situation that we had with Bowers last year, but with not the same caliber of prospect. So it would have been difficult to navigate the exact same thing again in this year's class. So I think ultimately it'll be nice to see a guy like Warren go to a more friendly landing spot for sure. I agree with you.
Let's do what we just talked about and take a look at our updated Dynasty rookie board, and let's see how we have this so far. There's Cam Ward right there, and Tet McMillan moves down into his rightful place at number 4. As we would have this ranked right now in Dynasty Fantasy Football, again, you're going to get our full, complete rankings after the draft. It's going to be Genty, Hunter, and then we're going to be conservative in a super flex league and say Cam Ward and Tet McMillan. Fully noting that at this point, I feel like you would say Hunter, Ward, and McMillan are probably all in the same tier, or would Hunter be in a tier of his own? And we're not adding tiers yet, so these aren't our final rankings, but we're just kind of putting these guys on a board as we go. So don't take this as gospel. Also, do realize Nathan and I are sitting in the middle of the desert trying to figure out what our Dynasty rankings are for rookies. So
with Tet's landing spot and the fact that he and Hunter went 6 picks apart, Cam Ward going 101, I think you've got to consider it all in the same tier right now.
I think it's probably the same tier. So, but again, this is great. And you remember the narrative a couple months ago from a Dynasty standpoint was, okay, we got to sell the 102. I really hope he didn't sell the 102. I really didn't. It was a poor take in my opinion. I think that if anybody who was looking ahead and just even being a little bit patient knew that there was probably going to be something we haven't even talked about. If Hampton gets first round draft capital tonight, we're going to be having a completely separate discussion about this. We may have to have a tier at the top for just Hunter and Hampton. It's going to get really hot and heavy. I mean, okay, so we got the Bears. And the Bears are a wild card, in my opinion. I think the safer picks for the Bears.
I'm itching to see this pick, man.
I mean, because it's almost certainly not going to be offensive line, right?
No, they
literally
paid
covered
offensive linemen this offseason.
Which I think was the smart move.
It's defense or it's skill position, and
it would be tight
They
end.
just tried to trade up for skill position. I think I will.
But it was Genty though. It wasn't just any skill position.
I know, but Warren is very versatile.
Yeah.
Very versatile. I'm going to go out on a limb. I think it's Warren. I think they're taking Warren here.
Okay. I'm going to say.
And we're going to have to do we're going to have a lot of explaining to do.
And we are about to find out. Hold on, let me make my prediction before we put this up. I'm trying to see who hasn't gone yet. Walter Nolan hasn't gone. Malachi Starks hasn't gone yet. Mike Green. It could be Mike Green. Let's put it up and see who it is. I don't think it's a tight end, but let's see if Nathan's right. The Chicago Bears have selected Colston Loveland. Oh my gosh. Frick, dude.
Wow.
So Loveland becomes the first tight end off the board in the NFL draft in 2025. This is a surprise to me.
I'll take a massive L here. I mean, I've been the biggest. We'll see where Warren goes, obviously. I have been the biggest advocate for, I think Warren's being drafted over Loveland by a long shot. I think that Warren is going to be tight end 1 in this class by a long shot. Dead wrong.
And here's the thing. Both can be true. It's a great spot for Loveland. Loveland is very talented. I mean, we've been on the Loveland train since last year, right? I mean, we even though we were on the Warren train more, we've liked Colston Loveland for a long time, even though, we talked about this. We had this discussion earlier just with our guys as we were sitting around talking about some of these prospects. With Colston Loveland, I mean, some of the metrics aren't very. I just want to pull up the bakery real quick.
That's the shocker of the draft so far.
And let's go ahead and bring in Ryan Bread Sterator to kind of break down this pick, because I know the tight end bakery isn't it's the newest one, but we're talking about Colston Loveland has been right there the entire time with Tyler Warren in terms of their bakery scores. They're very comparable. They're in the same tier in the bakery, and so now you have Colston Loveland, who is the tight end 2 in the bakery, the tight end 2 in our personal rankings. But, I mean, depending on where Tyler Warren goes, this both can be true. This is a great landing spot for Colston Loveland, and it's going to be crowded in Chicago
because
in terms of the production there
as a result
and the target share.
As a result of this pick, you've got Chicago now going into day 2, already showing that they're looking to get Genty. They're going running back day 2. Whether it's second round, whether it's third round, they're taking a running back. Ben Johnson is coming from the Detroit Lions offense where they had multiple productive skill position players. There was a point where people started taking hits from one another. Not because they played the same position, not because they were the same skill set, but because there's only so much volume to go around. And you saw that with Laporta last year when Jameson Williams got his own. And we're going to have a lot of explaining and a lot of analysis to do in this offense again now in Chicago, where someone is going to have to take a hit.
I think you're probably right.
It's one of Odunze or DJ Moore, right? If it's not Loveland. But Loveland is a rookie. Again, what's Loveland going to do as a rookie?
I don't know. I mean, we can confidently say that Cole Kmet is dead now.
He's
out the window, gone.
Done.
But I did say we were going to bring in Ryan. So Ryan, in terms of Colson, Loveland, these guys I feel like have been neck and neck in the bakery the whole time. And so how are you looking at this landing spot for Loveland and kind of think about what we were just talking about in terms of there are a lot of mouths to feed here. And even though it's a good landing spot and he's going to get a high analytical score from this, I think it's going to be tough for somebody to produce from a fantasy perspective in Chicago.
Yes, these two, Colson Loveland and Tyler Warren, have been neck and neck the entire time. Warren has had the edge for almost the entire run.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't personally think he's the better tight end, which I know is a controversial opinion, but in terms of the Bears, this does give them a very, very, very strong offense. As you said, it's very crowded. It murders Cole Kmet. But I think there's a lot to be said about the difference in offense that we are going to see this year as it compares to last year.
It's going to be completely different.
Yeah,
so
I think what we know for sure is that there are no more excuses for Caleb Williams from here on out.
Let's jump in and see who the San Francisco 49ers, kind of a wild card here as well, just took in the NFL draft. The San Francisco 49ers have made their pick, and they have selected.
That
there
makes
you go.
Total sense.
There you go. Go Williams.
They have plenty of.
So they go edge. I don't think there was any chance really that they were going to go any type of skill position here. I think there was maybe some talk about that. But, I think this is a safe pick. And again, I think these teams that have the quarterback, which they do, and they also have some receivers as well. But I think if they were ever going to go receiver, I think it was going to be at the end of the first round or into the early second round. And so,
yeah, we're getting to a point now with San Fran where they are now past the point of having the luxury of not having to pay a quarterback for years and years, where they can pay their skill positions, their luxury items, their defensive line, their offensive line. They have so many guys on big deal contracts now that if they want to be successful and sustain this success long term and keep making Super Bowl runs, they're going to have to build through the draft and get these guys on rookie contracts. So hopefully that starts with Williams this year out of Georgia. He's actually ranked by PFF as the seventh edge. In this year's class.
I was actually, PFF was not super high on him. I'm curious where some other big boards would have Williams, but looking at his grades, I mean, he from a from a grading standpoint, last year out of 869 edges, he was ranked 113th. Nice, 113th. So it doesn't jump off the page. They have him as the 38th ranked prospect here. But I mean, San Francisco, they have been known in their cases to make some pretty solid draft picks, like for example, Trey Lance, right? And so,
always going to be crowded in Georgia as well. Sometimes,
it's very true. That is an NFL defense every single year.
They always go for the talent and what they showcase on film, not necessarily their efficiency metrics, because it's just so crowded there all the time. So. San Fran, I have no issue with them going with this pick at all.
I honestly don't either. So
and then we've got Dallas coming up next.
Yeah, and so this is where it's probably going to get pretty interesting here, right?
Very.
Because I think Dallas has all but come out and said, "Hey, we're taking Matthew Golden." That's just my opinion. I think that they're going to take Golden here. That's my locked-in prediction. Who's your prediction for Dallas's pick?
Oh man,
what if they freaking take Hampton? That would be insane.
I think they go offensive line. I really do. They just lost Zach Martin to retirement. They lost Tyler. Okay. No, not Zach. They lost. Who did they lose to retirement? They lost two offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Tyron Smith. Tyron Smith.
Is that who it was?
They left. I think he retired.
Yeah.
Tyron Smith
you are
retired.
Correct.
Yeah. And maybe they lost Martin earlier in the season too.
They did for a while at least. But I mean, again, Martin's 34 now.
Yeah.
So,
anyways. They definitely need to bolster offensive line. They wanted to last year. They did, and he was a developmental guy. And now I think they're going to go with that again. Dak Prescott obviously coming back from that hamstring injury last season where he popped it. Needs to work on that. But again, I do think skill position would be a little bit of a luxury item, a luxury pick for Jerry Jones to go with here. We've seen in the past that all in for him is paying the guys that are there.
Yeah.
And I think he would be hard pressed not to take it, not to go offensive line.
I think you're probably right.
And I will honestly make fun of him if he takes Golden here.
It would be very Jerry Jones pick.
I'm just saying, like as much as you might want
Texas
to see,
boy stays home,
as much as from a fantasy perspective, dynasty perspective, you would want to see Golden go here. From an NFL perspective and standpoint, I do not want to see Golden go to the Cowboys at all.
Yeah.
I think it would be a waste of the 12th overall pick.
Yeah, I'm probably with you, but we are just moments away from finding out the pick for the Dallas Cowboys, and then the Miami Dolphins are going to be on the clock, followed by our beloved.
Going offensive line as well. The Dolphins just lost Armstead to retirement as well.
Yeah.
and they've been trying to kind of bolster their offensive line for the last couple of years. They're kind of as gross as the Saints are in terms of their first-round picks for so long. Have just been like nothing eventful, nothing very fun. They're just kind of bolstering guys that or bolstering positions that they've lost. Guys who are retiring, guys who are aging out, guys that they had to let go in free agency. And Miami, for a team that really finds most of their success in the run game, and by consistently doing that with a guy like Devon Achane, you have to have a viable run blocking game. And that just, and by the way, protect Tua, who's the most concussion-prone quarterback in the NFL, concussion-prone athlete in the NFL right now. I don't think I don't think it would be dumb at all to just go with a boring pick, go with offensive line for the next 2 picks here for the Cowboys and the Dolphins. I will say for Dallas this year, obviously you had the trend of back-to-back NFC East champions being broken by Philly last year, and of course them getting over that hump also got them a Super Bowl win. Do you think that Dallas has a chance to take the crown again this year, or would you? I'd probably bet on Washington as having the second best odds. You go Philly, then Washington, Dallas. Do you think they have a chance at all to take the division this year?
I think they do. I think at this point, especially with that division, I think it could be anybody in any given year. So I would not put it past.
Everyone always seems to be one injury away there, like all the time.
Yeah, no, it's true, and
so
we've talked about there's so much variance with that division every single year.
Right.
And so who this pick is going to be, I think, a pretty telling. I think a pretty telling indication in terms of which direction they want to take their team. So let's go ahead and take a look at the team stats as we wait for this pick for Dallas. Dallas has taken their sweet time making this pick. Obviously, they have a need at running back. They've had a need at running back since really Zeke kind of fell off. They haven't really done anything about it. We mentioned wide receiver, but also you mentioned guard, right? And so guard would probably be the safe pick here, as I should say. I'm trying to see who the top rated guard is available in the draft right now. It's really a tackle kind of class, especially up top in the first round.
Right.
But I think that they could go either way. Obviously, they signed Javonte Williams, so heck, maybe they don't need a running back anymore, right? I mean, maybe Javonte's going to fill that void, right?
If they took Hampton, I would laugh so hard here.
I mean, it would be a great landing spot for Hampton, though.
There are too many good running backs in this class for these guys to make dumb picks.
Yeah.
This high,
I
just
think
go with
you're
a guy
probably
day 2.
correct. So. It is going to be interesting though, and then you've got Miami, and you think Miami's going to go offensive line, which I think you're probably right because Tua is dying out there almost, like literally almost. Yeah,
which to a point where it probably shouldn't make the jokes anymore because holy cow, that guy is getting concussed all the time. And then
you also have the Colts after that, and at this point, if Tyler Warren makes it to the Colts,
I think he's a Colt.
I think Tyler Warren is a Colt, and I think it's a good reason for us to be excited for whoever.
Basically, Denver would have to trade up.
Yes,
Denver would have to jump.
So at the point where Denver stays,
Miami could look to trade back
at
because
the point
they
where
do need depth everywhere.
At the point where Denver stays, they're probably going to. At the point where Denver stays, they're probably going to take Hampton, I think, if I had to guess, in the first round, which would be great for us.
That'd be awesome.
Let's take a look at our updated rookie board now. We just had Colston Loveland drafted. Now, obviously, Colston Loveland for us, of the guys drafted so far,
there are only 5 guys off the board.
It's only 5 guys off the board right now, and he's going to be, in a tier behind, if not 2 tiers behind these other guys. But
I think he's locked himself into the first round of Dynasty Superflex drafts with the draft capital that he just got, right?
We are, we are not. Again, this is going to be the guys as they come in. We're not saying that he's going to be the 5th overall player, but I just got in my ears that we still do not have a pick for the Cowboys, and so we are waiting on that. They're probably, if I had to guess, getting it here pretty soon. But the Cowboys, I mean, they are really
Jerry Jones got to take
honestly for the first time tonight. It's only 6:20, so we've been live. The draft started an hour and 20 minutes ago, and we're already picked 12. That's honestly not bad. It's moving pretty good tonight.
It is moving good.
I feel like everybody kind of knew who they wanted coming in, but
for sure.
Again, a lot of different ways Dallas could go. I think the best case scenario right now for dynasty players is if it goes really golden here, and then Warren at 14, and then Hampton at the end of the first. I think that's going to be the best case scenario right now. So
pretty.
Yeah, there are again.
We've got 5 of our 8 perceived first round locks that have gone, and then anything after that, we're playing with house money.
And the other thing about this is the Cowboys don't have to take. We talked about running back as a joke, but in all honesty, it would be much smarter for the Cowboys to just wait until the 2nd, 3rd round to take a running back, because even the 4th, there are going to be plenty this year. Plenty. And again, like you mentioned, it's going to come down to who pulls the trigger on Hampton when you know that there's good depth available in this class later on that you can get at a much cheaper price where you can. And this is everybody has mentioned this, but this is a deep class at a lot of positions, particularly on the defensive line. It's a very deep class. But although there's not a ton of like true stud star power guys in this class, and the guys that were, in my opinion, Hunter, Carter, and Genty are off the board now. And so I think you're going to start seeing a huge tier here. Notice we haven't really seen any trades since the Jags decided to move up there. So
no, that was complete and utter chaos. I think we heard so many teams trying to make moves and trying to move up, trying to move down, that they all kind of ended up being maybe even for the same pick. And then the Jags probably outbid whoever else was trying to make a move there.
Yeah.
Or the Jags outbid the trade up or the trade down for Cleveland when other people were trying to potentially make a deal there with them, even if it maybe wasn't with that. I don't know. So a lot of silence for sure.
Yeah. And I did just hear from Kyle back home in Indiana that ESPN is just now announcing the 49ers pick. So we got ahead of the broadcast a little bit. So that's why we're waiting here. But very, very fun start to the night so far. I mean, I think we talked about like the total that could be drafted tonight, and we're at 5, right?
Yes.
I think we're gonna get to 9 fairly easily.
Yeah, like I was saying, 5 of the 8
last
guys
year was 14, by the way.
5 of the 8 guys that we had as perceived locks in the first round, quote unquote, have already gone in the first 11 picks of this draft.
Yeah.
11.
Honestly, Loveland going that high was a little bit of a surprise.
Huge.
I mean,
dude, there was a chance that
I
he
knew
fell
his
to the early
ceiling was.
second.
I knew his ceiling was up there.
We thought there was a chance that he could fall to the early second. Clearly not, apparently.
Part of me thinks with the Loveland pick too, like, I mean, again, it's just going to depend on where the running backs go.
Why don't
like
you go with like the guy that's more fun? like for Ben Johnson as a play caller, like he likes the fun guys that you can like do a ton of crazy schematic stuff with.
You ready to figure out who the pick is?
We'll see. I would love to see what this Dallas Cowboys pick is.
All right, let's put it up on the
Talking
screen.
about
Dallas
them forever.
Cowboys. We talked about this one for a while. They took their time, and they go guard. I mean, so again, that's a safe pick. Wow.
I'll pat myself on the back there.
I'm really wondering now which team is going to pull the trigger on a player like Matthew Golden in the first round now, right? It's going to be really interesting to see what they decide to do here. Now you get past Dallas, and Dallas goes guard. But again, I mean, as much as we want to sit here and do the Jerry Jones accent and make fun of him for being an old man that can't run an NFL franchise, this is probably a good pick for the Cowboys. I mean, you're talking about Tyler Booker out of Alabama.
I will not make fun of him for this.
And I don't even know how I was looking. What am I looking at? I'm looking at PFF, and Tyler Booker's not even in the top 30. Like that, he's the best guard probably in the class according to PFF. But out of Alabama, that is I think a pretty safe pick for Dallas, and I think they're not going to regret doing that. So
no, not at all. And I think this is great for Dak. This is a type of pick that you would want to see for a guy that we're big advocates for investing in at the moment and coming back and increasing in value significantly. Obviously, that's going to give them more time to throw the ball, get the ball to CeeDee Lamb, get the ball to their weapons, whoever they go with later in the draft here. But also, depending on, I would love to see kind of his run blocking grade and advanced metrics here as well. But you would assume that Dallas will finally, after us saying that they should do it for 2 straight years, should go with a running back day 2.
Yeah.
Of all the classes to do it, this is the year that you want to do it. You're obviously seeing in some mocks before the NFL draft, Genty falling as far to the Dallas Cowboys in the first round, and where they would have jumped on that opportunity. I definitely think Jerry has his eyes on a running back in this class. It just depends on who and when.
Yeah, it definitely does. So we're going to see now with the Miami Dolphins who are on the clock, and there's been essentially zero talk of the Dolphins taking any type of skill position player here. So I think we expect them to probably go somewhere safe. Really, they do need to build the interiors on offense and defense. I think. I think that you've got and honestly, that Miami defense wasn't bad last year. It definitely could have been a lot worse. But I mean, they need to protect the quarterback, and so you mentioned offensive line here. I think that's probably going to be the direction that the Miami Dolphins go. But then we get to the Colts at 14, and the Colts obviously could go a couple different directions as well. I think the safe pick for the Colts at 14 would be to probably go offensive line. I mean, you're talking about them losing the guys that they did on the offensive line. I mean, it's not going to help. It's not going to do any favors for a quarterback that you're trying to develop in Anthony Richardson that already lacks I mean, a lot of skills that he either needs to develop or he's not going to make it in the NFL. And not having any protection for him is not going to be good either. He's going to be put under pressure. A guy who moves well in the pocket, immediately flushed out of the pocket, and we're going to see him, making a lot of other decisions as well. I think that with Indianapolis, the sexy pick is going to be tight end. Nobody wants them to take a tight end, but the safe pick is going to be guard. So we could be looking at a couple of guard/defensive picks here for the next couple picks. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, again, we've gotten pretty spoiled so far with the first 12 picks, 5 of them being dynasty relevant players. So, and I think in our opinion, we can both agree the top dynasty relevant players that we thought maybe could go by now that haven't, that I would expect to go tonight. I would say Matthew Golden and Tyler Warren are probably the two that we're looking at here in the next couple picks that would still have a chance. So.
Yeah, I agree for sure.
It's gonna be interesting to see which direction they go. But again, we talk about let's pivot. I want to try to just pivot back and talk about this a little bit because I know we're going to be having this conversation off camera. But in the event that Omarion Hampton does get first round draft capital tonight, and we don't know if he will. We're talking about our big board. Do you think that there's a tier with Hunter and Hampton in Dynasty, and then it's Tet and Loveland? I mean, not Tet and Loveland, just Tet and Ward. How aggressive are you going to be, ranking Hampton with these guys, and how aggressive are you going to be with Tet McMillan now that we know that he's going to be a Carolina Panther?
So if Hampton goes where we think he's going to go tonight,
which is it the 20s?
To me, I will be locking him in 102.
Okay.
And if you wanted to put him in the same tier as Hunter, just because of Hunter's profile, because of him being Travis Hunter, I really can't blame you. I really do understand that. I think of it a little more in terms of like the positional value of wide receivers versus running backs in Dynasty at the moment. And when you're looking at wide receivers, like I've said this plenty of times in the past, I haven't said it in a long time, I'm going to say it again. You can only have 12 wide receiver ones every single year. And when you're getting to a point where you've got so many of these high upside, highly talented wide receivers at the NFL level, it's getting crowded up top. It's getting crowded in the top 3 rounds. And obviously you have guys age out and stuff, but really, how many veteran wide receivers that are productive wide receiver ones do you even see going into the top 3 rounds right now? In addition to all the cornerstone young assets, it's really only A.J. Brown and Nico Collins.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I mean, your top 6 guys are all 24 or under, 25 or under. And you also have, your JSNs going in the 3rd round, your Lab McConkeys, all those types of guys. So it's hard to see where Travis Hunter really is going to end up fitting there as a guy who's going to be paired with BTJ.
I get it.
And whether that's something that's like a negative or a positive, I think it's a neutral personally. It's way easier for Hampton to jump into the top 5 than it is for Travis Hunter right now.
And I really want to kind of hear what the chat has to say about that. Like, if Hampton goes first round tonight, now knowing that Travis Hunter, I haven't even seen, I need my team to update me. Has there been anything said by the Jags or by Travis Hunter in terms of what position he will play more of? Are they said anything, or are they not saying anything about it at all? Both wouldn't surprise me. But, I mean, silence so far. Okay, so they're literally saying nothing. We know nothing more than we did, outside of the fact that, I think the Jags would prefer, I think they would enjoy playing him at wide receiver, and so you're going to look at that and potentially be happy with the result. But
I think you just got to read the room, read the tea leaves, and see who they hired at head coach. Liam Cohen, an offensive coordinator, ex-offensive coordinator who had success with multiple productive wide receivers in the same offense that were very complementary, and a good run game as well, with a solid quarterback who they already have with Trevor Lawrence, and then the GM hire that they made as well. So I think seeing kind of how they operated pre-Liam Cohen and now them obviously trading up, paying for, I don't think they would pay a future first round pick and an early second round pick to move up to get Hunter to not utilize him as much as they possibly can.
Yeah.
And I think that means on both sides. I don't think that means splitting time. I think that means both sides.
Yeah.
I really do. They could limit his time on the defensive side of the ball where they just put him in on crucial downs,
Sure.
like 3rd downs and stuff like that. But it's something that you'll definitely want to monitor for sure. But also, Hampton will be my 102. I do think you could have a tier of the 102 and the 103 for sure.
Yeah.
And then you have a teardrop and it's Ward and Tet. Totally understandable. I get it. But again, same reason for why I would have Hampton over Hunter. Why would there be a tier break where you would take Tet as low as the 104 when he went 8th overall.
I know. I mean, a top 10 wide receiver is
the wide receiver position right now in Dynasty, and how many of them there are.
And you're seeing it quarterback in the opposite fashion. It's why Cam Ward is dropping, because the quarterback position has done the exact opposite thing, right? And so, or I mean, I guess really it wouldn't be the opposite thing. It's kind of the same thing.
It is kind of the same,
it's kind
because
of the
you've
same.
got a big tier of guys that are just sort of. They kind of have the same production upside capabilities.
What kind of production would you expect from Ted McMillan in year 1?
I would expect wide receiver 2.
That's high. I mean, that would be a very good rookie
with
season.
Thielen, Leggett, and Coker. If he is not a low-end wide receiver 2, I would be freaking disappointed at this point.
Okay, so I will ask this as well as I kind of pull up. I want to just pull up Dynasty rankings real quick.
I mean, Marv was a low-end wide receiver 2, wasn't he?
So where do you...
Or high-end wide receiver 3?
He was a high-end wide receiver 3.
Okay.
So where do you rank in terms of ranking them with existing wide receivers? Where do you rank
Good question.
Ted McMillan in Dynasty? Like, what tier of guys is he around right now?
Same tier as Ladd.
Ladd
Yeah,
Marv.
I think he'd be right there with Ladd. I would have Marv ahead of him.
Okay.
But he would be literally back-to-back with Ladd.
I'm just going to look here. That range of wide receiver rankings that Nathan is talking about here.
Guess where that is, too, by the way?
Where?
Guess where where's Ladd McConkey going in startups right now?
The 3rd round.
2-3 turn.
And we're at the 104. Okay. Let's see who. Imagine that. Let's see who the Miami Dolphins took here real quick. Miami Dolphins with the 13th overall pick in the NFL draft have taken Kenneth Grant. They actually went defense here. DT. That is a nice pick.
Wow,
Kenneth Grant. Again, I think there's tons of depth on the defensive line this year.
Yeah, there is. It's a very good class.
And Kenneth Grant is no exception to that. Kenneth Grant was the other guy. Again, we saw him play in person. He was a game wrecker. This dude was killing my Hoosiers. I mean, Michigan was no good. We talk about Colston Loveland, and we talked about his analytics. Part of the reason with his analytical profile is they never threw the ball. But when they did, they were throwing the ball to Colston, right? And so, defensively, this is where, we saw this Michigan team beat Ohio State. I'm not taking a side. I don't care about either of them. But
I prefer Michigan.
In large...
Don't unsubscribe if you're an Ohio State fan. I'm sorry.
I was really trying to not get us into trouble there.
Shouldn't have done that. My bad.
Probably not. But in large part because of the defense. It was a very stout defense, and that defensive line, I mean, I would go as far as saying it was the best two-man defensive front in the country. The combination of both of those guys.
Do you one better than that? If they had any semblance of quarterback play there, they're a college football playoff team last year. Their defense was way too dominant.
Their quarterback play was abysmal.
They beat the national champions, and I understand rivalries are different, so you can't grade that on the same scale in college. But dude, I don't think I have ever, for a respectable college football organization in D1, I don't think I have ever seen more abysmal quarterback play than the Michigan Wolverines of 2024.
Yeah,
it was awful.
All right.
So bad.
Let's preface this. This is our team. This is our Colts. You've already heard Nathan sing that one on the Flocker.
This is our Colts.
This is, I don't know. What do you think? Are they going Warren? I bet they take Warren.
I think
they took Warren. Let's see the pick.
Yeah.
The Indianapolis Colts.
No one's saving this situation, by the way.
No. Yeah. I think this was.
And I still, to my
Here he goes.
own demise,
Here he goes. Get the camera on. Get the camera on. He's getting red.
I can't not get excited about Tyler Warren being on my team.
I know.
It makes me happy that Tyler Warren's on my
it.
team. But let me just say,
that's freaking
camera,
awesome.
look at me.
Oh, camera.
Mr. Tyler Warren. I love you. I love you at Penn State. I think you're amazing.
We're a huge
I think
Warren
that you
fans.
should have been drafted over Colston Loveland. I am so sorry that you are an Indianapolis Colt. You are going to be miserable.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely miserable.
Dude.
Now, all that to say, top 15 draft capital for Tyler Warren. In an offense where it is not a secret that they wanted to get Bowers last year.
Okay.
He's the number one target in that offense.
No, he is. He's the wide receiver one.
The number one target.
He is the wide receiver one the Colts have needed for 4 years now.
Yes.
Okay, so
honestly, I'd rather have Daniel Jones throwing him the ball. Remember when Daniel Jones was throwing the ball to Darren Waller in preseason?
I remember. We need to have ourselves a discussion because I'm looking on the Dynasty big board and we're going to okay, where do we slot Warren in?
We definitely need a non-Colts fan to give us breakdown for this. By the way,
can you guys up top message me and tell me what you think of this pick? okay, so really where I'm, kind of considering now, what I'm kind of thinking through is Loveland versus Warren and how we're going to rank them. I think we could safely say they're going to be in the same tier.
Yeah.
But which one are you taking? I mean, they went 4 picks apart.
Okay, guys, we say this every year.
Ryan says good pick.
I am
not good for fantasy, which I agree with, and which is why. But neither is Loveland.
I fully understand that I am a biased Colts fan. Let me just preface this before I say it. I have never been lower on the Colts and their situation and everything they do more than I am now. Some could call me a hater, even though I'm a homer.
Tom says be more excited.
I would rather take Tyler Warren in Dynasty. I would rather take Tyler Warren in Dynasty over Loveland at this point.
I think we're going to have to agree. Okay, they're in the same tier. I don't think.
Do you disagree? Agree?
I would conservatively say Warren below Loveland at the moment if I had to, but again, the tier is always a cop out, and not to mention, I mean, even though look, everybody's going to crap on the landing spot. Look, we know.
Yeah,
it's not good. I mean, Nathan just issued a public apology for this guy getting drafted by the Colts, but Loveland's landing spot, yes, from a situational standpoint, it's eons better. But, but it has its own issues.
Because of how crowded it is.
Because of how crowded it is.
And we've seen how those crowded rooms can get in a really, really good effective offense like Detroit. So that's my question is, do we
Ryan is saying Loveland over Warren for landing spot alone, and I think I agree.
Do we play the Bowers card or do we play the Laporta card? Which one do we play?
Let's put the rookie board up and see what the rookie board says here. Okay, well, it has I kind of did that behind Nathan's back, but I will say Ryan is an unbiased third party.
Let's ask Ryan Bread Sarator himself.
Okay, Ryan Bread Sarator, we're going to bring in. We're going to talk about Tyler Warren versus Colston Loveland.
I want to hear your rationale.
Look, we said this has been a very good tight end class. We said this, and again, both these guys grade out very well in the bakery. Ryan, why do you think Colston Loveland should be ranked ahead of Tyler Warren in Dynasty at this point in time?
The biggest reason for me is that Tyler Warren may or may not be a better actual player, a better tight end, but he doesn't have a professional quarterback to throw him the NFL football.
Correct.
Which is an issue when his whole fantasy value is derived by having an NFL professional quarterback throwing him an NFL professional football.
It's true. Nathan, I need to hear your response to that because Nathan makes a good point. Bowers didn't have that either.
I mean, Bowers didn't have that, but he's also
Bowers.
Better.
He's different.
He's also Bowers.
Yes.
That's the comeback.
But Loveland isn't Bowers either.
No, that's true.
So I can already tell we're going to have this debate all off season. And
look,
in my opinion, I think it's going to be a fun debate because you really could, if you told me at this point next year that Loveland, you were so wrong about Warren and Loveland was a guy that was more productive, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Really. And I think that ultimately gets to a point where I think even though we're going to have so much debate about it, we're going to land they're in the same tier.
So you stick around after the first round ends. We are going to be live for a couple hours tonight, hanging out with you guys, taking your questions, talking about the biggest storylines from round one, and then also doing rookie mocks. And I think we're going to get a pretty good idea tonight when we're doing rookie mock drafts. You do a handful of them, and we're going to see who they prefer. And I'm pretty sure they're going to align with Ryan on this one and that they're going to prefer Loveland over Warren. Although I will say...
I think you're right.
I will say, though, I don't think from a value standpoint you can put these guys in any separate tiers because they essentially got the same draft capital, right?
Yep.
And so when you're looking at the draft capital, when you're looking at the situations, both of them have knocks and situations. But again, I think the fact that you have Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams for Colston Loveland's situation, I think that gives him the edge personally.
It is not even remotely close. The situation is better.
I know.
We
know what the questions are.
It really, really is. It's just, do you want volume? Or do you want better situation with crowded room?
And the Colts, so listen, one of the first things that happened when we were doing the podcast was Nathan talking about Jelani Woods' thighs. We've been stuck with Jelani Woods, which was kind of, questionable. Yeah. We've been stuck with Jelani Woods, our freaking tight end, and it was freaking...
now you're going to have me crushing on Warren, because...
Well, you already are crushing
Warren
on Warren, dude. You already are. Let's look at the Colts team profile from this last year. Obviously, they did go out and sign some impact free agents here. They got Ward on the defensive side of the ball. They really needed help at corner, and they went and got Ward. They went and got Ballantyne. They also went and got Cam Bynum at safety, which was a big deal. The biggest impact free agent that you can see right there is clearly Daniel Jones. Clearly this guy is going to change the calculus of this Colts offense, right?
Hey, if he ends up starting, do you like Jones getting the ball to Warren more than AR?
Can I not answer that?
I'd prefer Jones.
Can I pick neither? But
it's awful.
you look at the
regardless.
receiving grade here, 18th in the league, and that's with a good receiver in Josh Downs and a solid receiver in Michael Pittman. But none of those guys are alphas. And Tyler Warren, honestly, like you see teams now. Like it doesn't really matter which way you frame it. Like when you're looking at the Raiders situation, Brock Bowers is the wide receiver one there. And Tyler Warren's not Brock Bowers. I mean, I want to be very clear about that. Tyler Warren is not even close to Brock Bowers. But in the sense that Brock Bowers is the wide receiver one for the Raiders, Tyler Warren is going to be the wide receiver one for the Indianapolis Colts.
He was also utilized the same way in terms of his versatility.
Yeah.
You say what you want about Steichen. I'll say plenty about Steichen because I'm not a big Steichen fan. I think he plays head coach like he's still an offensive coordinator. He's going to have a field day from a play calling perspective with Warren.
Yeah.
He's going to be obsessed with the guy. Like he's going to draw up a bunch of ridiculous stuff. Also, what do you think this does for JT?
I mean, a couple of things here.
Helps him?
Number one, I mean, if anything, this is probably not correlated in the sense that, in terms of run blocking, I mean, Tyler Warren's a decent run blocking tight end for sure. So I think you're going to, the edges there are going to be better. But I think adding a weapon into that pass game is just going to make that. I think he'll make that entire offense more dynamic as a whole. And
they hopefully should be a little more enjoyable to watch and not anemic as frick.
Well, I still think they're going to be anemic as frick.
They're not going to be taking any shots downfield, that's for sure. It's all going to be dink, dunk, 5 to 10 yards down the field.
You saw that's what Warren did at Penn State. They literally ran their entire offense through him because they had no wide receiver. It's actually a very similar situation when you're comparing the Penn State situation to the Indianapolis situation in the sense that Indy. I mean, look, I like Josh Downs a lot. And I like Pittman, but again, you're not running an offense through one of those guys.
When you're passing the ball, it's probably going to be Warren, Pittman, Warren. Take a shot downfield to Downs, Warren, Downs, Pittman, and a lot of Warren.
I don't know. I think you get more Downs in there. But here's the reason why you shouldn't be 100% totally out on Tyler Warren in Dynasty specifically is because if you're playing Dynasty, I mean, the Colts are going to have a new coach, a new GM, and a new quarterback in 1 year. What we're going to see Peyton Manning GM. We're going to see head coach Kevin Stefanski, and then we're going to see Arch Manning, his nephew. So we're that close, right? I mean, but no. In reality, though, I am serious in the sense that the Colts situation. This is pretty much make or break for the current front office. This is pretty much make or break for this staff, and honestly, this is make or break for Anthony Richardson as well. I'm freaking sick and tired of them putting a Band-Aid on quarterback, and I guarantee you Jim Irsay is, and I guarantee you the rest of the fans are as well.
Jim Irsay is more sick of it than anyone, which is why, I mean, he's the one that freaked out on Carson Wentz to begin with and freaked out.
I don't know. I'm getting kind of scared he's getting complacent because he's old now, I don't. Either way, the point is, in Dynasty, Tyler Warren is absolutely a long play. But he's not even that much of a long play because he is somebody that can. It's just
he can have immediate.
Tight ends are hard, man, and I do want to take this away. I'm not going to overinflate Tyler Warren's dynasty value or his dynasty hype because he went in the first 15 picks. But I will say this: Tyler Warren. We did this with Bowers last year, where everybody hated his landing spot. Everybody hated it, and what we've come to find out is really when these tight ends go to these top teams, and they're not the most ideal landing spots, a lot of times it doesn't matter. Tyler Warren is good enough for it potentially not to matter. And I want everybody to keep that in mind when you're talking about where Tyler Warren's actually going to go in Dynasty. Right now, as the players we have drafted, we have him 6th out of 6. But I think safely he'll go at the 1-2 turn, if I had to guess, depending on what I think the running backs are all going to jump him as they start coming in. And so at that point, I think that you're playing the long game with Warren. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that either. Like, we have to think more. We play in 3-year windows. The 3-year window for Tyler Warren is still very good, even though the immediate fantasy production. Look, and here's also what you're going to hear, and this is why I just want to kind of bring it home with this. Every single person you listen to is going to just completely crap on Warren because of the landing spot.
I think you're right.
They really will. I know they will because they've already laid the groundwork to do it.
Which may.
Again, we know they suck, guys. We know.
This is going to suck because we're going to end up having to actually toot Warren's horn, and it's going to suck because people are going to be like, well, you're just Colts fans. But it may even get to a point where it makes Warren fall a tier below where Loveland is going in terms of consensus ADP.
Yeah.
And that's going to be annoying for us because then we're going to be stuck talking about another Colts player.
All right, the Falcons are on the clock with pick number 15. They're going to be followed closely by Arizona. Arizona has team need all over the place, and Cincinnati has team need everywhere but wide receiver and quarterback, essentially. And so these picks could be interesting. I don't know how many skill position players we've seen here, although I guess I wouldn't be ultra surprised if the Falcons took a wide receiver.
I think Atlanta goes defense here.
But that's the play.
When they went and got Penix last year, everyone knew that their biggest team need was going to be the defensive line, and they ignored it, and they took Penix. Now is the time where they need to really address that situation. You would obviously like to see more speed on the offensive side of the ball because they have a lot of good playmaking. Well, really only two because Pitt sucks. But we'll see who they go with here because the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons. We'll see which side of the ball they decide to go with. They take Jalen Walker.
There you go. So you nailed it. They take an outside linebacker with the 15th pick, and it is Jalen Walker. And so you mentioned it. I think the Falcons, obviously the Falcons have been notorious for taking skill position players. I know, man. They're insane. And the linebacker, I mean, and their D line's always ridiculous, but the linebacker too in the draft, according to PFF, Jalen Walker out of Georgia, I think is a solid pick here and one that's going to fill a need. On a defense where you're talking about their secondary was really good last year. They have some of the best safeties in the league. And even, with all of their flaws on defense, their run defense, even just 2 years ago, was pretty good, if you'll remember. And so when we have the team profile for the Falcons, I'll have you guys throw that up. But I do think this does fill a team need for the Atlanta Falcons, and I think you're going to look at this pick and say, okay, finally the Falcons didn't choose a wide receiver, a tight end, or a running back. So let's take a look again at the team stats for the Atlanta Falcons. I mean,
they're tackling.
I know so as you can see, you look at this graphic and you say, okay, what is the most glaring need here? It's pass rush and tackling, and they just got one of those needs filled with a linebacker in the first round. And then obviously
they definitely just looked at PFF, and that's how they decided who they were going to pick.
Yeah,
for sure. That's definitely what their process was.
Do you think the Falcons are doing like the PFF mock drafts like during the day to like practice and they're like, okay, who would we take? Who would we take?
Yes.
No, I mean, but when you look at the offense, Nathan, look at the offensive. I want you to just read the ranks there for this is.
Yeah, I mean this is with two different quarterbacks, mind you.
Is
with Kirk Cousins not looking great last year, and then them benching him. I don't think they had to bench him really, personally. But even Penix really looking solid at the end of the year. Third-ranked offense in terms of PFF grading. Their passing game was top 10 between Cousins and Penix. They did not lose a step with Penix.
No.
And their run game obviously was incredibly effective as well with Bijan. And then you see like offensive line. They were very solid as well in terms of their pass protection, their run blocking, all of that. And some of that is going to be because they did have, a viable passing game, viable receivers, a more than viable running back in Bijan, who's one of the top running back talents in the NFL. Their offense is set from a schematic perspective and like how effective they can be on a weekly basis and like a potential playoff run. Like you would like to see more speed. You would want to see them get a speedster. But they did kind of get that with Mooney last year.
Sure.
Right? But you would like to see them maybe get someone else.
Yeah, I agree.
But all that to say, that really is ultimately like speed is a luxury item when you're looking at the dire needs that they do have on the defensive side of the ball. They can get speed in the later rounds if they really want to get someone who can stretch the field. If they want to get someone who's maybe a little quicker, a little faster than Algier as a gadget running back option in the backfield. That'll be interesting to look into in the future rounds here for the Atlanta Falcons. But I do think like you're probably going to see a lot of defense for them this year.
Travis Hunter on the Jaguars, and this is what he said after he got picked. They hadn't talked to me since the Combine, which is classic Jaguars.
Wow.
Will they let him play wide receiver and cornerback? They told me they were going to let me do what I do. They put me on the phone with both coordinators. So, they might have just traded up to let him play both sides of the ball, which I honestly think would be a good move. I mean, I think he can be an impact player.
He said he wanted to do it this whole time.
Correct. So, that's big for him. So now, again, we pivot to the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals, right now, obviously their selection last year, the first-round selection was Marvin Harrison Jr., who came out, had a wide receiver 3 season from a fantasy football perspective, and so it was a little bit disappointing. But Trey McBride just signed a contract to become the highest-paid tight end in NFL history, actually, after coming off a season where when you're looking at his production compared to somebody like Brock Bowers, where we were really tooting Brock Bowers' praises, Trey McBride was every step of the way is good. So they don't really have team need at tight end. Their running backs, they've got Trey Benson and James Conner. I think they feel pretty confident in that. Their wide receivers are a different story. They've got Marv. They could really afford a nice slot receiver behind Marvin Harrison Jr. Really could afford a nice slot wide receiver. So.
Oh, you mean like a Luther Burden?
Yeah, potentially. Yes.
How nice would that?
That would be pretty nice. I don't know, but we'll see. I will say that I don't expect the Cardinals to go offense.
They're going defense.
Yeah, I think they're 100% going defense here. Yeah. So this is a good time to again tell you that we are running our literal once-a-year sale where if you, who play Dynasty, would like to come and join the biggest Dynasty community there is, you can come join the Domain community, jump on the Discord. You can join at the annual Motherflocker tier with code DOMAIN. And right now, Nathan and I sit down and do not one, but two team reviews for you. They include rookie draft blueprints as well, so you can see it's full team blueprint. We'll sit down, we'll do the team review, and Nathan and I do all of these, but we also do rookie draft blueprints to tell you, hey, here are the players you should be targeting. Here are the players you should be targeting, and that looks like the next pick, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that defense? Yep.
Is that Walter Nolan? Is that who it is?
Yep.
Put it back up. You already put it up, so you can just send it to me. I don't care. But anyways, the link is going to be in the comments if you want to join. Again, you have to use code DOMAIN. Annual Motherflocker tier gets you 2 blueprints. But I think we have the pick. So
yeah. So with that in mind for the Arizona Cardinals, I just want to talk to you a little bit about what you think that situation is going to look like long term. Do you think Gannon is on the hot seat this year? Do you think it's playoffs or he's gone? Because they've gotten there.
I would think so.
You think so?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I also think Kyler's on the hot seat, truthfully.
From being dealt.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Because, and obviously the deal is it has him locked there, I feel like. Mm-hmm. But look, this pick, I already forget who it was. If you could show me again, but this pick is
Walter Nolan.
It was Nolan. Thank you.
Yep.
This pick, I think, is going to help the Cardinals. I think the Cardinals can't really afford to be sexy again and go with them. The flashy wide receiver pick, the flashy offensive skill position pick here, and I think they have to be safe. So
yeah, I mean, I don't think. Gannon couldn't have gotten more out of his current defensive room than he has over the last couple of years because of how depleted and how awful they truly were, or truly are. They, I think, have one of the worst, if not the worst, defensive room across the board than anyone in the league. And Gannon has been able to work wonders with legit, like the first year that he was in there, objective practice squad level players.
Yeah.
Practice squad level players, and he made them like an average to slightly below average defense.
Yes. Yeah.
And they again showed kind of their shortcomings last year and that they have a cap ceiling. They've got to start getting guys into that room.
Yeah.
So very similar to Atlanta, I think you're going to see them kind of address that team need quite a bit this year and just hammer the defensive side of the ball, because at this point, I don't really care that they could use a slot wide receiver to pair with Marvin Harrison. The excuses for that offense have run out. They really have. They've got the insurance for James Conner once he's phased out with Trey Benson. Their offensive line, they've been bolstering their offensive line for a couple of years. They obviously went with Paris last year as their left tackle. Yep. And then with wide receiver, you can ride with Michael Wilson as your 2. It's not ideal, but he's competent enough. And then you have McBride, who you just paid a ton of money to. McBride, Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson, technically, I guess, truly as your 3.
Yes.
And then Kyler Murray. Like, there are no excuses left for these guys.
No, I don't think so.
Marv is now a veteran. He's not a rookie anymore. He's not a veteran, but he's not a rookie. So I think being able to just get this roster more well-rounded and leave no more room for doubt for what this team is capable of or should be capable of really does put everyone in that coaching staff and Kyler Murray on the hot seat for sure.
I totally agree. So I think it's a safe pick. I mean, and Walter Nolan was I think the second ranked defensive interior by PFF behind, of course, only Mason Graham. So I think this is a solid pick. I think this is a safe pick, and I think that the Cardinals needed to at some point be the responsible team and take the player that they needed to. So now we pivot to a team that does, in my opinion, from a front office perspective, everything but be responsible, and that's the Cincinnati Bengals. And the Bengals are going to pick here, I think it's been a mixed bag in terms of who they would pick. Now, obviously, there were rumors that the Bengals were meeting with running backs, and we were kind of like, why in the world would they do that? And we appreciate our freaking production team getting that graphic up there for us. Walter Nolan, again, the DT2, like I mentioned, as the 16th pick, but as you can see, the Bengals, the Seahawks, and then the Buccaneers. But Nolan, again, I think it's a great pick. I think the Bengals, again, I never expect them to do the responsible thing, but easily the responsible thing here for the Bengals would be, I think Mike Green is still on the board, right? Out of Marshall, I think Mike Green I think that would be a great pick for them.
Yeah, he's fallen because of some character issues that were known.
That's what is that? I did not hear about that.
Someone's going to take an athletic upside shot on him.
You've got Jahad Campbell out of Alabama that could potentially go here as well. So I think you've got a lot of different defensive guys here that would be good picks for the Bengals, who again,
the Bugles should take Green. the guy out of Marshall.
Yeah, no,
They absolutely
I think at this point, I honestly didn't expect him to get this far. But the character thing kind of makes sense. I mean, most of the time
Yeah.
when you have a guy falling like this, it doesn't happen because people don't like his skill set. I think everybody knows that Mike Green's very talented, but we'll see if they end up making that pick. Honestly, this would be smart for the Bengals to do, and it would give them a win from a team build standpoint that I don't think they could get any other way because a lot of people have talked about their spending at wide receiver. We've been very open about saying we don't really understand how they're going to be able to do it, but anytime you have Joe Burrow, anytime you have Jamar Chase, I mean, I think you're going to be in pretty good shape. So
a little bit.
You got to build around those guys now, though. You've got those guys on long-term deals, and I think you have to kind of have to make it happen at that point. So we'll see. And then we got the Seahawks after that on the clock at 18, and then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting over the next couple of picks to see where Seattle goes. Obviously, they get Darnold in a move this offseason from the Vikings. They don't trade for him, but they sign him in free agency, trading a third-round pick for Geno Smith, or trading Geno Smith for a third-round pick to the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't know, man. I don't think we're going to see many exciting things happen for the next couple of picks in terms of like the dynasty and the fantasy production upside.
I think all of these guys are going to go
now since he is the one wild card because of the decisions that they consistently make on an annual basis.
That's true.
You could be like maybe they go defense and go defensive line to maybe replace Hendrickson if they're going to move him and don't want to pay him. Or maybe they just freaking pay Hendrickson and bolster the defensive line because they still need help there because Hendrickson shouldn't be the only guy there.
Yeah.
But the pick is in officially for the Cincinnati
Let's take a look.
Bengals,
Let's see if they be responsible big boys here, Cincy. I believe in you. Come on.
Come on.
The pick is in. The Cincinnati Bengals have taken. Okay, Shamar Stewart is also a very good pick. I actually forgot about Stewart. I didn't realize he hadn't been freaking picked yet.
Yeah,
That's the take your medicine pick. That's the pick.
That is a take your medicine pick.
And that's the correct one, right?
Yes.
And so I feel very good about that for the Bengals. I am
so proud of them for doing that.
We mentioned this when T. Higgins signed the extension, and because it was T. Higgins and Chase that were kind of at the same time. Yeah. There was really no way around this. They were going to have to kill this draft from a defensive standpoint, especially. You have to kill it.
Yeah.
So,
for sure.
I mean, I think this is step one in doing that. Shamar Stewart ranked as the edge number 6 in PFF, but again, I think PFF's a little bit lower on him than the consensus, where I think most experts had Shamar Stewart as a pretty highly ranked prospect, and you see him go here at 17, and it puts we are getting close to the Broncos. It's gonna be Hampton time. I'm gonna be nervous for that one.
Yeah, for sure.
But the Seahawks are gonna be on the clock next, and like I mentioned, I did see a couple mocks where they took Golden, but, I mean, we've now gotten to 18, and we've not had any Golden yet. So we're going to end up seeing about Matthew Golden. And he's in the green room, dude.
Yeah.
He's there.
I know.
So it would be pretty embarrassing if he didn't end up going or anything.
That would be very awkward. It's always one or two people every single year. And you always hope it's the guys that aren't getting a ridiculous amount of coverage.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen more buzz for a player. I mean, this transcends A.D. Mitchell last year.
Yeah.
With the talk and the buzz and the expectations of where Golden's going to go.
Sure.
So, I mean, as much as I am not a fan of Matthew Golden as a prospect, analytically, all that stuff, I still would be shocked if he fell outside of the first round.
Yeah.
He's got to go somewhere at some point here.
I think you're probably right. And so we're going to find out here in short order. I mean, I think if you look at the end of the first here, like we're just looking at who are the guys that could potentially take receivers. I mean, if he makes it to Buffalo, maybe take. I mean, again, like it's kind of hard because we were so analytical. We're not super high on Matthew Golden.
I mean, I would love to pick Ryan Brett Sterator's brain here if we can get him in. Ryan, if you want to just kind of just let us know what you're thinking with Matthew Golden at this point. Him not going to some of the ideal early to mid round landing spots that we had for him. Not just us, but every sort of professional NFL scout out there. Daniel Jeremiah, all these types of guys who had Golden mocked as early as 12th overall to the Dallas Cowboys. He obviously hasn't gone yet. What do you think about Golden and where he could go from here on out, assuming he goes first round? Do you think that he's still expected to go first round, or do you think we could see one of the inevitable annual fallers?
Obviously, I haven't been a super big fan of Matthew Golden over the course of the pre-draft process. He was my wide receiver 5 by a pretty decent margin. That being said, there were a lot of talking heads in the draft space who had him as their wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. And I can certainly see the traits that people would be looking for it. He is super twitchy. He can be a great route runner. He's a little unrefined. And just based on that, I could very easily see a team taking a chance on him in the later part of the first round here. I always thought it was a little bit rich that Dallas would want to go after him that early when
I
agree.
A lot of people want to typecast him as a speed threat downfield guy because of his 40 time, but that's not really how he wins. That was how Isaiah Bond won for Texas, and not how Matthew Golden won.
Correct.
So I was a little bit, constantly throughout the process, a little bit confused as to why that was the way that people were projecting him to be used, and the team that was projected to take him. But that being said, I totally think there's an avenue in which he's taken later on in this first round.
Yeah, I mean there are definitely some landing spots here for him. Like, look,
It wouldn't surprise me at all. But again, he was my 5. He's gonna stay my 5 unless somebody jumps him, regardless of where he goes. He's not the only thing that would have made him potentially move up would have been getting drafted early, and obviously we've kind of, that ship has passed.
Right.
I will say we're getting out of the range now. Appreciate your input on that, Ryan. We're getting out of the range now where, I mean, you have to make the responsible pick. Now you're getting to some of the teams that made the playoffs last year, right? Now you're getting to some of the teams that were, or it's not even division contenders, but conference contenders, right? Those teams can start adding, these little guys that give them advantages, like a Luther Burden, like a Matthew Golden. I mean, you already saw the tight ends go, but like an Amarian Hampton potentially, which again, that Broncos pick is staring me in the face at 20.
It is.
I am nervous as frick for that one. But
and again, on the bright side with Golden, like you're right, we could see him go as early as here to the Seattle Seahawks. You could see him go plenty of picks later and still be comfortably in the first round. We are barely halfway through the first round of the NFL draft.
Yes.
Matthew with first round draft or Golden with first round draft capital. It doesn't mean he has to go where everyone is expecting him to go in the early to mid first. He can still comfortably be here in the first round to maybe even a better landing spot than what we were originally looking at.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about a complementary asset to a guy like Lab and Conkey in the Chargers offense if they want to go receiver there.
Sure.
It'd be very anti-Greg Roman, but just thinking about some
we haven't even touched on Sam Darnold yet. I mean, the fact that, we don't believe in Sam Darnold personally. Like,
no.
I think that the Seahawks going out and paying Sam Darnold that kind of money was a little bit of a risk there, to be honest with you.
I don't think it was risky because of the way the contract was structured. It was a 1 year
Okay,
deal.
true. Maybe not risky is maybe not the right word, but
the guarantees were all up front and the guarantees were very, very low.
Yes, that's true.
So really this is a 1 year rental, and we are going to see now what the Seahawks do with this pick. The pick is officially in, and they go ahead and they select
Gray Zabel. There you go.
Tackle. So they are all in on ensuring that Sam Darnold has every opportunity to be successful in that offense with JSN and Cooper Kupp as his top 2 options, Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet in the backfield. No excuses for Sam Darnold to be good.
This is a good pick, though, for Sam Darnold. I just talked about Sam Darnold.
Yeah, no, it is.
This is what they needed. Like, this, if we were looking for anything from Sam Darnold,
they're giving him every opportunity
he needs
and
the
every chance
protection
to prove himself.
And that's part of the reason why Darnold did well last year, is because he had good protection in Minnesota. This is going to help him do that. And so from a fantasy perspective, I think this is a slight positive for Sam Darnold, which in turn is a slight positive for both JSN and also Cooper Kupp. And so, again, this is probably still a responsible pick. The Seattle Seahawks are not somebody I would consider like truly contending yet to get out of the conference. And so, at that point, especially, and we can take a look at the team needs graphic as well here, but especially considering the fact that they already have skill position players that they like. I mean, even at running back, they've got Kenneth Walker, they've got Sharps, they've got JSN. You mentioned Kupp. I mean, and again, we have questions about how Kupp's going to fit there, but it all comes down to how Darnold plays. Like that is honestly the wild card of this all. So,
and offensive line was an issue that they had with Geno when he was there for the last couple of years. He was better when he wasn't under pressure, and when he was, he struggled.
I mean, something interesting that you noticed watching the Seahawks games this year, which I watched a lot, is Geno was recovering fumbles from himself every single game, whether it was snaps or getting hit. I mean, Geno that man was as frustrated as I've ever seen a quarterback with his offensive line.
Very frustrated, yeah.
I mean, it was like noticeably like the Seahawks can't do anything right now.
Right.
So
and he still was productive.
I mean,
so.
I guess when you're thinking about this, I think when you're thinking about this from a fit standpoint, and honestly, what they needed to do, and when you watch the Seahawks last year, again, the main thing that they needed was to go offensive line. So again, now you've got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock, and so talking about the Bucs, I think at this point, they've got their wide receivers that they want. You've got both Godwin, and you've also got Mike Evans. And so I think they're good there. Obviously, there's a little bit of a need at tight end, but I don't think there's a tight end here that needs to be, jumping up. And so they're not going to go that way. I think they like who they have at running back. Bucky Irving obviously just had a great year. And I think they are very committed to building around Baker Mayfield. I would not be surprised. Tampa Bay now losing some of the guys that were on those huge contracts during their Super Bowl run and then coming off the Super Bowl run. Finally, they have a little bit of cap space, and they can kind of even take advantage of that more now if they go defense here and maybe get those guys on rookie contracts that they don't have to pay.
Yeah, I think they go defense with Liam Cohen. With Liam Cohen obviously having a ton of success there, he leaves. You're going to have a little bit of a concern on how efficient, how effective that offense will be. But all the same pieces are there. They paid Mike Evans last offseason. They brought back Chris Godwin, which some of us did not expect. We did not expect that at all.
I didn't think it was
They bring him back after he has really his second best season of all time in his career.
Sure.
You have Bucky Irving, who was a massive find in day 3 of last year. We would expect him to be pretty successful this season as well. You've got Rachaad White, who's being paired with Bucky Irving in the backfield. Baker Mayfield, who's looking more and more like a Drew Brees career trajectory, which is just the irony there is wonderful. It's beautiful.
So,
but I think offensively, they're set.
Yeah.
And I didn't even mention McMillan. They got a really nice find in Jalen McMillan in the 3rd round, who we liked as a prospect as well.
So if we could, let's have this discussion again. If we could have our rookie board back up on the screen, so we can kind of take a look at this. We were talking about these 6 guys being taken through round or through pick 14, and now we're at pick 19, and we have not added to this yet. And so this is, again, we're sitting right now at 6. We said conservatively 9. At least we thought. I think we both thought Golden would be gone right
conservatively 8.
Conservatively 8. I think we both thought that Golden. I mean, again, this Tampa Bay Bucks pick is going to be big, but not really for our purposes. The pick afterwards is probably going to be the one that really decides just how happy from a dynasty fantasy football perspective that we are going to be tonight. So. This list is not grown yet. We need to keep adding to this list, I think. The top looks good right now.
But again, for what we expected, and the rest being bonus, we only need 2 more, and we are barely halfway through the 1st round. So Warren went at 14. We got 15, 16, 17 that are in. We are on pick 18, or no, we're waiting on pick 19. So we've gone 4 picks since the offensive skill position, fantasy, dynasty relevant. That was gone.
We've gone 4 picks, and I'm starting to freak out. I'm like, okay,
we're starting to panic before Tet went.
Let's get some dynasty people in here. So I will say
it's about to get busy with Denver and with
Denver and Steelers. I mean, we're getting into the danger zone. I'm going to get copyrighted for that. I will say, last night when we were rehearsing out here, we noticed how bad the bugs got. The bugs are like waking up and they're like, look at those lights.
Oh, look at the lights.
We are going to get freaking fricked by the bugs tonight. All of the lights.
They shouldn't. I shouldn't say that actually. I'm not going to say it.
You're not going to.
No, I don't want. I don't want to jinx it.
Well, that's why I'm trying to anti-jinx it, so they're not going to get fricked by the bugs. So, But again, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. After this, it gets a little bit. And I just want to try to look here at the Broncos, the Steelers, the Chargers, and then the Green Bay Packers. So, I mean, you are going to have, in my opinion, a really interesting stretch here. Then the Minnesota Vikings, then the Texans, and then the Rams. I think I just heard our team react up there to something. So and Ryan's nodding at me, yes. So something just happened. I don't know what happens here. Now I'm kind of interested. They probably wouldn't be making that sound if something interesting wasn't about to happen. So I'm assuming our graphics team is getting this ready to go. Then we're going to have this the Broncos again. If Hampton doesn't go to the Broncos, you're still confident he goes in the next 12 picks? Hampton? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
There are 3 other teams.
Feel good about it?
Yep.
Okay.
I do feel good about it.
And again, like this stretch here is going to be very interesting.
I love the draft.
A lot. I know.
I like
this is legitimately our favorite night of the year. Like, we're not even kidding.
We mean most wonderful time. I don't think you guys you think we're joking.
If you play Dynasty, this should be heaven
joking.
for you.
This is awesome. But also that deal that we're doing. You were like, we only ever do this on Black Friday.
Yeah.
I'm like, so we actually do it on the most wonderful times of the year. Like
Yeah, this is legitimately Dynasty Christmas.
And the draft.
This is Dynasty Christmas.
Christmas and the draft.
And so you're looking at the end of the. I mean, I've seen some skill position players mock to the Ravens. I obviously saw Loveland a lot to the Rams in the back end of the first year. They're not getting that guy now, and so it just makes me wonder. Like, okay, now you've got Luther Burden. Now you've got Matthew Golden falling down here. Now you've got also Emeka Egbuka, who could potentially go down here. Like, I mean, you just wonder where they're. Where these guys are going to end up from a landing spot perspective.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the Chiefs are dangerous at 31, and everybody flips out
dangerous.
about whoever goes to the Chiefs, and so
they're probably going to go offensive line again. They should. They've been trying to figure out left tackle for a long time. I forget the name of the guy, but there's a left tackle prospect in this class who got injured, like had a significant injury this year. He would have been a top 10 pick if it weren't for that. He's expected to fall to the late first, and the Chiefs are right there, and they need a left tackle.
Yeah, honestly, that's the Chiefs do have a take your medicine pick, and it's definitely offensive line.
Left tackle's not a take your medicine pick. That's like
okay, sure. I know, but I'm just saying. At the end of the first, probably not.
For our entertainments, it's a take your medicine pick where it's like, okay, there's another guy.
All right.
The pick is officially
Let's
in
see
for
who it
the
is.
Tampa
Let's
Bay
see if they were
Buccaneers.
they were reacting to
See what
something here.
happens here.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers draft. What?
Oh my word.
What?
Holy
Hold on.
crap.
Why? You don't need him.
You just got...
You don't need him.
That sucks.
Oh my!
I mean, the draft capital is phenomenal.
No, I mean, but here's the thing: Egbuka was going to go in the first round.
Yeah, I know.
You don't need what? What are they doing? You've got Evans. Okay, so cool. I'm flustered. Talk.
Okay, so I'm gonna dive into some of the contract information here because
who's he pushing out? Is he pushing out Evans or is he pushing out Godwin?
He's the three behind both of those guys, and McMillan's done.
Well, we knew
so,
it. I mean,
McMillan's
been. I think McMillan's cooked at this point. Wow, I'm curious.
Poor guy, not his fault.
I need our staff to send their reactions in the chat. I mean, are we overreacting to this? I really wish Egbuka would have went somewhere with less competition here.
I mean, you know exactly what Egbuka is. Egbuka is a slot wide receiver. That is what he will play.
Big surprise.
So are they pushing Godwin back out and trying to pull a Canales and do that again with him? He was better as the slot.
It looks like our staff is confused. I wonder what the chat is saying as well.
Are they shopping Evans?
There's no way, man. There's no way. So, like, again, where are you going to play Egbuka in this offense?
This has got to be a long-term play.
I
mean, Godwin and Mike Evans are both 30-plus years old. That's got to be what it is. I'm also going to look into the contract details of what's actually going on here between the lines. For Godwin, I think Godwin's is relatively safe. I am curious with Evans, though, what he's looking like long term. But again, Mike Evans is not an Emeka Egbuka, or Emeka Egbuka is not a Mike Evans.
No, they're completely different types of receivers.
But when you're talking about the room, you care about what that's going to look like long term. Why would you spend the 19th overall pick on a third wide receiver when you already have three?
Well, let's calm this to a situation. Let's calm down. JSN was picked to a team where you had two receivers that were going to produce over him, at least in the short term, and now JSN is the wide receiver one on that team.
They're planning to phase someone out for sure. I would guess it's probably Evans.
Yeah.
Because he's the one that didn't just get the extension.
Yeah.
And Godwin's younger. But Egbuka's not Evans. That's what's throwing
I'm not going
to
go as far as saying, like, I think Egbuka in the next 3 years could easily produce. In fact,
the next three.
But
I
mean,
tragic.
Well, but I mean, again, we're playing Dynasty in 3-year windows, and so I mean, I don't feel like it's unreasonable to evaluate from that standpoint. But it is tragic that he's not going to be an immediate impact player, more than likely. Again, you are going to be missing Chris Godwin at the beginning of the year, so something short term to think about with Emeka Egbuka. Maybe he is.
There wasn't structural damage.
You're right. It was the dislocation. I wish he had gone somewhere where he would have more immediate opportunity.
Don't take this the wrong way, guys. We're very happy that another guy is going in the first round who we very much like as a prospect in Emeka Egbuka. It's just going to be really, really difficult to rationalize what his outlook's going to be for the next couple of years until we know what the heck's going on with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
So let's talk about our Dynasty big board real quick in terms of Egbuka. Between Loveland and Warren, where are we putting Egbuka with those guys?
you're taking Loveland and Warren over him, right?
Oh my gosh. Frick.
Right?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's still Igbokwe. He's still really good. I don't want to overreact to this.
But you have to tell me who's going to take a hit there.
I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense.
How are all three going to produce?
I don't know.
With Bucky.
Because Jalen McMillan really wasn't productive last year when all three of them were on the field.
No, not at all.
And I will say this, like Igbokwe is objectively much better than Jalen McMillan. But this is a little bit confusing to me. I need Ryan's
Mike Evans is on the last year of his deal.
Hey, real quick, Ryan, I do want
FYI.
I want Ryan's input on something. Okay, so then maybe
he's an unrestricted free
okay,
agent.
so that's
after
why I
this
think
year.
we shouldn't overreact. Ryan, I want your input on this real quick. Between Loveland, Warren, and Igbokwe, now the last 3 picks from a dynasty perspective, how are you ranking these guys for rookie drafts as it sits at this moment?
Short answer, I don't know yet.
Frick, Ryan, come on, dude.
There's too many variables. Like I truly don't know, because across the board, all of them have warts with their respective landing spots, whether it's competition or it's the quarterback.
There's a lot of similarities,
and it's hard to project what's going to happen in Tampa, because Emeka Igbokwe is easily good enough to be on the field every step of the way.
He absolutely is. I think he'll be on the field right away. And it's just a matter of how many targets. I mean, here's the other thing to think about. From a dynasty value perspective, people are going to react like we reacted. They're going to be like, what is this landing spot?
First round draft capital is going to shoot him up.
I don't think it will. I think it's going to be completely canceled out by the landing spot.
No. I'm saying analytically in the bakery.
Oh, yeah.
Way better than second round,
Yeah,
right?
I will be interested to see the bakery graphic when we can get that. But for Igbokwe, I mean, the other thing to think about is you are playing with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, who are two very old and injury, not prone, injury.
So the Evans.
You know what I'm saying,
yes,
right? Like,
at any given moment, he could shoot up boards. The interesting thing about this contract stuff is you've got 2 years locked in with Godwin.
yes.
You remember in the early offseason before Godwin was extended, Igbokwe was often being mocked to the Bucs because of Godwin.
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand is if they were expecting to lose a wide receiver after this season, why did they not take Golden? Golden would have made more sense.
I don't know where to rank. I'm tempted.
I don't know where to rank
Igbokwe. I'm tempted to put him. I think he's gonna be in the tiers with tight end. I'm tempted to put him above the tight ends. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think every time I have a split reaction, a bad reaction about a player like this in the first round offensively, about their landing spot, it always bites me in the butt.
But the difference with Bowers was there was opportunity there. We're not usually wrong about crowded offenses.
Yeah, but it's not just
right?
it's not just Bowers though. I mean, we had this very similar reaction about JSN. And at the time,
yeah, but we were fine. But we were also right about Odunze last year. Odunze went into a crowded room with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, and he did maintain his value, but he didn't gain it, that's for sure.
Okay, so what do we think?
I'm saying?
Yeah, so are we thinking after or before the tight ends?
Split it, put him in the same tier, put him between.
That's what I was going to do. I was literally going to put him between Love and
That's our
Warren.
cop-out.
Yeah, because I mean honestly,
I can't put him-
I want to see
put him
where
over
we,
both.
okay, this pick is in. This is going to make me really freaking nervous. I need this to be Amari and Hampton. Can you show the graphic for me, please?
Denver Broncos.
Come on, baby.
Select.
Oh no.
Okay, a corner.
They took
Jahdae
Barron.
Barron.
They took Barron.
So next
Oh, boy.
next on the clock, you got the Steelers, who are very interesting.
Oh, boy.
They need quarterback and they need running back, and then you have the Chargers on the clock after that, who need running back.
Chargers would be
they
Hampton
would
1 or
take
2,
Hampton.
I think, pretty consensus at that point.
Yeah.
Because everybody's going to love that landing spot.
Yep.
With a freaking Greg Roman Jamar Ball. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
would have been nice to see one of those tight ends go to Denver.
I think
for
Denver
sure.
would have
Neither
taken
of them
one too,
fell.
but none of. I don't think they were ever going to fall.
No.
It is the thing. So
I really thought Loveland was going to make it to them.
I did too.
And he didn't.
So
That was the surprise of the draft so far.
Yeah.
Was Loveland to Chicago.
So Barron is listed as the cornerback 2 according to PFF, and again the graphic is wrong. They said, and then they are fixing it. Like the pick is wrong or the rank is wrong. What's wrong? The on the clock graphic. Oh, okay, that's not a big deal. We're fine. So who is on the clock, by the way?
The Steelers.
The Steelers on the clock,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. That helps. Don't worry about that. But yeah, I mean, wow, freaking. Chat. You tell me. You guys know better than us on a lot of this. rank these three: Egbuka, Warren, and Loveland, and I'm going to look in here and we're going to respond to that. I really want to see what the market thinks about the tight ends versus a first-round wide receiver that goes to a place with a lot of competition. Yes. And so again, obviously, the Broncos, I would have loved to see Hampton go here, but I do. Nathan is still confident. I'm still fairly confident that I think Hampton is going to go tonight. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But it could, again, I think this is. All right, let's do some mental math here.
The quarterbacks are going to shake everything up here, whether they do or don't go. It's
because you're right. This could easily be Shedeur.
I think
if they take quarterback here, that's a huge deal.
I think that's what Rodgers is waiting on.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Oh, this is a pivotal moment, I think.
If you were to bet, do you think they go Boring? Do you think they go Hampton, or do you think they go quarterback?
I think my pick is quarterback here. I think Shedeur Sanders is the pick.
They don't have a quarterback.
I know.
They have Mason
that's
Rudolph.
What I'm saying. I think they go quarterback. I think this was their plan all along. And
Dart or Shedeur?
If it's Dart, I'll flip my lid because we'll victory lap so hard about that. But I think it's probably going to be Shedeur. Again, just a guess. So it could easily. There's no way they make a Boring pick here, right? I think it has to be Dart.
They have to go QB. If they don't go here, Mason Rudolph is their starting quarterback in 2025.
So I don't think that to some NFL teams, I don't necessarily think this is a surprise that Shedeur Sanders has made it this far.
Here's the thing: this is probably the only time that they're ever going to be in this situation where they can get a first-round graded quarterback potentially and be competitive next. Because if they don't go QB, they go Rodgers, they are done future-wise after that because they're not going to be bad enough to ever have a chance to get another QB. So I'm talking myself into quarterback here.
I think it's quarterback. So you have a domain prediction is going to be quarterback.
I think it's Dart or Shedeur.
And so here's the thing. Like, you've seen a lot of these dynasty rookie mock drafts, at least pre-draft, where you saw Shedeur Sanders going like in the second round, and you felt pretty good about that. Well, that was us, and we were saying, hey, that's a pretty good value there. That was us assuming that Shedeur was probably going to go top 10. Now that Shedeur is going in the 20s, I mean, the hit rate for quarterback in the 20s compared to the hit rate for quarterback in the 10s is quite different. I mean, it's not really even close at all when you think about it. So I definitely think there's going to be, especially depending on the running backs. Like, I cannot wait for tomorrow when we're just doing running back. It's going to be so fun.
I know.
I think that I think when you start having these guys come off the board, if this is a quarterback, it's just going to push that quarterback down because of the hit rates of the quarterbacks in the 20s when you have a team that needs a quarterback like Pittsburgh, especially because everybody's going to have Kenny Pickett PTSD or KPTS. I'm trying. We got the pick here, and we're going to see if we're right or wrong. So let's see. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they need a quarterback. Do they go quarterback? They have selected. Wow. They made a boring pick. Okay. If you like defensive tackles, I shouldn't insult you and say that.
No. What we mean by boring is like.
Not for dynasty purposes.
They have to have Rodgers. Rodgers is a quarterback. Are they literally planning on riding with Mason Rudolph as their quarterback one this year? That is who is on their roster, and that is it.
What's the thought process here if you're the Steelers? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Rodgers is not doing anything for them.
Not long term.
No. I don't even think he is short term. I don't think Rodgers is giving you a shot at a Super Bowl right now. And at the point where you're not getting a shot at a Super Bowl, look, and I get it. If you're not sold on Shedeur Sanders, then don't force a pick here. But, we mentioned this. I mean, a lot of times when you've got a QB there that you can take a shot on, it's worth just taking the shot. I think Shedeur probably would have been worth the shot for Pittsburgh there. Yep. But instead they take Derek Harmon. And Derek Harmon, according to PFF, is the 6th ranked defensive tackle, which in this class is not something to write off because he's, again, a very, very deep class, especially on the defensive line.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's go ahead and put that then up, Mark. Then let's take a look at this. And look at our rookie board. We went ahead and split the difference here. I'm going to check on our chat and see what you guys are saying about Warren, Egbuka, Loveland, Egbuka, Warren, Egbuka, Loveland, Egbuka. A lot of people are saying
Egbuka's in the middle. That's so funny.
You can see here it's very split in terms of like where we're going to rank Egbuka in
Sounds
that
like
tier.
We're looking at a tier though.
So who's on the clock now? In my ears on the screen, who's on the clock?
The Chargers are on the
clock. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I need this one to be fun. This has the potential. This pick has the potential to shake this draft up.
Yes,
and this, I mean, if in 5 minutes we are reacting to an Amarian Hampton Chargers pick, I'm gonna be on cloud freaking 9. Cloud. I mean, like, I need it to happen bad. But again, We mentioned how, when the Pats went, when they went line, that it was so much of a Vrabel pick. Kind of similarly here, Jim Harbaugh is not one to just be like, hey, let's take a first-round running back, right? Not really. I mean, I would not be surprised if they went unsexy pick here as well.
Yeah.
And so at that point, then you're looking at who? Green Bay. I doubt Green Bay's going skill position here, right? No. Minnesota, potentially. I've seen some people think that Minnesota could go, potentially running back or something like that. I don't think Minnesota's not going receiver or anything like that. But no. So
notable guys that are still on the board here. We've obviously talked about Golden quite a bit.
Golden's going to fall.
Golden is falling.
If we get out of this draft without any wide receivers getting drafted tonight, the middle range picks in Dynasty are going to be in some serious trouble. I feel like.
Yeah.
And honestly, it was the opposite last year. The opposite. It was the opposite. And then last year we came out of the first round saying, "Oh my gosh, late first and early seconds." This year we might come out of this thing, "Oh my gosh, late first and early seconds." Which again, the running back class can always come in tomorrow and save that. Right now, I feel like if you have a 102 through 104, you're feeling really good about it. Right now, if you have the 105 through the 108 in Dynasty, you are shaking in your boots, really hoping something picks up here with this Chargers.
For us to be comfortable with those late first and early seconds, we needed 8 guys to go, and we've got 7. So we're still looking fine.
Yeah, okay. I mean, again, I think Ryan and I had a little bit higher hopes than you did in terms of the amount of guys that would go that would be relevant. But make sure if you're watching and you haven't already, drop a like on the stream. You hitting the like button is a free and easy way to support what we did. We spent a lot of money on this freaking stream, but you dropping a like, subscribing, both of those things are free ways to support us and support the channel. And again, if you want to check out the BOGO team blueprints we've got for your Dynasty teams with every annual membership with the code domain over on flockfantasy.com/domain. We're only running this special during the draft. This is our Christmas. This is our Dynasty Black Friday is what it is. And so I can confidently tell you we're not running this deal again this year because there's really no point. But we wanted to give you guys a good deal for draft weekend since it really is kind of a celebration of us playing Dynasty. And there's also a bundle that is available over on the Discord for some of our existing members. You want to check that out with the swag box and also double blueprints as well. So opportunities for everybody to get on the love. But Nathan and I do all of these individually. We never, ever outsource a team blueprint, and we never will. So we can take a look at your Dynasty team. It's also a good time to get in because our queue's a little bit less right now. So let's hope the Chargers really make people want to talk about their teams because it's going to be Amari. I just need to manifest it at this point. Amari and Ham. Somebody get the candles. Where are the candles? You remember that?
Yes, I do remember
the manifest stuff. That was ridiculous.
So with defensive tackle for Pittsburgh, I mean, I was just thinking they literally have.
It's not like it wasn't a need of Pittsburgh's. So let's get that out of the way.
They have T.J. Watt. And they have who's I'm blanking on their second guy's name. He's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The other guy.
Yeah, the other guy. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. I don't know why I can't think of his name.
And then you spend another first round pick on a guy like Harmon to pair with those guys. I mean, that would be one of the most electric 4-man fronts that you're going to see.
Who the frick are we thinking? I don't know why I can't think of his name.
I know. It's driving me nuts. Figure it out.
Are you thinking of Hayward?
No, it's not Cam Hayward. He's old.
Who are you? Not Loudermilk?
No.
Who are we thinking of?
They just extended him not that long ago.
Yeah, who are we thinking of?
He's like one of the best 2s in the NFL. Yeah, if not the best 2 in the NFL.
Not Benton, right?
No. Just start listing names. I'll tell you.
Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson, Highsmith.
It's Highsmith.
Highsmith is technically a linebacker. But
Highsmith is like one of the best. Well, he's like your complement to T.J. Watt.
Yeah.
And he does play on the edge.
Yeah.
So it's you get a guy on the interior like Harmon.
It's going to be lethal.
2 guys on the outside.
But it was already my thing is it was already lethal. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not. The Steelers have been, they're consistently in the playoffs, and
I would love to see
my team is not. So.
Yeah, I would love to see their run blocking grades from last year, just to see.
I would as well.
Some of their defensive metrics from PFF because it could be that as well.
Yeah, it absolutely could.
But again, why not just take a quarterback? Take a shot on a guy that could be your franchise option. Maybe they have Kenny Pickett PTSD, or maybe Darton Shador. Maybe this is a 2022 situation, and Darton Shador just fall and fall and fall. Yeah. That's also possible.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and put our rookie board back up here. I want to let you talk about this for a minute and maybe where our tiers would be as of right now and where we expect the running backs to kind of slide in here when they do get drafted.
So I think Hampton, whenever he goes, you're going to see him comfortably slide into that 2-3 spot. Obviously, if Hampton goes first round, depending on the landing spot, we will likely see him slide to the 2 spot. If he gets early second round draft capital, you'll probably see him at 3.
This pick's going to shake this board up.
This pick will definitely shake the board. Well, it could shake the board up.
Yes, correct.
But as it stands, like you've got Hampton there, and then our second round running backs, you're probably going to see our early to mid second round running backs all jump Loveland, Igbuka, Warren, and they're going to go 5, 6, 7.
I think that's probably true.
And that'll definitely be
Tomorrow needs to be a banger day for running backs. Like that's
Yes.
there's really
Yes.
no way around it.
All
It
the way
needs to
through
be
the
a
third round.
banger
All the way
day
through
for
the third.
running backs. So.
Yep.
Again, that's kind of where we're sitting right now with our rookie board. We're not really sure what to do with the Igbuka, Warren, Loveland here, but confident by the end of this that they're probably going to be going here at the 1-2 turn. And so,
Yes.
again, not panicking on these dynasty picks yet. I mean, we are well aware that the running backs were always going to make or break this class. And the fact of the matter is, all these teams know that you can get a solid running back prospect in the third round. You really can. I mean, not even the second round. You can get one in the third round. And so, I'm not panicking yet. And honestly, like Nathan mentioned, it's kind of meeting our expectations so far in terms of the players that have been picked. Let's see if the Chargers, let's see if they give us a little bit of something to cheer about here, though.
I did see in the comments too that the Steelers do not have their second round pick this year either, so they are
they're-
all in. You would assume they're all in on Rodgers.
They're probably going Rodgers.
Yeah.
I mean, you knew Rodgers wasn't coming back to the Jets or anything, so yeah, interesting. But
Very.
yeah, I really don't know what they're going to do there. All right, and then we've again got the Green Bay Packers. And even how cool would it be if the Green Bay Packers just went another mid wide receiver and made a selection?
I would laugh so hard. Hey, this is a pick. So you have seen
Packers fans are fed up with it. I can tell you that for sure.
You have seen Golden mocked as late as the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
So I would honestly, for being guys that aren't huge fans of Golden as a prospect, that would be my ideal landing spot. Would be Green Bay for Golden. Immediate impact, immediate wide receiver one.
And then we can finally
opportunity
start ranking those wide receivers from a week-to-week basis on, like, we know who's going to – they really just
Right.
don't have anybody
But
like
what are
that.
the chances that Gutekunst actually does that for the
I have
first
no
time
idea.
ever? Like, why don't they just go Jaden Higgins in the second round? I don't know. Like,
Yeah. I mean, you just never know.
yeah.
But
For sure.
yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. And then Minnesota again. We've got that pick coming up. What are the odds that Hampton goes there if you don't think he goes here? Who are the teams left
it's
that
in
you think
Minnesota.
to take Hampton? Besides the Chargers.
I need to look at the board. I think that if the Chiefs were lucky enough to get him, they could.
I'm just warning you. If you look, you might spoil this pick
What do you mean?
because it will say who has been drafted if you look at the end of the rounds. So if it's already in and we don't have it yet, then
Oh,
so if
shoot.
you,
Oh,
I
gosh,
was
you're
going
right.
to say
Thank you
I
for-
would not. I would not look. You might spoil a surprise here.
You saved me.
I want our production team to be cooking up a surprise for Nathan and I right now. I'm not looking at any of the alerts coming through my phone. So you're getting our genuine raw reactions. I really want to see who goes here at 22. And again, the Chargers are going to they're going to do their due diligence with every single player at every position, and they don't really care about your fantasy football team. Who was it that said that one time?
Who?
Oh, it was Arthur Smith. Yeah.
Oh, I don't really care about your fantasy football team. Yeah.
All right, we've got the
Think it's
pick.
finally in the
Come on, let's
suspense,
go,
man.
let's go.
Suspense
Give it
was
to me, give it to me,
significant.
give it to me.
So with the
Chargers.
22nd pick in the NFL draft,
Oh, we've got a production error. Oh,
the
no.
Chargers are going to select. We'll see in a
Sorry.
Psych.
I can't not tell them why I was leaning forward in anticipation, and then I just didn't say anything.
Avery's
after
like
that.
sick right now. He's
Because my heart's going boom, 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 boom. Okay, here we go.
the Chargers. select-
Yes, dude.
Give
Oh
me
my gosh.
some
Oh my
automatic-
gosh,
okay,
dude.
calling
Oh.
it here. Automatic 102.
All right.
Are you taking Omar
I'm
Hampton
with
over
you.
Travis
I'm with
Hunter?
you. We're taking Hampton.
Thank you.
We're taking Hampton.
Thank
and
you.
at this point, I mean, I don't think you can argue with it. Look,
Let's
I get it.
freaking go. Dreaming of this spot.
Dude.
Absolutely dreaming of this spot. This landing spot is exactly what you wanted to see for a guy like Hampton with his prospect profile, a Greg Roman offense.
we're back.
Say what you want
We're
about that
so
entire
back.
offense as a whole. Greg Roman is going to run the absolute frick out of the ball with Omar and Hampton, and he is
We need a frick counter.
automatically my running back
Ooh.
4.
Oh, I think you have to, right? It's
Well, no, probably running back 5.
who are you putting ahead of him?
Maybe Saquon? Or would you not? Would you just do Hampton?
Same tier.
I think
we'll
you're-
talk about
same
it. We'll
tier.
talk
So
about it.
you would have you would have a tier.
Oh my gosh.
Number one, if you
The dream
rank,
came true, guys.
If you rank
This is
Hampton
awesome.
as the RB4 in Dynasty, I have no issue with it at all. I might even agree with you. We'll see as we kind of rationalize this.
I mean, this dude is going to.
He's same tier as Saquon and Achane for sure, objectively.
At this point, right now, at this point in time,
Achane.
at this point in time with his current bakery score, I would take him over Saquon Barkley in Dynasty, confidently.
No problem.
Here's the thing: this guy's he's going to produce in year one. There's no question he's going to produce in year one.
I know this for a fact. I know that I want to hear from Ryan Brett's territory here on this pick, on this take. Ryan, would love to pick your brain on where you believe Omarion Hampton
awesome.
should be ranked in terms of dynasty running back.
Overall
value.
dynasty rankings.
Overall dynasty ranking. Sure, you can do overall. You can
Well,
do
no,
positional.
I'm saying, yeah. Ryan, go ahead.
Running backs. Let's do this. Tell us.
In terms of immediate production, he and Saquon are
They can't hear
probably
Ryan.
fairly similar.
Ryan's
Can't
mic.
wait on Ryan.
Who can do everything
There we
behind
go.
really good offensive lines. Obviously, Omarion Hampton is a little bit younger, which may give him a little bit of an edge to most. I would feel a little bit more cautious about that, just in the inherent risk of we haven't seen him play in the NFL, and it's not like he was a perfect prospect like that of Ashton Genty.
No.
He had some
He's very
concerns,
good.
but
I mean, analytically, you mentioned it. We talked about this. We said this in a lot of videos when we were using your model, Ryan. We appreciate you. I mean, with first-round draft capital, he is now in that tier where the hit rates there are pretty much still 100%, correct?
Yeah, it's I'm pulling it up right now. But
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
The tier that he is in is
Okay.
Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey, Travis Etienne, Jimmy Gibbs.
Okay. I mean, again, you just heard the names that he's been
That's
listed
good
with.
company.
From a dynasty fantasy again, we said this earlier with Travis Hunter. If you had the 102 in dynasty drafts, because the 102, especially if you did a dynasty startup recently, the 102 was consistently going like mid-late third round.
If he's going as early as RB4, then that's a 2-3 turn pick.
It is he's going to be a 2-3 turn pick in startups. We are going to draft a $250 league next week, and I'm really curious in a high stakes dynasty league, and we're going to be drawing the winners for that soon. If you want to,
I'm actually curious where Ibuka's going to go.
I am very curious where I'm going to be curious where all of them go. This is huge, y'all. This is seriously like we needed to get spicy with this pick from a dynasty perspective.
Give me next. That's 8.
That is 8, my friend.
That is
and
what
we
we
have
needed.
room to go because we have Golden still who could go and probably will go. I think he's still going to go. I would love to see.
He's still going to go.
I would love to see the Luther Burden pick as well. So, but again,
you know where Burden would actually objectively make a ton of sense. Houston.
I mean, yes.
I know they just got Christian.
100%.
I know they just got Christian Kirk, but I don't care. Like I don't think Christian Kirk honestly is long term relevant there, and it would make sense if they wanted to develop a young guy behind him.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. All right, that was freaking awesome. Let's go ahead and, I think we just sent in, I think I sent to the production team the updated rookie board, and so when we have that, just let us know, and we'll put that up, and we'll talk through that.
Okay,
but I think
also,
everybody knows where this is going to be going.
Shout out graphics team for, so obviously you're seeing the board here.
It's not updated yet.
Not updated yet, but
Here's the updated one. There you go.
Yeah, keep in mind we are expecting Omarion Hampton to be there at the 102, and shout out to the graphics team for putting Omar Hampton
my
on the graphic. I am so proud of you. That was.
You are ridiculous. Look, man, this is really good. So right now, and again, we'll look at this when the big board comes up. But I want to talk about this Hunter versus Hampton thing. Do you still put Hunter in the same tier as Hampton right now?
Okay, this is before we actually see stuff, but I would comfortably say, like, yes, we probably put Hunter in the same tier at the moment until we sort of like see how this rolls out and stuff, because Hunter, the amount of team investment that you now have tied into Travis Hunter is monumental. I mean, they didn't just spend the 102 on him. They spent an extra 26 first.
Sure.
And their early second round pick. They're going to use him.
Right.
And they're going to use him a lot. So if someone wants to take Hunter, I disagree. I don't think
it's not a bad pick.
I don't think it's a bad pick. I would prefer Omarion Hampton. But that being said, I think you are still going to see people potentially take Travis Hunter over Omarion Hampton just because of that team investment, the fact that he went second overall in the NFL draft. And I can't trash you for that.
We have some people saying that, that Najee is still there, and that's going to make a difference. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I think this makes zero impact. I think Najee makes zero impact on Omari Hampton.
This is literally point number one why we were begging people to move off of Najee Harris before the NFL draft.
Yeah.
This exact scenario.
I mean, this is an immediate impact playmaker for the Los Angeles Chargers. I mean, this is a good pick, not only from a dynasty perspective, but from a team perspective and what they're going to be able to do. I mean, this is fan-freaking-tastic. And no, I don't think personally, not the two words Najee Harris in my evaluation, my dynasty evaluation, my rankings evaluation, the two words Najee Harris is not the reason I'm not going to rank him above Saquon. I mean, I don't think you guys, I don't think we've wrapped our heads around this. With his profile, Omari Hampton is pretty much guaranteed to hit, like running back one hit.
Yeah.
Omari Hampton is, I mean, when you have a running back that young, that talented, with that type of production profile, you almost certainly are going to see him maintain a high dynasty value for a long time. So
incredible insulation as well.
I mean, as insulated as you get, in my opinion.
You know how this makes you way more happy too, and like from a startup perspective, is if you're on the turn. And we've seen a ton of guys go like Genty Bijan.
Sure.
You feel a lot more comfortable just going dual elite QB or double wide receiver, and then you can just get your running back in Hampton like at the third round reversal.
Yeah, that's true.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Again, it's definitely going to be warranted wherever Hampton ends up going in startup drafts. But this is probably the most exciting pick of the night, I think, from the dynasty fantasy football perspective. And we'll get our rookie board updated here in just a minute. But now we pivot to the Green Bay Packers. And when you're talking about the Packers, I think there's a lot of different ways that they could go. We have the pick in, so actually I won't even spend time talking about it. Let's just get it up on the screen. The Green Bay Packers, with their pick, have selected. Not Mason Graham. That's the wrong one. That would be cool, though, if they had got Mason Graham.
Dude, they got Mason Graham twice?
I know.
What?
There's another Mason Graham, actually. So, whoa! No freaking way. You called it. You called it.
Thank you.
All right, we still got it on the screen, so you guys are good. I mean, just leave it up there. It wasn't Mason Graham, but it is Matthew Golden.
Let's go.
That's a big deal.
Let's go. That's 9.
Okay, hold on. I'm doing this in my head.
Golden will be ranked over Emeka Egbuka.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to work on it now. But, I'm just thinking in terms of the wide receiver room that's already there. I mean, is he the wide receiver one over Jaden Reed instantly?
Instantly.
That's honestly a really good landing spot for Matthew Golden. That's honestly a really good landing spot for Matthew. It is.
I'm not just saying instantly because of the hype of him going there as a first-round pick. I'm like instantly schematically.
Yeah.
Jaden Reed does not play a wide receiver one role in that offense. Jaden Reed is a sneaky good fantasy pick this year because he is no longer expected to do more than what he's really, really good at because he won't be overvalued. He has very big game by game upside, because of the way that they utilize him. Golden might actually help that quite a bit.
No, I think so too.
I might be a little more of a fan of Reed's price this year, even more than I was last year, because he's going to be cheaper. We've seen a larger sample size of what his production profile looks like. I think this will be really good for everyone in that offense, including, but not limited to, Josh Jacobs as well. Because, I mean, that offense was run through Josh Jacobs last year, and now you have a lot more pressure off of a guy who is aging, definitely has a lot of miles on him, and now, again, Golden is far from guaranteed. Golden could be developmental. Golden could not even be ultra productive this year, but schematically, you have someone else in that offense.
Sure.
Christian Watson was just not going to cut it, and Christian Watson's a one-trick coney.
He's a one-trick coney, everybody. Christian Watson. Christian Watson's not even a one-trick pony. He's
a no-trick pony because he doesn't have hamstrings.
Yeah, I mean,
he can't even jump or trot.
So he's the instant wide receiver one. Okay, so I want to talk about our initial reaction on where he should potentially be ranked in overall dynasty value. And so let's just go ahead and I'm going to pull up my rankings here. Let's talk about Matthew Golden. I think we're going to reveal to you where we have him ranked on the big board, but I think he had a very clear spot that you'll 100% agree with in terms of where he was going now. Mm-hmm. But in terms of rankings, like dynasty overall rankings, at the wide receiver position, you're going to go well. I think you're going to go well past where we're putting Ted. Spoiler alert. But I think you get into the range with Romo Dunze, Zay Flowers, Chris Olave, Xavier Worthy, DJ Moore, George Pickens, Brandon Ayuk, Jordan Addison, and he's going to be somewhere in there, I think, right off the bat. I think he's going to be ranked from a value standpoint as a low-end wide receiver 2 immediately in Dynasty,
Yes.
but I also think you're going to see maybe potentially the Dynasty community push that value up even higher right away.
Because they're already high on him.
And so, I mean, and we talked about this. These last 2 picks have gotten us really, in a really good spot from a Dynasty pick standpoint, because now the late firsts are starting to look good because we are at 9 and we haven't even gotten past, from a running back perspective, Genty and Hampton. We are at 9. We haven't gotten to Johnson. We haven't gotten to Judkins. We haven't gotten to Henderson. We haven't gotten to Scadaboo.
I know.
If you have rookie picks, again, honestly, that was the pick we needed. I don't know. I mean, honestly, Nathan, do you think that is the last skill position player of the night that goes?
No, I think there's a chance that Burden can still go. There are multiple spots that he could go. That
Sanders
would
is still on the
make
board.
sense.
Well, but Sanders isn't going anywhere, though. Somebody would trade up. Somebody would trade up.
I would love to see Burden to Houston. I really would. It is not outside the realm of possibilities that the Rams could take their shot on a developmental QB.
True.
They could go Dart or Shador.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind. I definitely want to just note this, by the way, because I'm really proud of this. That Nico trade that I made, when I traded away Nico for the 102, it was Nico, Pearsall, 26 second, in the 105. I moved back a spot, got the 106, I got the 102, and I got Worthy.
Good gravy, Nathan. You freaking
And
won
that was one at that point where it was where a lot of people were taking the other side.
Yeah.
And we were like, dude, guys, we are telling you the 102 is going to gain value.
Yes. And it just did.
We just won that deal.
And the 103, I mean, the 103 consistently.
Because I only traded back one spot. That's how I got the deal
Even if
done,
you get
is I
Hunter
traded
at the
back one
103
spot.
or Hampton at the 103, the 103 when you were drafting it in startups was going almost in the 4th.
I know.
That is ridiculous.
I know.
The top end of this draft looks awesome right now. I'm not going to lie. So
It looks awesome.
make sure you drop a like if you haven't. I think we got a lot of you watching, and so if you could hit the like button and subscribe. We're trying to get to 25,000 subscribers this month, and you can help us do that by hitting the subscribe button. But we're obviously going to have content for you this entire weekend, not only through the draft, but after the draft. Every single video you need to go into your rookie drafts and crush it, we're going to have it for you. So we stay tuned. Make sure you subscribe as well. But Minnesota is on the clock. I think now with Hampton off the board, I don't think they do anything super spicy here. I would probably go to guess that Minnesota goes.
They'll go secondary.
Yeah, because they lost freaking.
Starks is still on the board. They may go him.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
I don't think they didn't re-sign Gilly, or did they sign Gilly this year? No, they did last year.
Yeah, no, they
I'm getting the years mixed up.
Yeah, no, this year they lost some guys to the Colts. So
Yeah, they did. I think they go Starks.
yeah,
that would be my guess.
I think you're probably right. So.
Also, I love how this little cacti in the back is the one that's like shiny.
I know. It looks
He's
like
just- yeah.
it's kind of cool. Yeah, you can't see the other big cacti, but there's lots of cacti here in Tucson, Arizona.
Many cactuses.
Yeah, seriously, let us know if you're enjoying the draft stream, if you think this is something that we should do every single year. I mean, Nathan and I need feedback on this. So obviously, again, it's an investment to do this, but I think that, huge shout out to the guys upstairs. We've got Mark producing for us, and I literally couldn't do this without him. Becca, who makes, look at the screen, look at the graphics on the screen. Becca Tabor, seriously.
Beautimous.
Seriously, when you watch one of our videos and you see the editing and it's Sherry, I literally never ever had one time where Sherry has not been reliable, ever. Think about it.
And the pick is officially in for the
Let's
Minnesota
see. All right,
Vikings,
I think we get a little bit more of a normal pick here. Let's go. Let's get off of our high a little bit. Yeah, and they take offensive. That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
Wow.
I think you go tackle it. I mean, I think that really helps out their offense, and so.
Dude.
Yeah, they go Donovan Jackson, and I think this is a solid pick. PFF has him ranked as the 7th offensive tackle in the draft, okay? And he was, I think, graded as a first-round prospect in a lot of places. But, again, I think Minnesota has a lot of holes to fill outside of, skill positions especially. And so I think they were bound to make a pick like this. So your thoughts on the pick? But, I mean, the Houston is going to be on the clock now.
Yeah,
so.
Again, you can never have too many offensive and defensive linemen. And for a team that just went into free agency and they got Ryan Kelly from the Indianapolis Colts, they did a little bit of player swapping there in the offseason. Gave away some defensive guys, got an offensive guy from the Colts. Ryan Kelly obviously is going to be their center now this year, and then Donovan Jackson as another offensive lineman. I think is a very solid, very respectable pick.
All right. So this could get dicey.
Oh yeah, no,
We could easily, in my opinion, we could easily be looking at a slot receiver here, and there's one slot receiver that
dude,
pops.
that's what I've been telling you.
I know.
Burton would make a ton
Honestly,
of sense
I mean, if Igbuka had gotten here, oh my
their
gosh,
offense was
dude.
worse when Diggs went down with the ACL.
Oh, absolutely it was.
Like objectively worse.
Yes, 100%. So, I mean, I think it could get spicy here, and we'll see. I mean, we'll see which direction this Houston team ends up going. A Houston team that you just had C.J. Stroud. And by the way, can we have our rookie board sometime soonish, and so we can put that up and talk about it? We might have a little bit of a break here where we can talk about that. But you're looking at C.J. Stroud in his rookie year. That is, so remember, he was up to the 103 in Dynasty. He had such a good rookie year. Yeah. That offense with the same coordinator looked noticeably worse last year, like significantly worse.
Who's our new?
All right, we have had a trade here.
The Giants are going and getting their guy.
The Giants are going to get a QB.
So the Giants just traded up for.
And then we're going to have the trade details, but they're going to take Shedeur Sanders here. I can already tell you.
Dart.
You think they're going Dart?
Didn't you hear about the botched interview with Dable?
Oh yeah, they did say that. You're right.
I think it's
You're
Dart.
right. I don't know. Maybe that's a load of crap though. This is going to get interesting.
If it's Milroe, I'm going to laugh so hard.
This is always what was going to happen, though, with this. Somebody was going to have to trade up into the late first if another quarterback was going to go tonight. I think we can safely say it's most likely only going to be 2 quarterbacks in the first round tonight, but this is where it's probably going to happen.
Cleveland could do it as well.
Yeah, and so
there's a chance there.
This is going to be really, really interesting. And so I'll shut up about the Texans. We'll talk about the Giants. Obviously, Malik Neighbors needs a quarterback. He submitted himself as one of the top wide receivers in Dynasty Fantasy Football last year, and I think he only has room to grow. I mean, the targets were ridiculous. He had,
170.
That is insane.
That's Jason Jefferson level right out the gate.
I think any quarterback you bring in the draft is a win for me.
I don't care if it's Dart. I don't care if it's Shedeur. I don't care if it's Russ.
All right. You want
for a lot of the
take a look at the trade real quick?
I'd love to see the details.
So the Giants trade up. How much do they pay? And the Texans trade back. It's a 25 for 35, a third, and a sixth. That's honestly not a bad price to move up because when you think about it, that early second, the early second range, somebody was probably going to take the quarterbacks there. I think that's possible. I think that's likely where they go tomorrow if they end up making it there.
I guess Cleveland doesn't have anyone to jump at this point, do they?
They don't, because
maybe New Orleans.
But that's again very, very few, because these late first round guys are not threatening them in terms of taking a quarterback. And so I definitely think you're going to see the New York Giants trade up. I would imagine you'll see the pick in very quickly. And my guess is when this pick is announced, you're going to see either Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart. If it's Jackson Dart, again, that's going to be big. And like I mentioned, I don't know when the last time we had a quarterback in this 25 to 32 range go. When's the last time we had a quarterback go in this range?
Probably the Jordan Love year. Well, technically, Kenny Pickett.
Well, Pickett was like 20. No, Pickett was like 20. 20 or 21, I thought.
So it was Love.
I mean, it's really... So when did Love go? Was he like 23,
2020. It was a COVID year.
Yeah, but like what pick?
20... I want to say 27?
Yeah. No, I think it was earlier than that. I think it was 24 or 23.
You never know, because they always choke in the playoffs.
I could be wrong.
He went to... Of course, it doesn't tell me what pick.
Just search Jordan Love draft pick.
Jordan Love draft pick number. There we go. It's too much to type. 26th.
Oh,
I was
okay.
one
So
off.
you were right. He was a little bit later. So this would be like the first time we've had a guy in this range. And the Jordan Love pick has worked out just fine, but it's a completely different scenario in terms of when they were trading to get Love, they were putting him behind Rodgers, or they didn't even trade. They just took Love, and it was completely different.
I will say, whoever they draft here, there is little to no incentive to start them day one.
Okay, we have the pick. Let's see if we're correct. Who did the Giants trade up to get? Surely it is their quarterback. They have taken Jackson Dart. Wow, dude. Wow, dude.
Go. Remember when we said like a month ago that it's not a lock that Shedeur is QB2?
I'm pretty sure we ranked Dart ahead of... No, we put him in the same tier, and we basically said on the video, like, we wouldn't be surprised if NFL teams view Dart as a higher prospect. So, yeah. Jackson Dart ends up in the first round. I mean, I know one guy who has said this is going to happen all along, and that's Ryan Bredd. And so we'll bring Ryan on here in a second to kind of talk about this. But Ryan has been saying Jackson Dart in the first for probably 6 months now, and it comes to fruition. So the Giants, what are they going to do at quarterback? I think this, obviously, I will say, I think this is a win for Malik Neighbors. I think anytime you can draft a young quarterback with potential to grow, with potential to take a franchise, even if it's a dart throw. Even if it's a dart throw, I think it's good for young wide receivers like Malik Neighbors. Obviously, you know, we've heard that the Giants as an organization have a ton of connections to Ole Miss in a lot of different ways, and so I think this is a great pick. But let's bring Ryan Bread Sterator, aka Domains Gene Sterator. And Ryan, you called it, man. Congratulations. He's officially probably what? I mean, you see QB3 on our graphic there. I think all of us are comfortably ranking him QB2 now.
Yep.
I think that is the correct decision. That would have been my decision if I was running this as a one-man ship. Jackson Dart has been a my guy for me since midway through this last season when like I actually put out my first rankings. You can go find him on Twitter. There's receipts for this, fellas. Jackson Dart he's a gunslinger, and it totally makes sense with Brian Daboll's offense and how he wants to run an offense. And I would like to reiterate, Shedeur Sanders did just like pee all over himself in his interview with Brian Daboll.
Okay, so that must be a real thing then.
Yeah, it was reported. I can't remember if it was Rossini or if it was Schefter, but I certainly saw that on the wonderful world of X.com, the Everything app. Everything happens on X.
All right, there you have it. So, Ryan, we appreciate it, man. Yeah, I think. I mean, if
Cleveland's spending one of their spending one of their 2 early second-round picks on Shedeur.
I mean, we at this point like shouldn't be surprised that nobody wants to deal with that with in terms of Shedeur. Like
Cleveland would.
I mean, no, Cleveland absolutely would. But I'm just saying, like, Dart going here, and so I need to update our rookie board, and we'll talk about that rookie board here. If we have that anytime soon, we can put that up and kind of talk about where these last couple players have gone in. Right now, okay, let's just have a discussion. Where do you rank Dart in terms of Loveland, Igbuka, Warren? I would say
after.
On the clock, there's been
Falcons
a trade.
Trade up.
So the Falcons traded up, correct? Ooh, who did they trade up for?
Starks. I'm gonna keep saying it till Starks goes.
Okay, all right, whatever. But you would rank. So you would rank in a super flex league. You'd rank Dart after Loveland, Igbuka, and Warren.
Late first round draft capital. Again, we don't see it super often.
It's true. Yeah.
Where would you put him?
My initial thought was before Loveland, but because it's a quarterback, and because
you're right, because the tight ends are
because he's going to start there.
Yeah.
I'm going to. I don't know. I really do see both sides of this. It's probably going to be in that same tier, right? Let's split the difference.
It's just so tough.
Let's split the difference in. I'll put him after Loveland and before Igbuka. I think that's honestly. That's
fair.
All right, let's pull up the rookie board. This does not have Jackson Dart on it, but it's going to have the other guys we talked about. And so I think you're going to agree with how I have these guys listed. I slid Hampton into the 2 spot, which I think, again,
it's a great spot for
we'll confidently say that we think that it's going to be Hampton there.
Hey, we got 10 tonight.
Yeah, no, I mean, we definitely are in good shape tonight. Ryan and I said 11, so we're going to see.
These are without the day 2 running backs.
Dude, I'm telling you, like this is not looking that bad. Now again, Jackson Dart is far from a sure thing, and where he slides in here is TBD. I think I found a good spot for him, at least right now. But you also saw in there where we can we have it back up? Sorry, I kind of got off topic a little bit. Where we put Matthew Golden in this graphic as well, and so I slid Matthew Golden right behind Tet, and before that, those other guys that have already been selected. I'm assuming you agree with that.
No, I do.
Yeah, so. I mean, that's solid. I mean, you're getting the Packers wide receiver 1 at your rookie pick 106, which has been going consistently in the 5th, 6th round. I think you feel pretty good about that. And honestly, again, this top 6 is still not finalized. I mean, I think you still have quite a bit of potential for a running back to jump up here, if not 2 running backs to jump up here and solidify themselves as a top 6 pick in these dynasty rookie drafts as well. So we'll see. Again, I just slid Dart in there, and we'll get that up here in a minute. But I am interested to see who Atlanta traded up for. I don't think there's any chance again they traded up for anybody.
No,
although maybe they made a defensive
another quarterback.
Maybe they made a defensive right. Oh my gosh, I would kill somebody. Maybe they made a defensive pick and they're like, okay, actually we feel left out. Let's go back and pick a wide receiver. So that's probably what's going to happen. Not really, but
possible. I'm just hoping it Starks, man. Then we've got Detroit. We'll see who Detroit goes.
Washington's going to be interesting. So we need to pinpoint that one. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if we got out here and Washington just made a boring pick. So
Burden.
I mean, I'd love it. I would love it.
There's been whispers of running backs there. Henderson's been a big name. If Henderson were to go first round, which I think is unlikely, if he were to go first round, it would be to the Washington Commies.
Yeah.
But I do think I think it would be more likely that they go Burden before they went Henderson in the first round.
Probably true.
Just for positional value at the NFL level. Or from an NFL perspective, not fantasy.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see where the Atlanta Falcons go with this pick, but I think the Lions, in terms of where they probably will. Actually, I'm not sure where the Lions would go.
Lions will probably go. They may go defensive line.
Yeah,
because they've gotten some DBs mocked to them as well. They could use some DB help, but the issue with them last year is their weaknesses really were magnified with all their injuries last year.
Yeah.
Once they lost their ones, they were really, really struggling in terms of like getting pressure and all those types of things. So they could go again in a D tackle class. They could go tackle. The Marshall guy has not gone yet. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, Mike Green has not gone. So there must be some huge issues there.
Well, the huge issues, like, they were known. He was expected to fall to late first.
Okay. All right.
But that's one where, like, a team, depending on, like, who would draft a problem child like that?
Yeah, I don't know.
The Chiefs absolutely would draft
the
a
Chiefs
problem
would,
child
for
like
sure.
that.
I mean, the Chiefs
They
are full of problem childs. You're right.
They're problem childs.
Yeah.
Children's.
Yes. Chillins.
Chills.
But PFF has Jackson Dart ranked as the QB6 in this class. Obviously, heavily disagree. I think he's now the QB2 in this class pretty safely.
Okay,
in a quarterback class that we already said is a weak quarterback class.
Yeah.
Overall.
I will say for all of the labels of it being a weak quarterback class, I'm happy we got two. I'm just happy it's not zero.
I'm glad we got two as well. I'm happy we got a 101 and then this. It could have been just this.
Yeah.
And I would have been pissed.
That would have been unfortunate.
But I mean, there's no pressure now to take these quarterbacks high in these dynasty rookie drafts, which I think is going to be crucial for the people who are picking, because now you have a little bit of flexibility there, and you have those skill position players. If you want to go with Emeka Egbuka over Jackson Dart, you can do it and not feel crazy bad about it. So, all right, the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons. Let's do that, and we'll finish our thoughts here in a second. The Atlanta Falcons with the 26th pick, 27th pick.
Edge.
James Pierce, edge. All right, yeah. So there you go. So that's who did they take first? I don't remember.
They went edge again, or they went linebacker.
Yeah. So that's
they're going defense all day, dude.
That's
or all weekend. I'm telling you.
I mean, they have. I think they feel pretty confident in who their offense is. I wouldn't be surprised if they jumped
found
up
an identity last year.
I wouldn't be surprised if they jumped up and grabbed a wide receiver too at some point. Like, honestly, but at the same time, I mean, I think this is probably where you need to go. So James Pierce goes here, and PFF has him ranked as the 4th edge rusher in this class. Again, we mentioned this. This is a very deep class, especially for edge rushers. There are a lot of these guys. PFF has him ranked as the 23rd overall player in the draft, and the Atlanta Falcons get him at pick 26, so you feel pretty good about that. Mm-hmm. And now you move to, again, the Lions, who I think are going to play make a defensive play here. You've got the Washington Commanders, which is a little bit of a wild card. You've got the Bills, which, in my opinion, also is a wild card just because they're always contending, and I think they could potentially be in the market for a wide receiver. But that's, again, all up in the air, all TBD. Do make sure you stick around. We have how many picks in this draft? We're almost to the end of this draft. This honestly has gone pretty quick. And once we wrap up here, we are going to kick off some Dynasty rookie mock drafts and see how you guys are drafting these players. We're going to stick around, give our analysis, answer all of your questions as well. I think it's definitely going to be a fun time after the draft, kind of figuring out how this is all going to sort out. And I'm definitely excited to hear your guys' opinions as well on where these guys. Now we have we're at what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We're at 10.
We're at 10. All right. Yeah, let's see what the Falcons gave up to get up here. I mean, obviously they had a guy they wanted.
Pierce.
They definitely had to. And so the Rams traded back. This is classic list.
Oh my gosh, they got a first. Holy crap!
What?
Oh my gosh.
That's a lot to give up. Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
Holy cow.
Jeez. Can you bring that back up?
Yeah, can we see the trade details again? That is a lot.
I want to break that down again.
Oh my gosh.
How far up did they? I mean, they would have had to move up pretty far.
Yeah. I mean, so they. Yeah, I don't know. What did you say? Did you say you can't bring the trade back up?
That's fine if you can.
Yeah. Okay, there it is.
Okay.
That is a big trade up, man.
Yeah, no, that's the 46th pick in the second round.
So they move back 20 spots and they pick up a first next year. That's a great trade for the Rams, man.
Awesome trade.
I mean, again, I like Pierce too, but I think that's a fantastic deal for Los Angeles. So.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think for a team like Los Angeles, who's just like no other team has recovered so well from going truly all in to win a Super Bowl, get it, are so depleted as a roster, and just hit after hit after hit in the NFL draft,
Yep.
year after year with no first-round picks.
Yep.
And they're constantly in the mix every single year after that. That's just such a McVay move. It's great. I love that for that team, for the Rams. I think.
I mean, a lot of people don't even think there's that big of a difference between 46 and 26 this year.
No, like they must have had, Atlanta must have had a true first-round grade on Pierce for them to do that.
Yeah.
A true first-round grade on
You
him.
give up a first for next year? You have to, man. You have to.
to.
You have to have a freaking mid first-round grade on a guy for him to get to trade up to 20 freaking 6.
Well, because like every year, most teams tell you, or most GMs say you have 15, roughly 12 to 15 true first-round grades on players.
Yeah.
The only way they would be willing to do that is if they had him as a top 15 guy.
Which we'll see. I mean, they also had Kyle Pitts as a top 5 guy, so I'm just kidding. That probably doesn't matter here. But, yeah, we are definitely interested to see who the Ravens take here. I mean, they're not really in the market. Well, I mean, they could be in a market for a receiver. I don't know. I mean, Ryan would be pissed about me saying that because
the way their
dunking on
offense
Rashad
is.
Bateman, but I don't think they will.
No.
I mean, with Andrews there, they also throw the ball to Likely a fair amount. So, and they've got
found
Henry.
what works.
Yeah, so we'll see where the Ravens go. The Ravens obviously were one of the best teams in the NFL last year, and so I'm excited to see where they. And then again, the Lions are 28, and then the Washington Commanders. We'll keep an eye on that pick there from a fantasy perspective in case they decide to go running back or wide receiver. I think they're in the market for both of those. Honestly, they're in the market for tight end as well. I don't think you see any more tight ends go tonight, honestly. So
No. So Washington's picking 29th. How are they picking? Yeah, no, because they're in the AFC champion or NFC championship, and they were 4th best. So that's how they got 29th. I was like racking my brain trying to remember. I was like, who did they play in the NFC championship? The Eagles, and it was driving me nuts. And I was like, it was someone that was not expected to be there.
Yeah.
And then I was like, it was Washington. I was thinking Tampa, but I was like, that was the year before.
Yeah.
And that was in the divisional, because Tampa had upset Detroit in the divisional this year,
Correct.
or in the wild card. No, it had to have been
No, it's the division.
It had to have been, yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Either way.
Yes.
Not super relevant. So,
Right.
how many? It's 27, 28, 29,
It was
31.
Washington
So we got
that
six.
set
We got 6 more picks left, and we'll kind of see how this ends up shaking out. But yeah, I mean, again, we're at 10 guys right now. We have at least through the 110. And in this running back class, we haven't even gotten to the position group that is really going to make or break this class. So this is
just crazy.
It's gonna make this class. It is. It's honestly like of all the scenarios here, like looking at. Can we have the rookie board on the screen? I just want to take a look at this real quick. Looking at we did mock drafts. We saw all these best case scenario, worst case scenario outputs or outlooks and things like that. I think this could end up being. I mean, I think if we would have looked at this before the draft, we would have been like, I mean, honestly, I would take this all day long.
Oh, yeah. I mean, every single year you always see a landing spot that you're not expecting, and it usually sucks.
Yeah.
And with a guy like Igbuka, he really, I mean, you could put Levin in that category, but the situation's good enough where it's going to elevate his value.
Yeah.
Like, Igbuka's the only one.
Yeah.
Where you're like, and you
Yeah,
kind of
that's
have
really
to
the only
rationalize a
sucky
little
landing
bit.
spot so far.
Right, but
and we can get over it. We'll
be fine.
We'll
but like
move past it.
2023 was demoralizing.
It was. That was a night full of bad landing spots.
Yes.
Let's take a look at who the Baltimore Ravens pick here. They make the pick at 27, and the Baltimore Ravens are going to select. There you go.
Starks.
There you have Malachi
Finally.
Starks. Okay, you got your guy. Talked about Malachi Starks. You willed it into existence.
No, I mean, Starks is a guy that's been mocked to, I feel like, everyone under the sun at this
PFF
point.
had him at 8 overall.
I know. He was a very, very highly graded prospect according to PFF. You had him going
Why did he fall then?
higher than even the
pretty
Colts.
interesting.
The Colts were pretty consistently going to, pretty consistently selecting a guy like Starks. It kind of tapered off a little bit after they made all those free agent signings in the secondary.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, talking about a guy that was at least viewed to be worthy of a early to mid first round pick, falls all the way to 27 to Baltimore. I think you got to be pretty excited if you're the Baltimore Ravens, where one of their biggest weaknesses last year was their secondary.
Yeah.
And that they definitely got, I think, a really solid Studley man.
Solid Studley man
in the secondary who's going to help out quite a bit. So we do have the rookie board with Dart for our dynasty assets
Let's
here.
go ahead and take a look at this.
And
again, like into the Raiders, check. I like it. Chargers, Hampton, beautiful, like dream landing spot, best. I mean, most ideal landing spot of the night. Hunter, Up to the Jags, I really like it. Cam Ward, we knew. Tet McMillan, obviously, I think a lot of people will crap on that landing spot a little bit. Golden to the Packers, I feel like ends up being a really good landing spot there. And then the other landing spots, obviously, we already know the tail of we have already exhausted all of our opinions on those. But I think you're looking at this, and all things considered, especially like we mentioned, tomorrow is going to change a lot of this. Tomorrow, you're going to see a lot of players jump into this first round, and we'll have round 2 up here as well, and we'll even draft these guys and maybe adjust our rankings. Again, this is kind of our on the fly dynasty rookie board, but man, I think you feel pretty good about how this is sorted out tonight.
Really good.
So, and with 5 more picks to go, I mean, maybe we get some more. So it's going to be the Lions on the clock now. And again, we've got the Lions, and then we've got the Commies, and then we've got the Bills. And so I think these Lions, I'm interested to see. I think they probably go. We talked about this already. They probably go defense here.
Greenwood absolutely go to the Eagles.
I swear to you, if he gets the Eagles and they take, I will kill somebody.
Yeah.
But in terms of skill position wise, fantasy position wise, you're looking at the Lions, and they are completely set, right? And so you don't need a wide receiver on that team. You don't need a tight end. You don't need a quarterback, and you don't need a running back.
At this point, you're bolstering depth at every single position possible, specifically the ones that showed weakness last year when they had a ton of injuries. Mm-hmm. They've got to get that figured out.
I 100% agree.
And I would bet that's going to be on the offensive side of the ball. Their offensive line is the best in the league. So,
yeah, I mean, it's really
second
good.
best in the league.
Yeah.
Eagles.
So. But yeah, I mean, I think and this is also a team that has been just mere moments away from a Super Bowl 2 years in a row. They're going to start thinking about.
They're going to continue to be in the mix here.
And a lot of people I think are really worried about them losing. Part of their especially offensive and defensive coaching staff. I think they lost a lot of. You good there? You got the moth is making Nathan jump a little bit. I will say the Bugs aren't as bad as they were last night.
Not nearly as bad.
I don't know what changed, but
maybe it's less. It feels a lot more moderate tonight. I don't know. It's pretty nice. I like it.
Very nice.
I like it. It's very,
I like it.
Very nice.
But
so back to Dart because I want to talk about Dart. Over under 6 weeks that Dart is the backup quarterback for the Giants.
Oh, I see what you're. I was confused how you were asking that. Under.
You think it'll be less?
Yeah, Russ will get hurt.
He didn't get hurt last year.
All right, fine. Russ stays healthy. Under. I think they're gonna.
Okay.
Again, new organizations when they make a pick like this, especially. What you think the Giants are going to be patient with it?
Do you think he'll go day one?
No, I don't think so. I think they'll. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Securities are.
The 2 different questions here. Do I think he will start on day 1? No. Do I think he should start on day 1? Yes.
I think he should too.
I think the court sitting the quarterback thing is so stupid.
I feel like maybe they made the Russ signing before they planned on getting Dart.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Again, this makes me think that the plan all along for them was for them to take Russell Wilson and have, we got to do the Green Bay thing. Everybody wants to do the Green Bay thing. Well, again, at some point, it's better to stop wasting time. Russell Wilson's not winning you a Super Bowl.
Stop wasting time on the hot seat and you suck.
Russell Wilson's not going to be your franchise quarterback, and Jackson Dart could be. So stop wasting your time and give him the reins. Let him develop. I mean, the Colts did the right. I will give the Colts credit in this aspect. They did the right thing by letting them figure out very early that Anthony Richardson was cheeks instead of waiting to see that Anthony Richardson was cheeks. Because then we potentially saved ourselves a year, and where we could have wasted a lot of time there. And I think the Giants are kind of in the same situation. And so, look, I think Russ still has some in the tank. I don't want to short Russ, but if I'm
it's
looking
a 1 year, $10 million deal. It's backup money.
It honestly is backup money.
So they could rationalize that signing and start Dart week 1 and be fine with it.
We now have a new battle going on in the set here. It's Nathan versus the Moth, and so we'll see who wins. It's going to be very interesting.
This Moth is driving me nuts.
Can we put the Moth on the rookie big board, please? But yeah, the Moth is really doing some damage in the studio. I mean,
I know he's going to do damage to
he's doing damage to Nathan's startle reflex too. So,
jeez.
But the Lions on the clock still, and again, this Commanders pick. My guess with the Commanders pick is I think what's going to happen is we're going to get here and they're going to take some money and we're going to be like, yeah, it makes sense, and it's not going to be. We might. I don't remember who else is picking tonight, but the Chiefs are picking, right? The Eagles are picking. Yep. Those last 2.
Yep.
Okay, so then We'll see. I mean, you could always have one of those guys surprise us and take a wide receiver 3.
Okay, so Jameis is also on a $3 million year this year, so they literally total like a $14 million cap hit this year between Russ and Jameis.
Wow, so Dart is
that's
not only going to be the wide receiver or the quarterback 2, he's going to be the quarterback 3. He might
So
get
they combine for a
$14 million deal.
$14 million deal for 1 year, which is like fringe backup level. So
right.
they could go Dart.
Let's see the pick. The Lions have made their pick. Nate, I think we're just guessing they're going to stack depth, and they do. You're exactly right. Defensive line.
Dude,
good call. You're killing it, dude. You absolutely called that. So they're gonna go defensive line here, and now we move to the Washington Commanders on the clock. It's gonna get spicy.
Got so many tackles that have gone off the board tonight.
But yeah, I mean,
crazy.
Again, defensive line. This is the defensive line draft. If you're an all-around NFL fan, I mean, this is really the way that you're looking at going. But we haven't even had Mike Green off the board. So. So now we've got the Washington Commanders up, and we're talking about really just a general question for you in terms of Jaden Daniels, sophomore slump or no? Does he maintain his dynasty value?
Maintain. I think with his rushing upside, he probably will. He's
definitely more insulated.
Here's the thing: if he were to have a sophomore slump, how far would he fall with his rushing upside?
You didn't even flinch there.
The Hurts tier.
Yeah, probably.
Which is a few picks.
And Stroud fell as far as he did after his sophomore year, at least because
he was elevated without rushing upside.
Yeah, and honestly, Stroud's rookie year, even though it was really good from an NFL perspective, from a fantasy perspective, it wasn't anything crazy. So
I think honestly the biggest thing that would dramatically impact Jaden Daniels' value would be injury. He would have to get injured.
That's probably correct.
Production-wise, I just don't really. Even if he takes a step back in the passing game, he runs the ball too much.
Yeah.
It's too insulated. It's too safe.
Yeah. So the Commanders. Let's just go ahead and daydream here because they really don't have a running back here. They really don't have a running back. No. The wet dream dynasty fantasy football pick right here is 100% Quinshawn, Travion, or Caleb Johnson.
It really is. Selfishly, it's Travion because we prefer him over.
I know, but I mean, either any of those 3 guys, we'd be crapping our pants. So.
I would crap my pants for Luther Burden here too.
Well, yeah, absolutely. If I honestly need for my agenda.
I think they go running back day 2, and I think they go Burden. Yeah.
I need for my agenda for Luther Burden to go right here at this pick.
I mean, they let all their receivers walk. They have Terry. Well, no, they didn't. They got Debo.
Yeah,
they let De'Ami Brown walk. Or did they re-sign De'Ami Brown?
I don't know.
Actually, with the Debo thing, maybe they're not going Burden. But I think they should go Burden.
Here's the thing: I don't think Debo's the reason
on a 1-year deal.
I don't think Debo's the reason you don't go a wide receiver like Burden here.
I think they go Burden, dude.
I mean, for as much crap as people were talking about Ted McMillan, I mean, Luther Burden has ended up being the one that has fallen here a little bit, and. A lot of people were blaming his senior season on and his quarterback or the situation at Missouri, and it might be a combination of all of them. But
I think you're getting a real nice pick here if you're getting Burden.
I totally agree. I think he's a great athlete. I think he's very versatile. I think he is a dynamic playmaker, and so I think that he would really fit this offense well. I think it's also going to be hard for potentially for Dan Campbell to again. I could totally see them going boring pick here. They've got other team need besides offense. They really do. Yeah, and honestly, it's a team that's seriously thinking about contending now. They've got their quarterback of the future, and not to mention...
seriously talking about contending. They just made the NFC Championship last year. House money season.
The skill position players got it done last year, and so some of it is like, what is there any urgency for Washington to take a skill position player? I mean, I don't think there is. But although, again, I need it to be Burden to fit my agenda because my agenda matters to me. And
our agenda is more important than the
needs of an NFL franchise.
The actual well-rounded team needs of a team that's looking to make a run in their division and the conference. And for the
you are going to be looking at, I think, Luther Burden sliding significantly if he goes in the second round instead of the first. Which at this point we're on.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
If he were to go to the Bills though, I'd freaking lose my mind.
That would be a good pick for them.
I honestly would think it would be a great pick for them.
Yeah.
I mean, he would be the guy there. Mm-hmm. They have nobody else.
Yeah.
I don't know why they took Keon. I don't know why they took Keon. Luther's?
Yeah.
It's solid. Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Is it mainly slot stuff, or is he good on the outside?
No, it was... well, let me just read it to you. I mean, it's not bad. But, it was kind of a mixed bag. Lots of success in terms of route routes, digs, curls, and corners. Not great on posts, which we kind of knew that. I mean, we saw it on his film. He kind of had some rough, deep stuff on his film. Flat screen, obviously, really, really effective on those. Kind of 55th percentile to 68th percentile against all coverages. Near full-time slot receiver in his days at Missouri. 83% of his snaps were in the slot. He was off the line for 81% of them. So, I mean, there you have it. Like, he's a slot receiver. He has, he has success on these slot wide receiver favored routes, and so he's going to go to a team that needs a slot wide receiver. I don't think Luther Burden's not making it.
If he doesn't go here, he's going second round.
Yeah, I'm really interested. This pick to me is like the last pick I had like circled. Like, okay, this pick could really change.
And we didn't think he'd make it here, really.
No, I honestly didn't think he would make it here, but I guess it kind of makes sense. Again, a lot of these teams going edge.
If he goes, though, that's 11.
I'm telling you, if we got to 11, then it's like boom. That'd be awesome. Again, the second round's gonna get spicy tomorrow. When we start seeing the running backs, like, oh crap.
Oh yeah, it is.
Especially with the good landing spots. Like, I'm really, really excited to see where these running backs go tomorrow. And so we are gonna be live tomorrow. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this as well. We got plenty to go tonight. Again, we're gonna jump in and do some dynasty rookie drafts, mock drafts, I should say, right after this is done. But tomorrow we are also going to be live. We're gonna be live an hour earlier than we were tonight, and we are going to do this again, exactly the same, where you're gonna be getting our live reactions. We should get a lot more live reactions for picks. I should move a little bit. I mean, it's gonna be fun. So the pick is in for Washington. Let's see it on the screen.
My stomach literally like it.
Yeah, I think this is a boring pick for us. Yeah, I knew it, and that's honestly the smart pick. I figured that's where they were gonna go.
It's never a dumb pick when you go offensive line defense.
No, it's not. It's a fine pick. It's boring for us.
As long as it's not like a prospect reach or something.
But it does mean, and it's Josh Connerly Jr. from Oregon. PFF has him ranked as the 6th offensive tackle in the draft. Again, some nice tackle depth.
A ton of Oregon guys going off the board tonight.
Yeah, Oregon. I mean, Oregon was very, very good last year. So. But obviously a very talented prospect at tackle. He's going to go in there and he's going to, I mean, again, you're building around a rushing quarterback the right way, or you're just building around a quarterback in general the right way by building your offensive line around him, especially when you already have a team that is capable of going to an NFC championship game. And so I think this is the right pick for the Commanders, and it puts now we are within our last 3 picks. The picks on the boards are the ones that we're going to have tonight, and then we're going to jump into our rookie mock drafts. But Buffalo is now on the clock. I think wide receiver has been a glaring team need for Buffalo. Here's the thing. We knew even when Buffalo took Keon last year that it pretty much solved nothing for them because he was so raw.
Right. Does Burden make schematic sense, though, with the Shakir signing?
No, it doesn't.
It does not.
He's not.
I mean, and that's
no.
I don't want to like short Burden there because Shakir is like he's like much lower level, like actually.
He's like a true slot.
Very limited. Like Burden could
Burden
be more versatile.
is more explosive. He's more versatile. He's a better athlete by a long shot. Although, Khalil Shakir did have a very high yak last year. But no, you're right. The Khalil Shakir, I don't know. I feel like you could use both of them, but again, we saw the way we saw Luther Burden used. Theoretically, it's kind of like the Hunter BTJ situation. Will he be used the same in the NFL as he was in college? And we really just don't know.
Yeah. Right.
And what would be the funniest thing of all time? What would be the funniest thing of all time is if they took Judkins here. I would crap my pants laughing.
Oh my gosh, I'd laugh so hard.
I would laugh so hard. They're not going
Again,
to. It's going to be anything crazy. I don't. Oh, look at the cactus in the background. How about that?
I know your cacti are still showing out.
Look at my cacti.
I think it's actually because of the we have a ground light back there that I think is getting it a little bit. No, oh wait, no. Rachel has that light, but
instead of between 2 ferns, it's between 2 cacti.
Nice. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's very good.
Between 2 cacti, but again, bringing you a dynasty rookie mock draft right after this. I'm really, really curious to knock a couple of these out and see where these peeps end up going.
Oh, yeah. Very indicative for where these guys are going to go for sure. I do think for the Bills, obviously all the talk about James Cook potentially being dealt, them not giving him another deal. We'll see what happens. I think a lot of those moves that you're going to see are probably going to be day 2, and we can talk about those more probably tomorrow. But like a lot of rumors about Breece Hall being shopped. And if you're going to shop these guys as these with these respective offenses, these respective franchises, you would assume that Buffalo and the Jets would probably go with a running back day 2 and just turn back the clock, not have to pay a running back to a second deal because they already have tight cap space with the team investment they have there, especially Buffalo. They don't want to pay a running back. it would definitely make sense for them to go with a running back day 2, get a day 3 pick by moving off of James Cook to a team that could use him or something like that, or they just ride out his contract and let him walk as well next offseason, which I think is probably the most likely outcome. But just keep that in mind. I think that'll kind of help with some of the contextual reasons for some of the moves that happen tomorrow, especially in day 2.
Yeah, I need to finish giving our team shout out. We talked about Mark, we talked about Becca and Sherry. We've also got Ryan Brett here. Ryan, we appreciate you being on the show and also being willing to give your advice. Ryan has been excellent to us in terms of he is one of our favorite prospect analysis guys and gurus, and he does a really good job of college ball, and we really trust his opinion. Like, I really trust Ryan's opinion. So shout out to Ryan. Yep. Shout out to our boy Tommy Peanuts, who obviously came out and pretty much is up there calling the shots and helping the team get all the information so they can get the graphics up. Again, I think you guys will admit, and I would highly recommend shouting them out in the comments. The team killed it tonight with these graphics. I mean, we had no hiccups. Like, this went awesome so far. I mean, again, we're not done. We're going to get into the dynasty stuff and do some rookie. This has gone freaking awesome. So big shout out to Ryan. Big shout out to Tom as well. We got Waffle upstairs. Everybody knows Waffle. Waffle came and visited, and he's making breakfast in the morning. It's going to be sweet. So shout out Waffle for stopping by as well. But
it's
I mean,
slap. I'm hungry right now.
And shout out to my mom. My mom's a photographer, and she's here as well. And she really has been out here adjusting the lighting as we've been doing this, which is really, we've needed it, and it looks great. Like, everybody up there is killing it, and our wives who tagged along with us and put up with all of our crap.
They do put up with us all the time.
So shout out to the domain team. This has been an awesome night, and we're gonna do it again. We've got as much practice as we can. It took a lot of practice to get to this point. We're gonna do it again tomorrow, so it's gonna be a lot of fun. Again, stick around. Right after we're done with these 3 picks here, we are gonna jump in and start doing some mock drafts and figure out how this class is going to sort out. So. Lots and lots of fun in round 1. And honestly, from a dynasty perspective, our prediction was that dynasty rookie picks would jump in value after round 1. And I guarantee you the players that you're going to be getting are more valuable than the pick that aligns with what position they're being drafted at.
Yes.
And so if you had 2025 rookie picks, you ended up in a good spot. And again, it wasn't always and we're only through 1 round too. Like, again, we have not even gotten to the running backs. I think we are in for a very fun day 2. I think it will be the most fun day 2 we've had in a while, honestly, because the running backs are really the position group that makes the day 2 stuff really fun when they're good. So I think tomorrow is going to be
so I was like pulling teeth last
blast. It was, because lots of wide receivers, but again, the wide receivers, like, they really don't move the needle in terms of hit rate. So, I mean...
No, not in a class like that, especially when you had so many higher-end guys. There's only so high that they could go. And at that point, just skill set wise, a lot of those guys were like, you just knew they were going to be career 2s at best. For sure. Some news that did come out, Brian Dable did announce that Russ will be our starter. So the off-season antics begin for tempering expectations for rookie prospects that they took in the first round that are going to be long-term options. Yeah. So we did have a trade up, a 31 and 32 swap.
So the Bills still on the clock, or is it still Bills equal? What's the new order?
Bills are on the clock.
So Bills are on the clock, and then it's Chiefs and then Eagles. Am I hearing that correctly?
Chiefs moved up.
Oh, okay. So you guys already
Chiefs
swapped it. You guys are too quick with it. I didn't even keep up with that. So the Eagles are. Oh gosh.
They're gonna get green. Yeah.
I freaking hate the Eagles, dude. It's every freaking year.
Unless the Bills crush their dreams.
Which is possible. Which is very possible.
Yeah.
They could easily crush the dreams here, but.
But yeah. Anyways, all that to say, with the Jackson Dart stuff, it has officially begun, and it will probably be a guessing game all off season through training camp until we actually see who's starting day 1 after they announce it like the week before.
Yeah.
That's something that could impact the way that you rank Jackson Dart whenever he's going to start. But I will say, like, ultimately, he's the long-term option there, and he is the saving grace for Ryan Dable and that coaching regime. If he doesn't work out, they're cleaning house. This is Dable's last chance, and he better show something this year, or he's out. And Dart is anything but guaranteed after this season, or anything but not guaranteed after this season.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work out, so
yeah, and I wouldn't. Again, I would not be surprised if Dable at this point would just Move on along. I mean, that's probably what the most likely scenario is. But I mean, you had another year of the Bills themselves not having the team success that they wanted to. I mean, they still have not gotten to a Super Bowl with Josh Allen, which is, I mean, it's a pretty notable fact that you really can't ignore.
No, they're one of the best.
And I've said this for a while. I'm not a McDermott fan.
I haven't been a McDermott fan.
I'm not a fan at all. I think you're wasting Allen right now by having McDermott there. And if you had a true a good offensive mind there, I feel like you'd feel really good about that situation.
It always just comes down to one play, every single time. You just wonder. It's like, what are they missing to get over the hump? It's not like they get blown out of the water every single game. It literally comes down to Kincaid dropping a ball, but not really just Kincaid. It comes down to just mistakes, just simple mistakes that happen throughout the entire game. Why did it come down to that one play with Kincaid dropping the ball? Because of a sequence of other mistakes that you made throughout the game, but it was still close.
Sure.
And the Chiefs made plenty of mistakes too. But what really is, what are you missing?
Yeah.
What are you missing? And I think, I mean, I think the blueprint is out. The blueprint has been out, pun intended, for beating the Chiefs, and that is bringing pressure. You've seen that twice in 2 Super Bowls now, where you had the best defense for Tampa and the best defense for the Eagles, where they pressure the frick out of Patrick Mahomes, and they just destroy the Chiefs' offensive line.
Patrick Mahomes just posted on Twitter. Patrick Mahomes just posted on Twitter a sunglasses emoji. So we'll see what the Chiefs have up their sleeves. That's interesting.
Henderson.
That's literally what Ryan just said. Travion? Let's see the Bills pick. Bills.
If it's Henderson, I might get up and throw a party.
I will too. Who do the Bills go here, though? All right, they go corner. That's honestly a good pick.
Yeah.
Maxwell Harrison is going to be the pick there.
They've been running with old guys for a while.
They honestly, they've kind of, used those guys about as long as they could. But
yes.
Harrison out of Kentucky, he, of course, was the 6th rated cornerback in terms of PFF, the 43rd overall rated prospect. But the Buffalo Bills go... they go corner, and so then you have the Eagles on the clock. And again, Mahomes tweets. Yes, this is green. I would put.
It'll be green.
I would put my house on this being green.
Yes.
I hope I don't lose my house by saying that, but
that would be hilarious.
It's going to be green. And then the Chiefs. I'm kind of interested now. If Patrick Mahomes is tweeting sunglasses emojis, let's watch it be freaking.
Well,
nothing.
I mean, it could also be a left tackle.
It's true, he'd get excited about that.
Yes, he'd be very excited.
I think he'd be pumped after the Super Bowl. I mean, man, they really could not do anything in that Super Bowl. They really couldn't.
No, but I mean, like I was saying, the blueprint's kind of out, and I think the way that the Chiefs got beat was by pressure. The only time that you saw star power take down the Chiefs was Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow and T. Higgins. That was it. And everyone knows that's been their kryptonite. That's kind of an outlier. The other times, it is pressure, and it is a phenomenal defensive line. It's a good defense.
Yeah.
That puts the pressure on them and forces them to make a play, make a ballsy play, and take a shot downfield. And they literally couldn't do it because they were under so much pressure. So I think it's something that the Bills could take a hint on and try to figure out what they're going to do there long term. But they have a good defensive line.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they do.
I don't know, man. I don't know. There's also just so much parity once you get to the playoffs. There's a lot of one and done, and Mahomes just has it every year. He just has it.
All right, we have the Eagles pick in. Let's see who the Eagles... They did trade up a spot here for them. So let's see who they decided to trade up for. They trade up for... Wow.
Campbell.
Okay, that's honestly a good pick, though.
I mean, he was one of the biggest combine risers of them all, was Gian Campbell. So
I'm surprised as you are they didn't go... I honestly forgot that he hadn't been selected yet.
So I would love to
see... He's the top-graded linebacker from PFF.
I did space Campbell. Yeah, linebacker's a little weak this year.
It is weak. It is. I mean, especially with such a good defensive line class.
Yeah. Of all the shortcomings that they have had defensively, linebacker is their weakest link, but also it's the least important position, but they can afford to do that now.
Right.
And Campbell is, I mean, he was a riser at the combine because he's a true, talented, solid athlete. Obviously coming out of Alabama. Everyone knows his name at this point, but Philly being able to get him at 31, man, I don't think that's something that anyone expected to see. We didn't expect to see because we didn't expect him, I don't think, to be here. And Yeah, we'll see where Green ends up going.
Yeah, and it's going to be somewhere in the second.
Whoever ends up taking him that's a pretty good shot to take for someone who is being mocked in the mid-first a lot of times.
Yeah, and this is, again, going to be our last pick of the night. We'll see if Kansas City potentially throws us a nice little out-of-the-park home run here if they take an offensive skill position, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised.
So when Shador's a Cleveland Brown, what are we going to do? Probably early second-round pick in Dynasty?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
He'll have to be because of all the guys. This is already looking pretty deep.
Yeah, it honestly is. So
Kansas City is going to be the last one on the board unless someone decides to move up, but it doesn't make sense for anyone.
Really interested to see who Kansas City goes here, honestly. This is an important pick. So
Houston traded back into the early second. Cleveland, you're assuming, is going to go in the early second with Shador.
I think they take Shador at the 2-1.
And then I think you see maybe Burden does end up in Houston.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, that would be a perfect fit for him. That would be he would kill in Houston, which I would honestly be super happy about that. But at this point, you're not looking at Luther Burden going in the first round. So I think he's probably the only guy I would say is a notable faller. Everybody else that would be expected to go in the first round went in the first round.
Notable, but not shocking.
No, it's not shocking. I agree with you. It's not shocking.
Yes.
So
he was not one of our guaranteed first round guys.
No, he wasn't.
That we had said, hey, one of these top 8 guys, we know they're going to go.
I will take this opportunity real quick before we make this last pick and then get into our mock drafts. We'll be sending the link in the domain Discord so you can join these rookie mock drafts as we knock out some rookie mock drafts for the first time since we actually know the landing spots. This has been an amazing draft so far. But if you haven't, take advantage of the BOGO deal and come join the community. Obviously, again, the annual Motherflocker tier with code DOMAIN. We're doing 2 blueprints for you. Again, it normally comes with 1 free team blueprint and a rookie draft blueprint. But right now we are running the live draft special. And it's going to become with 2 with every membership, not to mention all the other perks. So you can find that. The link is going to be down below. You also have, again, the domain draft bundle, which is available for everybody, but specifically for our existing members, since they get a pretty big discount on all that. So we can get some domain swag and also get 2 blueprints. So I got the moths attacking me now, which is kind of fun. The bugs did end up showing up. They did show up. They are here now. We can confirm the bugs have arrived.
It was a little later than we expected.
It was.
We mocked them a little bit earlier.
Yeah, but again, I think it was always possible that the bugs were going to fall into the later evening range, which you're still looking. I think you're still looking at the bugs as a threat.
You're getting the same return as you were expecting previously. It's just.
Well, they're being. I mean, and they're also just being a little bit more, assertive tonight. The assertiveness is. I had one just hit me in the forehead, and so I really
literally nailed it. That was so
funny. It smoked me. They could probably hear it inside, but.
Oh man, I would love to end round 1 with some fireworks. Mahomes, please don't let us down with your tweet.
Come on, this be the chef's kiss.
We're literally gonna trash you for the rest of the night if you just tweeted that sunglasses thing and
they're gonna pick a linebacker. Like, what the frick? Jeez.
Would you blame them for the sunglasses emoji if they got green?
I don't know.
He wouldn't have done that though. Like they had to have known that. The Eagles weren't going to
I'm gonna wear my sunglasses when we announce the pick.
So they had to have known that the Eagles weren't going to take who they wanted, which would have been running back.
Yeah,
right?
Probably. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. But funny thing about these sunglasses, when I put them on, I can't see the monitor, so everything goes completely.
Can you still
dark.
not see the monitor?
It's like purple now.
No way.
Yeah, it's like very faint. I can't read it at all.
Let me try. I want to try.
Yeah, you can.
I got
it's interesting. I don't know why they do that. They're shady rays.
Crap! I rubbed my eyes and now it's burning. Whoa! It is purple. Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Purple. All right, Kansas City, wrap it up. Take us home. If this seriously would be the cherry on top.
It'll get us to
11. Walk-off RBI.
It'll get us to 11.
We get us to 11. That's what I wanted to be at. But it probably has to be a running back here.
Yeah.
Oh, please take a running back. Please take a running back.
So, Mark, if you want to take us back to the board, we can
let's
take
look
a look
at
at that one more time. Just a little recap
last
for round
look
1.
Before.
Maybe the last look.
Maybe this may be it. This may be the board for tonight.
10 offensive guys, dynasty and fantasy relevant, that are off the board in the first round so far. 2 of which are running backs.
Pause. Is that a moth? Is that moth on the graphic?
They literally did put it on.
That is hilarious. Okay.
That's a nice little effect.
I legitimately looked at that and I thought it was on the TV. I was like, that's a giant moth, dude. That's hilarious.
Becca,
again,
you are the GOAT.
Do we have a better production team? Do we have a better creative team? There's the moth I asked for. But again,
guys, that's what it feels like right now. Okay, that's the size of the moth that ran.
They feel that big. I mean, they really do. But we're at 10 right now, and again, We have not even gotten to round 2. We are still at the 32nd selection.
Yeah, I definitely think the 2 surprises of the night, which you always are due up for surprises, were Loveland and Emeka Egbuka going at 7 and 9. You could call Sanders being a faller a surprise, but I think the beat writers, the insiders, everyone was preparing us for the potential that Sanders was going to fall to a point where I personally like.
I will say I'm kind of surprised he made it this far.
I'm not bummed at. Like
I'm not bummed at either.
I'm not upset.
I will say I'm not shocked either. I'm a little surprised though. I didn't really think he would make it this far. I didn't think he'd make it past Pittsburgh, to be honest.
Here was the other surprise of the night. Pittsburgh did not draft a QB.
That's what I'm saying.
I cannot
I'm
believe
surprised
they
he
did
made it
not
past
draft a QB. It literally fell into their hands. They could have taken, like, we know at this point, Dart was worthy of being a late first-round pick. Why the heck did they not take Dart?
Yeah.
Why the actual heck did they not take Dart?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe, but again, I mean, I think they have PTSD. I think they have KPTSD.
Yeah.
Which honestly, I don't blame them. I mean, at that time, Kenny Pickett was, I think Dart has way higher ceiling than Kenny Pickett did, though. And
oh my gosh, it's not even remotely close.
Yeah, and I honestly think that even Shador is going to be looking at it pretty. Okay, we have the final pick now. Let's take a look at. Come on, please. It's not. It's going to be boring. It's going to come on. Cherry on top. Yeah.
Left tackle.
They took a tackle though. Nathan was freaking on fire tonight.
Josh Simmons was the guy that I was referencing earlier. He is the one that would have, if not for the injury. Again, it's a notable injury. It's one that's like, it could be considered a medical. I don't know if you could call it a medical red flag, maybe a medical yellow flag.
Yeah.
If that exists. To a point where it was merited that he would fall down boards. I just dodged a bug.
Nice.
And at least I didn't smash the bug on screen since people got mad at me in the Flock League.
That's true. That was not funny. Nathan.
If you're Kansas City, if you're a Chiefs fan, if you're Patrick Mahomes, if you're Andy Reid, if you're the offensive coordinator, if you're the wide receivers there, you are absolutely ecstatic that Simmons fell to you. That was your best case scenario. That's what you were hoping for. That's what you wanted to see for a team, for an offense that was just beat into the ground in the Super Bowl because they didn't have a left tackle.
Yeah.
They have a lot of needs.
This is the smart pick. This is a smart pick. Mahomes gets his blind side, so that's it's going to be nice. So.
Simmons had a top 10 grade if it weren't for that injury. Like that's.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's very true.
Simmons is. He's good.
All right, that is our final pick of the night. Now we are going to transition to playing Dynasty Fantasy Football. So if you play Dynasty, you're going to want to be here. We're going to start dropping some mock draft links so you guys can get in on mock drafts on the channel. But if we could, let's just see the rookie board one last time. This is going to be the rookie board where we're going to leave it until tomorrow. We will pick up with the drafting at least 30 minutes before the draft, just like normal. After day 1 of the NFL draft, this is where our Dynasty rookie board sit. 10 draftable rookies in Dynasty leagues went off the board today. My favorite pick of the night, easily Amari Hampton to the Chargers, but I think you're happy about a lot of these.
Yeah.
And so at the point, I think again at the point where you've got the running back still to go, this is I think this is a really good situation for your dynasty rookie picks, and we'll definitely be monitoring this going tomorrow. I think you're going to see a lot of these guys even potentially get pushed down as we do this. So again. We're going to get into this tomorrow, but we are now going to transition, and let's start knocking out some rookie drafts. I'm really curious to see how this ends up. So production team up there, since you guys are going to be running this and I won't, you should be able to just transition to that picture-in-picture. If we still got the sleeper, make sure the sleeper tab is still open on Chrome, and we can just transition over there. I'm going to try to open the mock draft and share it with the audience in the in the Discord chat. So I've definitely got this one queued up. But I'm gonna go ahead and send a mock draft link in the Discord so you can go ahead and jump in. We're gonna start drafting these rookies for real. There we go. All right.
I think our biggest thing here is going to be seeing between Loveland, Warren, and Egbuka who's going to go where, who's going to go over the others.
Yeah. All right, Domain Motherflockers, jump in, fill this mock. Let's freaking do this thing. This is going to be fun. Hey, there should also be. You should also have the comments. You should also have the comments on there somewhere. I have that tab open, and you can click through the comments and put them on the screen. Let me know if you can't figure that out. I can come help you. But people are jumping in now. Here we go. all the boys jumping in. People want to draft these rookies, and we will just continue to see how these drafts. I'm really curious here. Let's give this a 1 minute timer right now, because really what we're focused on is how these first 10 picks shake out. That's honestly what I'm the most interested in. So, all right, we ready to go? Let's do this. Let's do some rookie mock drafts, and let's break this down. I am real quick. I'm going to put this on a minute, and I'm going to start this thing, and we'll talk about it.
Awesome.
All right.
101. Here we go. Ashton Genty.
And it's Genty.
I don't think 102 is going to be a question here. Hampton, boom.
Producers, can you mute the sleeper notifications, please? I want to know if it's getting through, but I want to make sure it doesn't. So yeah, and Hampton goes there 102.
Yeah, Sergeant CC didn't even hesitate. Matthew Golden, Lambeau.
Wow, what are we doing,
Lambeau?
Dude,
come on, dude.
After all this talk of taking Cam Ward 101, and you take Golden at the 1-3, and then
he's just being a homer.
Man, Ted McMillan 1-4 is interesting.
Technically 103 here. I'm not counting that Golden pick.
Yeah.
There goes Hunter. So, wow. Hunter.
Wow. Yeah, and then Ward at the 1-6. I mean, that's going to be insane value if it's going to happen like that.
Yeah. And there goes Igbuka. So Igbuka is the first one off the board between the tight ends. Can't blame you for preferring preferring the wide receiver over the tight end. Both tight ends here. Henderson going at the 1-8. I think that's smart, thinking ahead, expecting these day 2 running backs to fly off the boards. Obviously, you're going to favor the guys where you know what the landing spots are in the draft capital, but Henderson is probably going to go no later than 1-8. Like, he's probably going to go 1-6, 1-7 when it's all said and done, especially if he goes early, mid-second.
Yeah.
Tyler Warren goes at the 1-9. So Warren in this mock actually goes over Loveland. So that's very notable. This is good for our tier argument.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean,
and then Jackson
you haven't
Dart.
even seen Loveland go yet. Loveland goes.
There goes
Loveland
at 111.
Okay, so those are all the guys. We still have Henderson jumping up here, and obviously now we're going to get into the guys that are going tomorrow. And so I'll let you, if you guys could, I'm going to go up there and help them with the comments real quick, and I'll come right back down. But
yeah, no problem.
No, you switched off of the screen, so go back, please. You're not on the. No, you guys go back to the screen. There you go. Don't do it on that tab. I'll come up and help you. So you switch to Nathan's camera, and he can talk about these picks.
Yeah, so Caleb Johnson at the 112, again, that's anticipating what Caleb Johnson's draft capital is going to be, day 2. Luther Burden at the 2-1, again, probably one of the bigger disappointments of the first round being Luther Burden doesn't go in the first round. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but again, not going to be, I mean, analytically, it's not a deal breaker for Luther Burden at all. From a draft capital perspective, again, from a hit rate perspective, you want to see him go first round.
Good job.
Yeah, we got it.
But I
Good
will
job.
say,
You guys freaking killed it. Holy crap.
hey, I think Avery's unmuted.
Oh, yeah. Mute me.
Oh my gosh. Which one are you? 2, 1.
Yeah, and that's actually hilarious. Well, Avery's celebrating in the back. Quinshawn Judkins at the 202 here. So Judkins, I think you guys let us know in the comments what you think about Judkins. We're still on the fence on like where we actually think he's going to end up going. If he's going to go like early mid-second, would you think he falls to the early third potentially? And then Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Milroe go back-to-back here. So this is really assuming that Shedeur and Milroe are going to go at some point in the second round. I mean, this is really assuming that Sanders is going to go to Cleveland. I think Sanders, all things considered here, is going to be a Cleveland Brown. They have 2 early second-round picks. They trade back. They go get a defensive tackle to pair with Myles Garrett. They have plenty of needs offensively. I mean, are they going to go Sanders and running back? Are they going to go Sanders and wide receiver? We don't really know. Milroe at this point, I mean, where's Milroe going to go? You can't think that the Steelers are going to take Milroe at this point. Like, who in the second round is going to be interested in taking Milroe? All the needs have been filled at this point, I think. I don't know, man. I think Milroe could go third round as a true backup quarterback. That's developmental. Trey Harris here goes to the 2-5, and then you got a running back. So you've got Giddens, Scadaboo, Sampson, Higgins. I think Giddens, Scadaboo, and Sampson all have solid chances of going day 2. If I were a betting man, I'd say Scadaboo goes over those other two guys, over Giddens and Sampson. But from a prospect perspective, I think we prefer Scatterboo and Sampson, or probably Scatterboo and Giddens and Sampson would be our order that we would prefer. Devin Neal's safe floor guy. I don't think he's a guarantee to go day 3 or day 2. He could go early day 3. Very high floor type of guy, cap ceiling. That was awesome.
Yeah, I was celebrating with the team.
Yeah.
They killed it, didn't they?
Yeah, they did kill it.
I mean, I don't care that they heard that.
No, I know. It was awesome.
I was pumped.
It was funny. I am pumped too.
Hey, unmute me up there.
Hey, Ray.
Check. All right, there we go. Cool. Yeah, sorry, it fed back though. That was annoying. I'm like, turn me off. All right, let's get another one going. I don't think we go too deep in these.
No.
So, Tom, will you start another one for me and send out the link? You can do it from that computer. Yeah, how do I join these mocks? You can join over on the Discord. We're going to be posting them over there, and yeah, you can jump in them, and we'll tag them for Domain Motherflockers. We're putting them in our exclusive Discord. Again, good time to join the Discord. It's going to be popping. It's going to be absolutely popping during these next couple days. It's going to be super duper active. But yeah, so we'll put another mock draft over there. So if you're Domain Motherflocker, jump in. But let's see again, because like in that draft specifically, Hunter was the value, Cam Ward was the value. I don't think they fall that far in a real thing. So
I don't know, dude. With these, we haven't seen the day 2 running backs.
I know, but I'm
fall.
saying, I'm saying Golden's not going over them, and I don't think Ted is either.
Well, I would love to see the next mock because
again, we need to do multiple of these.
If people are panicking on Hunter, he could end up being a buy.
Yeah, 100%. But you guys got it up there? You can use the talkback mic. Talk to me if you want to. But we're okay, cool.
So I was curious to see what the people in the comments were saying about Judkins. I think a lot of them think Judkins is still going to go in the second round. And then I was mentioning Milroe, because Milroe on this last mock went back-to-back with Shedeur. Shedeur, I think at this point you can lock in, is going to be a Cleveland Brown. He has 2 chances to go to Cleveland in the early second.
Yeah.
If he doesn't go, he's not going anywhere. But they're thinking Milroe to the Saints.
Yeah.
Would be pretty much the only spot that he could potentially go. Milroe or, I mean, Shuck, who knows? But Milroe would be the athlete upside shot that they could take there, that you could put behind whoever's going to be starting their week 1.
Yeah.
That's definitely a possibility.
All right. We're going to get into another one of these mock drafts here in 1 second as we send this out. So let's again, I think more of these mock drafts is definitely going to help. But can we have the next mock draft up on the screen, please? Definitely want to just leave that up. And you can just toggle back and forth and create a new draft every time. So, all right. But let us know in the comments. I mean, who you guys are? You guys doing any super chats tonight? Honestly, we can turn super chats on. That's fine. I'll do that real quick. If you guys want to get some questions in, we can answer them. I know you can do it on the site, so you can. I don't think we have it pinned, but honestly, it's gonna be easier for us to just turn on super chats, I think. So let me do that real quick. I think I have to do that in our channel settings, so I'll do that real quick. Yeah, and if you guys want to get your questions in, then this is going to be the best time to do that. So
Yeah.
let's figure this thing out.
Yeah.
All right,
let's not take Golden at the 103 in this mock.
Tom, will you mute that mic up there, please?
That'd be great.
Yeah, for real.
David Elliott's picking at the 101.
All right, we're full.
There we go. I know David Elliott.
Let's do it.
Crazy.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
What do you think of Igbuka to the Bucks, says Crispy? I'll let you take that one.
It's honestly, I can't lie, it's a difficult one to break down. I think the thing that you can compare it to most is the first year JSN in Seattle, with them phasing out Tyler Lockett over a year. We were looking up some contract stuff, and Evans is an unrestricted free agent after this season. The confusing thing about it, though, is that Igbuka is a slot wide receiver. And he would be a guy that would be replacing Godwin, who just got a multi-year extension. So with that in mind, it's tough really to pinpoint like what his role is going to be year 1, year 2 even. Like how are Godwin and Igbuka going to complement each other in that offense? We'll see. But ultimately, I think you have to respect the draft capital, respect his talent, and we'll kind of let the rest unfold.
Yeah. All right. How do I turn super chats back on? I forget how I did this. All right, first 2 picks, Genty and Hampton. Tom, can you mute that mic again, please?
I mean, if we do multiple mocks here where Hampton is going consensus 102, 102 might be in its own tier.
Yeah, I agree. There we go, customization.
Especially if you see more of Tet going over, and Henderson goes 103. A little aggressive there, but we'll see where he ends up going in the early second. You could potentially see him go that high, depending on what his landing spot is and how early his second round draft capital is.
Yeah. All right.
Very, very possible here.
There we go.
Mock with Milrow to Philly. Basically just be their insurance, and that would be a third round pick for Philly as insurance in case Hurts went down. There goes Hunter, McMillan, back to back. Ward, back to back to back. That's a tier.
Hey, will you all change the camera back to both of us, please, upstairs? It's just on Nathan. I am still here. There you go.
You've got
Thank you.
Loveland
Hi.
at the 1-7. Judkins goes at the 1-8. So again, everybody expecting Judkins to shoot up boards once he gets his second round draft capital. And then Golden, I think that's a lot more of a realistic spot.
Henderson I don't understand, like, I don't know if you can, I mean, this is obviously a prediction that Henderson's going to jump all these guys, but, and then Hunter, so, I mean, people are taking still Hunter at the 1-4-1-5, so, I mean, I guess that dream's dead now, the whole 102 Hunter, I mean, people are clearly, he's still getting Cam Ward at the 106.
Yeah.
You got Loveland at the 1-7 here, Tyler Warren goes at the 111. So here in this draft, you have Golden there on the 1-9, which I think is probably reasonable. Maybe a little bit higher than that, but you have Loveland and Warren. You have Loveland going pretty clearly over him. And then you have Igbuka at the turn, which is where I think he ends up. So.
Yeah, I agree. He could even fall to the early second because of the landing spot.
Yeah.
Dart, I'm not necessarily sold on Dart going at the 110. I don't know if he's going to go there. He might go 112, 201. We'll see. Maybe I'm thinking wrong there. I'm just trying to anticipate what the market's going to do. I have a feeling Dart's going to be a faller next year just by default because of all the day two running backs. That's just what I anticipate.
And Slot says, give me Dart in the late first all day. Hey, by the way, guys, super chats are on, so a couple of you guys can get questions in if you want to and get highlighted. But yeah, I mean, I think you're going to get Dart in the first all day. I think, again, with the running backs that are going to be drafted tomorrow, my guess is that Jackson Dart is going to be going at the 1-2 turn, if not in the early second. I mean, if you were getting Bo Nix, I know it's a different class, but the point where you're getting Bo Nix in the early second, I think you're absolutely going to be getting Jackson Dart in around the same range. So I think that Dart is probably going to be a 1-2 turn player in Dynasty Fantasy Football. So
That's very fair.
yeah.
Who do you think the followers will be by default then?
So Judkins, they're
with the
predicting.
running backs that go? Because we got 10 guys we got to deal with. Some of these guys are going to fall
I mean,
into the
right
second
now,
round.
who are the followers? Y'all just made that smaller on the screen. Make it bigger, please. You shranked it.
It got shrinked.
There you go. Now smaller than that. Yep, smaller than that. Resize it. Can't. There you go. And almost there. There you go.
Yeah.
Yep. Leave it right there.
Maybe Warren will go early second. I think Warren and
It would be
Igbuka
Warren.
would be the followers.
Again, I think it's the Warren, Loveling, and Ibuka Dart tier that gets pushed down.
Yeah.
Those are the four guys that I think are going to get pushed down. So
It's got to be.
we'll
Right?
see. I mean, yeah. And again,
Right.
yeah. We right now, as it sits right now, I mean, this is the really main differences we have here. And not counting. Are you guys dropping mocks in the lobby Discord? We're putting them in the Domain Fantasy Football Discord for our Motherflocker members. So if y'all are just joining, make sure you sync your Discord roles, and then you can jump in some of these mocks as well. Again, you get 2 team blueprints. So it's the BOGO. It's the BOGO. But
It is. Bogo.
yeah, I think if Henderson lands in Cleveland, then he'll get a massive boost. Yeah, I think 100%. Again, like this at this point, we're drafting, especially Zeke Castle, who took Henderson and then Judkins. I mean, we're drafting based on predictions, and so I think that I think this is totally warranted. And again, in this hypothetical scenario, when you've got guys getting pushed down, it's Igbuka, it's Warren, it's Dart, and I think those are going to be the guys. I also think there could be more running backs that jump here. I really do think that. So,
Yep.
All right, can you go ahead and start a new one, Tom? Let's just keep these to about 2 rounds right now. So.
Yeah, 3 and 4 gets a little.
Yeah, I was gonna say we don't know anything
we
about
won't know
these
anything
guys.
yet.
So yeah, just create a new one, and we can. If you create a copy, it's gonna copy all the other players in there too. So there you go. Yeah, and it always comes in on Snake, so just put it on linear.
Snakes.
But we'll send this link, send it in the Domain Fantasy Football chat. You guys can jump in. Let's keep figuring this out. Again, I got super chats on if you guys want to get a question or anything like that. So.
I think if Henderson lands in Cleveland, then he'll get a massive boost. Yeah, that would be a phenomenal landing spot for Henderson. If they went Sanders and then Henderson, I think that's a very realistic outcome,
Yeah.
especially with them going defense at their first pick. Would not be shocked if they go offense. They got to get some stuff going there. Again, hot seat, protect your desk. These coaches in front offices have to go forward at some point. whether it's a good move or a bad move, they're desperate to produce and desperate to show some semblance of relevancy in the NFL or they're out.
Yeah.
And I don't think either of us think that they're going to ride with Flacco full-time without any long-term option at quarterback. They can sit Sanders this season for all we care. They just need to take quarterback.
Let's take a couple super chats that we got rolling in here. The first one's Wafflehauser. He says, I am the super chat king. You are. You were always the super chat king. It kind of hit you harder than anybody when we turned those off. If people don't join from the Discord, Tom, then let's drop this in the YouTube chat, please. Actually, I'll do it. I can do that. Don't worry about it. But yes, Waffle, we appreciate your super chat, buddy. I mean, and it was also really fun to have you out here tonight. So, but yeah, let me. I'm gonna drop this in the chat for you. There we go. Yeah, we dropped it in. You guys are good. Tally Ho says, thanks for doing a legit draft stream domain team, including making it behind the scenes best day of the fantasy year. This is Dynasty Christmas. That's what we honestly need to start branding it as, is Dynasty Christmas, because that's exactly what it is.
It is Christmas.
It is Christmas. So, yeah, let's. Becca says, what do you mean no? All right, we're full. Let's go ahead and start this and see how this one goes. Again, pretty different so far than what we have as our big board. And we'll show you our Dynasty big board. We've already kind of got these guys and talked about their rankings. And I think one thing we should do is after this, assuming upstairs you guys know how to put the big board up, I think one thing that we need to do is probably talk about where we're going to rank these guys right off the bat in Dynasty at their position groups. And so we can go through and break down the entire rankings here. Genty, Omarion Hampton, 101, 1-2. It's locked in. You've got Ted at the 1-3. Interesting. So T. Gordo there takes Ted.
The only things that are locked in are the 1-1 and the 1-2 so far. Nothing has changed. For
Okay,
those two.
so right now, from
Hampton's
a value
in a tier of
standpoint,
his own.
Hampton would be in a tier of his own, based on what I'm seeing.
That's good to know.
Waffle, go run behind the cactus. Says Waffle.
I think he left.
He left. We heard him leave.
I will say one of the highlights of the stream was seeing Tom sneak behind you, stealth mode.
Yeah,
to try and
Tom's
get some of those
butt. I saw
spotlights.
Tom's bent
butt.
over there. Yeah. I'm looking behind me on the monitor. I'm like, what is that behind me?
That was awesome.
So, yeah, we appreciate Waffle. Sharky says, nah, I'm the king. Killer Stream Boys. We appreciate you, man. But Lambo Autos, so let's stop getting him in these drafts. But what the heck? Frick. Skyvo's going to be on the clock, though. So Cam Ward goes there. And again, I've seen multiple times here that Travis Hunter has been sliding in the 1-6, and I think at that value, you guys have to take him. And then it's Golden, right?
Yeah.
So I think you've seen Golden, particularly right now. And Golden has the opportunity to slide down a little bit here, right? If you have some running backs jump up, Matthew Golden could be somebody you end up taking at the 1-8 through 1-10 in your rookie drafts. Tyler Warren goes ahead of Loveland in this one, going to the Colts. So, are y'all doing rookie blueprints for Infinite Blueprints? Is there a way to get a rookie blueprint if we already had a blueprint done? The rookie blueprints come with the 1.0s, 2.0s, and lives during the month of April, May. The rookie blueprint or the Infinite Blueprint doesn't include rookies on it or rookie picks on it, but it does include rookies when they're drafted onto your team. And so that's the first time you'll see rookies. But the rookie draft blueprint, no, is not being sent with the monthlies, though. Those are always the same. It's a standard thing. So Dart again goes there. And then, so Dart's 110 there. What is May worth? I think May is still.
I think he's the same.
Yeah, I think he's the same as he was before.
They went offensive line, which is what they needed to do. Something that we wanted to see them do was take a guy like Campbell. Back in the early offseason, Tet was mocked as high as 4 to the Patriots, and obviously he didn't go there. He went 8 to Carolina, but I think May stays the same. There's no reason for us to knock him for anything that happened tonight.
Yeah, I mean, and Loveland goes there. So 2-2, Loveland goes, man, some bug is getting real loud in here. Go away. I think, again, you had Ibuka slide down here, but then you've got Loveland going. I think if you need tight end, those 2-1 through 2-3 picks ended up being pretty good this year. A lot of people are worried about the landing spot. Blue says Loveland greater than Warren. And right now I think, Nathan and I are kind of split on it, to be honest with you, but they're in the same tier. I think you elevate the guy with the best landing spot.
I mean, you've seen them flip. Now this is the third time that they flipped.
Yeah.
And so really indicating that they're probably going to be in a tier?
Yeah, probably. Which first-round landing spot are you guys most excited about? Hampton to the Chargers for me. It's not even close. I think it's literally perfect for him. So we'll see. Tomorrow I think we could get some second-round landing spots that you get even more excited about, especially from a running back perspective. So upstairs, if you guys could tell me in my ears real quick, do you guys know how to get the big board up? How are the bugs? The bugs are great. I couldn't hear you in my ears. Can you unmute yourself?
The bugs are great.
The rookie big board. So we can look at how we have the rookies ranked, and then we're also just going to talk about them for a minute. So, it's in the graphics layer. Is Becca still up there with you?
Dude, I mean, speaking of those bugs,
That's the one.
That one fly was insanely large.
Oh, we do have. Let's clear that for a second. We do have a couple super chats that we have a super chat from David that we need to answer real quick. He said, Waffle Hauser is the super chat king. Don't need these. The rake is gross. Dynasty Domain killed it tonight. We really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Waff.
David. You're awesome, man. You are the man. We appreciate it. All right. Let's take a look at this board, and let's just talk about where we have each of these guys ranked in Dynasty right now. Genty is immediately the running back 2 or 3, depending on what you want to talk about, right? And so I think you feel, shout out David. There's the super chat. You see it right there. Tom's figuring out how to run the computer up there, but we'll get another one of these mocks rolling while we have the big board up and talk about these rankings. So you can go ahead and open another one, Tom, if you want. Just drop this one in the YouTube chat. So if you guys are in the YouTube chat and you want to join a mock, you can. But we'll talk about again. So Hampton and Genty are the probably running backs 3 and 4 respectively. I think maybe you could make the argument for 4-5 or 4-6, but they're definitely both top 6 dynasty running backs right off the bat.
I'm 3 and 4 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where I'm at too.
Hampton's too good to turn down.
Yeah. And then Travis Hunter, obviously, in terms of where we're ranking him in Dynasty, I mean, that's tough. Again, we just really don't know. I think you have to be conservative and rank him somewhere in the 15 to 25 range still.
It's funny how everything just regressed back to right where we thought he was going to go.
Yeah, for sure. In terms of Cam Ward, I think you'd be conservative with Cam Ward. He's a 15 to 20 quarterback range. Looking at Dynasty rankings there, you can, say safely that he's in the range with Jordan Love, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, Michael Penix, Dak Prescott, Trevor Lawrence. So,
absolutely love to see these comments from Alec. We really appreciate your super chat, man. He said, "Thanks for saving me from making a bad trade. Dude is now offering the 105, 106, and LAD for my 101 and 107 and 203.
Yeah,
probably still gonna hold potentially.
I mean, you could. It's not gonna matter, man. You could hold.
The value that you gained, this is what we absolutely love to see, is being able to help you guys navigate the market, especially with picks at this point of the year. And there's always a last rush for all these picks before the NFL draft when your league mates realize that they're going to increase in value by upwards of 10 to 15%, depending on where you're actually picking in the first round.
Yep.
And as we suspected, after day 1 of the NFL draft, before we even see where these day 2 running backs go, these picks have shot upwards.
Yeah.
Every single one of them so far.
Yeah.
I mean, I think trade-wise, are you taking the 105, 106 in LAD or the 101 and 107? And 203. 203 is very relevant now in this equation.
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
I mean, when you're looking at who goes 105 here, you're seeing,
I think LAD is close to the 102. You get the 105, 106, the 106, 107 cancel out.
I'd take LAD 105 and 106 there.
I think it's. I honestly don't blame him for holding there. I think it's a very even trade. So.
Yeah. Whoa, take it easy, man. What is up?
What's up, man?
What is up?
Would you trade? I feel like I haven't seen you, dude. Would you trade the 103, 203, 302 for the 102? So basically, trying to trade up here and using that.
Okay, I'm battling.
I honestly probably would do this right now. I think that's enough for me.
Yep.
I think I would definitely do it.
I would pay the 203 to get to Hampton.
Yeah. All right, we've got a couple guys in here. So it looks like Slot got in this mock draft. Shout out Slot, Father's figure. Because again, I mean, there goes freaking that guy took Hampton over Genty, which again I don't think is going to happen, but. Father's figure is going to be on the clock now. There takes Travis Hunter. Again, we already got some sharp drafters in here. Slot's on the clock, and so we'll see where he goes. I think this is most likely how it's going to sort out. And then Tet, I'm totally fine with. I wonder, and I still wonder, I've been wondering, and I will wonder, and I continue to wonder, if people will consensus take Tet over Ward. I mean, I think we've seen it on every mock so far. So from a value standpoint, it might end up being Tet.
Over Ward? Yeah.
Might end up being Tet. Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, again, there's a lot could change.
Yeah.
But right now, that looks like that's how it's going to go. Am I screwed for not offloading Najee? Or how screwed am I?
How screwed are you? Well, he didn't have much value to begin with. He did have some value that you could have capitalized on, but again, you said you tried. There's only so much you can try. If you can't offload him for anything, then don't do it. There is a point. There is a point where you have a guy pre NFL draft, pre Omarion Hampton landing spot to the Chargers, where he got paid $5-6 million on a 1-year deal, and if they didn't take a running back, he would not have lost his value, and he would have actually gained value. There is a point where the cost of moving him for a early 3rd round pick wouldn't have been worth the benefit of just holding him if they hadn't taken a guy like Hampton. So again, you didn't want to force the deal. I understand that. You're not getting anything for Najee now.
No, I don't think so
at all. So.
And again, I want to emphasize this as well because a lot of people were mentioning Najee when Omarion Hampton was picked. Najee does not matter here. Can we look up Najee's contract real
Najee
quick?
is irrelevant. The contract at face value when they said it was a lie. Half of that contract was incentives that he is now guaranteed not to meet.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, so that's part of the reason they probably did that is like, okay, if we draft a running back, this is essentially protection for us. So Dart goes to the 112 here. Egbuka and Golden. And Golden at the 110 is a pretty good value in my opinion. We have Golden ranked comfortably ahead of Loveland and Warren in these rankings so far.
Najee's 27. That's
Lambo
insane.
says you guys are actually trolling. Golden goes to a team with no wide receivers and better quarterback play. Hunter's not guaranteed snaps. Tet has Bryce. Okay, so are you actually saying that you think Golden is the wide receiver 1 in this class? Because that would be a stretch, I feel like. I'm not sure I feel.
Lambo, the name gives it away.
Yeah, I know. Like everybody, I think everybody's kind of picking up on what you're putting down there, man.
We're a big fan of the landing spot for
Appreciate you,
Matthew,
Lambo.
But I mean, you got to recognize a top 8 pick versus a late first round pick. Like,
yeah, for sure.
That's like comparing Rome Odunze to Xavier Legette at the end of the. Like, there's a very clear difference there. Even with the landing spots being less ideal or more ideal for the guys on the back half of the round, like. There is inherent risk in heavily investing in a guy at the wide receiver position in the late first round over someone like Tet, who's just going to be more insulated as the 8th overall pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
I do appreciate your super chat though, man, and I would
Lambo,
love to talk about that further. But Najee Harris,
good old Domain Canada,
guaranteed $5.2 million at signing. So he will definitely.
So he's got a payday. He got a payday.
He'll get some work.
He's
this
getting the
year
Zach
for
Moss
sure.
deal.
But
so we saw how that worked out.
Yeah, Hampton's the guy.
Yeah, no, Hampton. There's pretty much zero question at this point. So if y'all are watching, make sure you drop a like. And if you haven't subscribed, we're trying to hit 25K. We're almost there. I also got the link in the comments for a BOGO Blueprint deal that we're running with every new annual membership with code domain on the Motherflocker tier. If you want to do that, just go ahead and click that link. Again, this is the draft special only. We're not running this anymore. So let's keep it going. But yeah, let's get another one fired up. We can keep dropping them in the YouTube comments. You guys can keep jumping in these and let's see how they're going. I mean, honestly, Nathan and I need to get a really good feel here. We need to get a really good feel for the value at this point. So
yeah, we do.
In the comments, yes or no, you guys want a video recapping round 1 and kind of where we're going to rank these players in Dynasty? Do you want a video tomorrow morning breaking down the action? I think I know what the answer is going to be, but I want to see the enthusiasm for it first. What does this mean for Coker? Coker's cooked, my man. I mean,
I had to blink twice and look at it 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, Coker is probably cooked, man. So I'm sorry to say that. I know a lot of you guys love Coker. So Slot says if Hampton makes it to me at the 104 in my real draft, do I entertain, should that be an auto pick or do I entertain trading down? No, you said it's an auto draft in my opinion.
Yeah.
Lambo says, I didn't say he's wide receiver 1, saying opportunity matters.
No,
yeah, of course
it
opportunity
absolutely
matters.
does.
Yeah,
That's
100%. The situation is great. Again,
the situation's
I
phenomenal.
think we have Golden higher than where people are taking him here. So
Golden is locked in our eyes. Golden is locked in wide receiver 1 in that offense day 1. Not even close.
yeah.
He's the only one, like, schematically and skill set wise, that can do it. Everyone else there is a one-trick pony.
All right, we're good to go, Tom. Yeah.
Jaden Reed technically not, but he's a gadget guy. He does everything good. He's speedy, but he's small, so he doesn't have the size to be a dominant alpha, obviously, as we saw last year.
Yeah, so that's probably what that means for Coker, but we appreciate you. So Genty, Hampton, again, Hampton's the 102. Hampton's in a tier of his own. I mean, we all from 3 to 6. We're now seeing all kinds of different dudes be shifted around in those value ranges, but Tet has gone 103, I think, more than Hunter has. So that's going to be significant. Matthew Golden goes there at the 1-4. This is a jumbled mess so far, man. We are going to. Tomorrow's mock drafts are going to tell us a lot. I think tomorrow's mock drafts are going to tell us a ton.
They will.
A ton.
Because in fairness, they are working with a round's worth of data, not half of some of the players that are probably going to go first round at running back.
True.
First round.
I mean,
day
so
2.
The other option here was you had Cam Ward pushed up boards a little bit, and I really haven't seen Cam Ward get pushed up at all. I mean, you're still getting him at the 105, 106. That's a very safe pick if you have that. So.
Lambo says, BTJ drafted after Rome. Appreciate the super chat, man. So what's your point? Our point is, I mean, it was not even a question. Rome Rome was ranked a tier above BTJ.
Right.
And yeah, BTJ looks really good,
Yeah, sure.
but like fresh out of the NFL draft, no one was ranking BTJ over Rome.
Yes. Correct.
So I think when you're comparing a guy like, and again, I think that kind of proves our point with someone who has the same draft capital as Rome this year with astronomically less competition in Tet McMillan. Yeah, it's you're going with those guys up top, I think, before a guy like Golden. That being said, I think Golden, even after some of the day 2 running backs go here, Golden's comfortably a first-round dynasty rookie draft pick.
I think so too.
Probably as high as the 1-8.
Yeah, I mean, again, I have no problem with Golden. Steichen had Goddard tight in 10 and 11, and that was when Hurts wasn't throwing well. Warren still dominates with the Colts. Don't let the bias stand in the way. I definitely think you're being more reasonable than a lot of people are. I
mean, I don't think people are being unreasonable in these mocks. A lot of people, this is 3 of 5 now that I've seen Warren go over Loveland.
Yeah.
People like the volume and the opportunity over the crowded room.
Yeah, no, they do.
So that's going to be the debate this offseason, guys.
And again, I think from a value standpoint, they're going to be the same tier. I don't think I'm changing my mind on that. I don't think I can ever change my mind on that. So.
On the same tier, no.
Yeah, I don't think I can ever. I don't think I can elevate one or the other.
You can't because it's almost offset. Any sort of argument that you could take Warren over Loveland to merit him going a tier above is offset by Loveland being drafted in real time over Tyler Warren in the NFL draft.
Right, yeah.
So they will have to be in the same tier.
Yes, they for sure will. We've got a super chat from Sola here. Are first-round picks valuable now, and should I try to get into the first round? Or hold on, whatever picks I have now. I have mostly second-round picks and a few first-round picks.
Buy window is closed. I would say for these first.
For the first,
picks.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know that I'd try to get in the first unless you have somebody who looked at tonight and said, hey, I don't really like this. Our first-round picks valuable now. They are more valuable than they were. So if you bought first before tonight, you are in really good shape. That's what you should have done originally. They were absolutely buys this entire time. First-round picks were always going too low in everybody's rankings, and I think tonight solidified that for sure. Should I hold on to whatever picks? I would hold all your picks right now. Tomorrow, I mean, we're going to see another boost in these pick values tomorrow. So, I mean, I guess there's a little bit of a buy window if you think, hey, the picks are going to go way up tomorrow, and so I'm going to buy before they do that. So I definitely would hold on to your picks. I'm not sure you're wanting to trade up because at that point you're operating from an anti-leverage situation there. So I'll let you take this super chat from Tally Hill.
Yeah, Tally says, rate my trade. Got done today for a rebuild or reload team archetype. Sent Tracy, Kraft, a likely late 26 first, so this would have been pre-draft, I assume, and the 302, and got back T. Higgins, Javonte Williams, and the 406.
Yeah.
So basically a 26 first and a bunch of junk.
Let's start a new one,
for
Tom.
T. Higgins. That's a great deal, Tally Hill.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Well done. Great deal.
Yeah. All right, let's jump in and do another one of these. Again, if somebody asked, hey, where can I find this? In the YouTube chat, we're going to keep dropping these links in the YouTube chat so you guys can join and mock with us on how you think these first round, really the first 10 picks so far of these Dynasty Rookie mocks should go. And again, tomorrow we're going to learn so much about this first round. Tomorrow we're going to get the first round mostly solidified, I think. I mean, I think you're going to get a lot of answers here. So
yeah. Andrew, I saw your super chat, man. I appreciate it. Go ahead and just type your question in the chat. I'm
we'll answer it for
you right now, and we'll answer it for you.
Yeah, you're good to go, man. So I got to turn my freaking my phone.
I was going to say, what's that?
It's my phone's not on silent.
It sounds like a
bloop,
like a little drop.
Yeah, it's sleeper. All right, we're filling up. Once we're full, let's go ahead and start this off and see where we go with this one. 900 of you watching, make sure you drop a like, and again, subscribe if you haven't. But the link, yeah, they fill up pretty quick, so you got to be quick. Genty 1. Okay, so we
and
got
for
that.
the 6th time,
or every time tonight, consensus. PS1. Are you going to do it?
even if he doesn't, it's solidified. For me,
as I say, it's 5 of 6 or 6 of 6.
102's tier of its own.
He's thinking about it. There it is.
Yep.
All right, so, I mean, chat, you can tell me in the comments, I'm assuming you think. Seems like everybody thinks that Hampton's the 101 consensus.
Yep.
Mbappe 106. Let's see where we go here with the 1-3. And again, this has been Tet more often than it's been Hunter or Ward. It's Hunter this time. Okay, so Tet and Hunter might be Hunter might be the next tier. Warren goes at the 1-4, which I think that's a little high. I would probably still take Tet McMillan over him. But I think you are going to see in your rookie drafts, you are going to see tight end needy teams who are starting I mean,
There have been a couple mocks where
who had Cole Kmet as their tight end. I think you're going to see those guys start reaching for tight ends based on whichever one they like. And then it's McMillan, Ward.
Yeah, Ward might be in the tier below Hunter and McMillan. You're probably going to see a running back get in that tier with Hunter and McMillan.
Yeah.
Whoever the first running back is off the board next or tomorrow, will probably jump up into that tier.
Yeah, we have a super chat from Rhett here. I have the 102 and the 104. I don't need a QB, but I have BTJ. Don't want to stack. Thoughts? You don't. I mean, 102, you're taking Hampton, and the 104, I mean, you could take Tet McMillan or you could take Travis Hunter. I'm not worried about the stack at this point. I think there also could. I think you still have the possibility of a running back from tomorrow jumping up and being that 104 as well. So I wouldn't freak out just yet there, Rhett. I think you got a lot to come tomorrow that could potentially impact the value of your picks. I wouldn't worry about the stack though. At that point, I think it would take the value. And right now, it seems like Hunter could be the value play there. And in this mock again, you have Golden at the 1-9, which is a solid pick. Egbook at the 110, and obviously plenty of questions there. And then Jackson Dart at the turn.
Yep.
Loveland went in the middle of this round, but again, I think Loveland's going to get pushed down by tomorrow. Appreciate your Rhett.
Rico Suave.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man. He says, do you think Leggett still holds value or trade? I would have traded him before the draft. I don't know if he loses value. He wasn't ultra valuable before. I think skill set wise, like
I don't think Legett's anything. I never have.
no, I don't think so either. I'm just trying to think what you could get for him.
I don't think anybody's going to buy him right now. That's what Nathan's saying. I don't think anybody's going to buy Leggett. So yeah, Leggett is cooked. Coker is probably cooked as well.
Moth.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Jeez.
That's a cook that one.
I literally took everything I had to not just jump.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of myself.
And so Sanders and Milrow in this hypothetical scenario will be going in the second round. I think that's where they're going to end up probably after we see where they're drafted tomorrow. So
Andrew's question did come in.
Okay, let's take a look at that.
Yeah, he said, was just offered Zay and the 110 for the 106. Am I dumb for hesitating? So you just saw in this mock Cam Ward going to the 106. Probably going to be
It's not a bad trade.
consistent.
I would
do that.
probably do that trade. And
I
move
would
down
take
against
Zay and
that.
the 110.
I think tomorrow is going to even solidify the 110 even
Yes,
more than it does
that's what I
tonight. So
think,
I would probably do that trade.
We're already at the 110 with these first round guys that went.
Yeah. S. Rogers says, I have the first and second pick this year. Should I trade pick number 2 or keep both? Who should I get at number 2? It depends on your team, man. Like if it depends on your running back room and how that looks. If you don't need him running back past Genty, I would trade back, and I would get a lot on top there. I think you can easily trade back into the. There's going to be a tier because again, we're thinking right now that Hampton is his own tier, and so then the next tier that you're going to get to is like the 103 through 106. If you could trade back in that tier and get a haul, then maybe. But again, it's going to be team dependent. That's why we're doing the blueprints and the rookie draft blueprints. Like really help us get an idea of your guys' teams and like what specific moves that you guys are going to get an influx of trade offers. And so when you get the trade offers, jump over to the Discord and drop those in there, and we can definitely answer those for you. But yeah, we appreciate S. Rogers, and I would just, again, it's team dependent. I would definitely shop and see if you can move back. I don't think you're going to be needing to take both those running backs unless you have an elite value team. So I went all in on this draft in a league and regretting. I don't think that's the takeaway from tonight, Costas. I think you're just fine. I mean, this draft, again, like I feel like tonight's outcome is not, I mean, it's not anything to be upset about.
I don't know why you would be regretting that at all.
Tomorrow night could make it, I mean, really, it could end up being a really good deal.
I mean, at the very, if you're regretting it personally and you personally don't like the landing spots, just go take advantage of the league mates that are sold on some of these guys and move half your picks anyways. That's what we'd recommend regardless.
Yeah, it definitely is.
You don't want to fully invest in rookie picks, as in let's hold these rookie picks and select all rookies and build off of a single rookie class.
Yeah.
You want to take that rookie pick value and go diversify, go invest in guys that are a little more proven with value upside. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, for sure. Another super chat here.
Skunk says, how much is leveling going to affect Rome's value? That's a great question. I think with the top 10 rookie pick investment for both of those guys, this is just me spitballing, okay? This is just me spitballing. This is also assuming that they go running back in the second round.
Yeah.
I think DJ Moore takes the hit.
Probably right.
So just from a team investment perspective, that's what I'm going with right now.
Yeah.
In terms of age, the contract that he got, which is a good contract, but it's not the draft capital investment that you have in guys like Warren and Loveland, or like Rome and Loveland now. So don't. I mean, I guess you can't quote me on it because I said it, but don't take that as like gospel truth, final verdict, final say yet. But I mean, Rome and DJ Moore and the running back they take could be at the expense of Loveland's high-end production. We'll see.
All right, so for the first time there, you didn't have Hampton go at the 1-2. You had Ted McMillan jump him.
No.
I don't think it's going to happen very much.
No.
Burden still goes with the 1-4. I would take Hunter and Golden over Burden all day. Cam Ward slides. I think that's a great value. And then it's Henderson, and then Loveland and Warren go there at the tail end. Let's keep going here.
Yeah, Moeno says, curious as to what I should do. Been rebuilding. I have the 101, 109, and 203 in a 10-man superflex. Should I think about moving up to the 104? I have tons of young wide receivers. I would down tier from the 101 to the 104.
Yeah.
If I were you.
I'm with you.
That's what I would do. I don't. If you're a rebuild, don't pay to trade up. Get extra to move down.
Sure.
Genty's now a Las Vegas Raider. Someone's going to pay for that. He's locked in dynasty running back 3 at least.
Yeah.
Appreciate your super chat, man. Also, Jeremy Kirk, just let us know if you had a question that you wanted to type in. Looks like you removed
JJ.
it, but we do appreciate your super chat.
Yeah, no, if you got a question, you can drop it in. We'll see it.
Yeah, Tanner Wilson says, even with first-round draft capital, Golden doesn't tier out well. Are we not putting out on him in the first? Or are we not out on him in the first? Players with first-round draft capital in that tier are a no-go. No, I totally understand what you're saying there. The first-round wide receivers that you see go in the late range do not have the same hit rate as the guys that are going early mid. There's generally a tier, and the late first-round wide receivers are generally in the same tier in terms of how the NFL views them from a prospect perspective as your early second-round guys. All that to say, Golden is in one of the better situations that you could ask for. He has the quarterback. He has the run game pre-established. He has pretty much everything around him that he could ask for. He has the skill position guys at wide receiver that can play the roles that they, from a skill set perspective, play. And Golden can really be the guy. So, no, he's not guaranteed. Does he have shortcomings analytically? Big time. Big time. I think he's actually one of the lower graded first round draft capital wide receivers that we've seen.
Yeah.
But not the worst. And the NFL liked him.
Yeah.
Enough to take him a lot higher than we thought he could have gone. So
we got to respect the draft capital at the end of the day.
yes.
So
yes.
let's go to Troy's super chat here. I have the 101, 105, 110, 201, 208, and a bunch of the thirds. My team is mad, needy on wide receiver, and I have Rice, Ayuk, Odunze. Yeah, I mean, I think with the 101, you're obviously looking at taking Genty or down tiering if you want to there. You could down tier and take Ted McMillan at like the 103 if you wanted to. But 105, 110, I mean, I think you're in the prime running back ranges there, to be honest with you. So I would definitely look into selling some of those picks to running back needy teams that you could just trade straight up for wide receivers that, you said Rice, Ayuk, Odunze. You definitely need a stud there, and I think you could potentially get a stud at 105, or you could down tier from the 101, or you could just sell the 101 straight up for an elite wide receiver, depending on what your running back room is and depending on if you're a contender or a rebuilder. So you've got lots of options there, but we appreciate you. Moeno says, or Mono rather, says 109 and 203 for Rome or keep. Right now I'm still taking Rome there over the 109 and the 203. So I think that we're going to be a good shot. Or try for Marv. I mean, if you can get Marv, then frick. Oh, you're saying should I trade the 109 and 203 for Rome Odunze? At this point, I'm fine with that. I'll take Rome there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're good with that. Let's go to S. Rogers here real quick. I got Wright, Javonte Vidal, obviously taking Genty. I was going to take Ward, number 2, and trade Richardson, but I'd love to hear your take. Genty's definitely the pick there. And you said take Ward 2 and trade Richardson. I wouldn't do that. At this point, S. Rogers, the value is going to be with Amari and Hampton, and so I would either trade back from that pick and then get Cam Ward at the 104, 105, or take that pick and sell Amari and Hampton later. We're not going to sacrifice value for team need in this situation.
Yeah, I appreciate your super chat though, man. Jeremy Kirk is up next. He's got his question in. Trade still on the table to get the 101, 211, Ayuk for Hawk, Jacobs 103, and 210. after tonight, is it better to keep the 103 or look to move down or look for move down options? So essentially, Genty, Ayuk in the 211 for Hawk, Jacobs, 103 and 210. Hawk, Jacobs, Tet, 210. Hawk, Jacobs, Travis Hunter, 210.
I would probably take the 101.
I think I'm going Genty there too.
Yeah, I'm taking Genty. So I think you're totally fine taking Genty there from a value standpoint.
Can you knock that 210 off?
Yeah, that would be nice. All right, so Genty, Hampton, then Tet. Tet's been at 3. Travis Hunter's still falling, man. Interesting. People must not be super happy with the landing spot here. But freaking Cam Ward, Travion Henderson's still up there again. We'll see where those guys land tomorrow. I'm hoping they get great landing spots.
Guys, Travis Hunter went 2nd overall in the NFL drafts.
I know. I mean, I felt like we got what we wanted.
In an offense where you have a quarterback, dude, would you rather have Travis Hunter as the exclusive wide receiver in the Cleveland Browns offense or Trevor Lawrence throwing him the freaking football?
No, I know. I get it.
Come on.
Jeremy, I do want to answer Tricky Vicks here real quick. If you could go to the one above that, have the 103 and the 105. I have Barkley, CMC, Marv, Garrett Wilson, and AJ Brown. Who would you recommend? Yeah, you've got great running backs there. I think you go, Tet McMillan there. Is it going to be a great pick? I think you could also end up taking a running back that goes tomorrow. So I think we're still kind of wait and see on that 105. But we appreciate you. Again, guys, this is a good opportunity. You have you're going to be getting literally the most trades that you get. Before you start trading, before you go into your rookie drafts, I will highly advise you, get a second opinion, whether that's from a buddy, it can be from anybody. You definitely get some second thoughts on your team. You can go on the Discord and do it. Again, we will look at your team and we can give you 2 team reviews now. If you have multiple dynasty teams or if you want to save one, we can give you an update after your rookie draft or something like that. But we can give you specific trade advice for your team, which players you should be trading, who you should be trading for, and then also what to do specifically with your rookie picks. And so again, we have this special going on. I'm posting the link in the comments. You guys can jump over. We'd love to have you join the community. I guarantee you will not regret. We have a ton. Again, you get infinite blueprint, which is an update every month. So definitely a good opportunity there. Lambo says Loveland's going to fall in the late first and non-tight end premium. And yeah, I think he's falling in the late first. I think some in tight end premium leagues, right? Mm-hmm. So Egbuka and Sanders fall into the second. Sanders becomes a possible steal. Running back's going to jump up. I don't think Sanders in the second would be classified as a steal, just because now we know he's not going to be a first-round QB and the hit rate's going to be going down there. Egbuka would be a pretty good, but running back's going to jump up. I totally agree with that, Lambo. I think you're definitely onto something there. Daniel says, how much would you need to move up from the 110 to the 102? To pay, a running back need a team ready to contend, already have the 101. I would honestly really like to look at your team, Daniel, to see if that actually is a good idea for you. Tom, we can go ahead and roll with another mock draft, but I would honestly really like to see if that is a good idea for you. A lot of times we don't recommend trading up. You would have to add a significant amount of value to get up from the 110 to the 102. I think you would have to add the equivalent of an early first in 2026 to do that. So, I mean, that 102 is very valuable at the moment, and people now are looking at the Chargers landing spot for Hampton, and they are pumped about it. So it's the team. Again, all of these, we're answering them like in a vacuum, but it's every single trade is so team dependent, y'all, because it is all about what your plan is, what your 3-year outlook is, what your team archetype is. And without looking at your team, we're just going to give you the value answer, right? And so Rhett says, I'm coming back with that 102 and 104. I have Gibbs and Brown. I'm obviously sitting with Omari and Hampton, with BCJ Flowers, Worthy, Fate of the World, Hunter, or Tet. I mean, I don't think you're going to go wrong with either, but I think Tet's going to end up being the guy that from a value standpoint you go with. Yes. So I think from a value standpoint they're going to be in about the same tier though. I think we're going to have them in the same tier. So
yeah, no, I agree for sure. Man, I'm pumped for these day 2 picks, man.
Tomorrow's going to be great. Tomorrow's really going to solidify this. Tomorrow's really going to solidify this first round, right? Yeah. So, Joe Cooper, appreciate it, man. I have Joe and Dak and Superflex and QB3s. Ward 103 by May. I think, especially without even seeing your team, I kind of know how to handle this. I don't think you need a super high end QB3 here with Joe and Dak. You've already got a great quarterback room. You can use that 103 to do something else, man. I honestly would take a different position than quarterback or try to move back. I don't think you need to draft Cam Ward. Unless your team is just ridiculous at running back and wide receiver. Like, that's the caveat there.
Right.
But
there goes Ward at the 1-4. In this one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So so you get another Tet at the 1-2. So you are gonna. I think we see this all the time. This is not uncommon. You're gonna have teams that say they need wide receiver and they're gonna take Tet here. But Ted has gone over Hunter almost every draft so far. And that's interesting to me.
Very.
Yeah.
Hunter fallen.
Hunter fell. Igbuka jumped up. I mean, that's really high on Igbuka. I don't know if I'd be that high on Igbuka. That's for sure. And Warren, Warren has gone top 8 quite a few times. So not everybody is super down on the landing spot, which I'm honestly kind of surprised about. Right. I thought people would be very, very down on the landing spot.
Yeah, me too. And Henderson at the 1-8.
Which again,
we're waiting for it.
Oh man, if Henderson had gone tonight, it would have been in the perfect first round.
The ultimate perfect.
It would have been the perfect first round, honestly. And then Judkins, and then Dart. Again, Dart is going to go no higher, in my opinion, than the 110 consistently in Dynasty rookie drafts. I'm calling it now. He's already going there. We don't even have the running backs in yet. So I think he'll end up going there. And that's not bad value in a Superflex league. Loveland, again, you have Loveland and Warren here separated by 5 spots. I mean, in the chat, I want you guys to spam Warren or Loveland. I'm curious which one you guys prefer. But
I wonder if it's going to be a big tier. We'll see.
It might be.
Jace does say BTJ a buy low question mark. I mean, I think from what we're seeing in the mocks here, Hunter might end up being the buy low. I don't think BTJ's taking the hit here because he's the one that's been producing. He doesn't have anything to prove.
Yeah.
But definitely something we're going to want to monitor, though, in that offense. If you're getting Travis Hunter, one of the best athletes we've ever seen, at a pretty significant discount, as a second overall pick when they just traded an additional first to trade up and get him.
Yes.
That team investment
it's
ridiculous.
Significant. It's significant. So, but yeah, and then Burden is still. I mean, again, it's going to be hard for me to take Burden here. Matthew Golden goes at the 2-1. I mean, you have a lot of these mock drafts that we've seen at least so far where Matthew Golden has been going pretty late in the first round. I think that's ridiculously good value.
Yeah.
And I'm not a Golden guy. I mean, we said our part about Golden. And it's not like he got crazy draft capital, right? Getting 123 or wherever he went draft capital is not
basically the same as an early second.
It really is. It's not 112. It's not 112 draft capital like we were thinking about, right? But it definitely does have us willing to take him, especially in my opinion, a really good situation. He goes to a contending team with no clear wide receiver one, with a good quarterback and a great offensive situation with a great head coach.
Yep.
Like I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else you could have asked for with Golden's situation. Like, I feel like that's just going to be as good as it probably gets. Very interested to see if Cam Scatterby goes tomorrow. I'm really interested to see where his running backs are going to make or break the draft. But there were lots of talk coming into tonight. Like, will Jaden Higgins jump in? We didn't see Jaden Higgins jump in. In fact, we saw the Luther Burden slide out. And so kind of, we're probably going to see some early second-round wide receivers tomorrow, I think.
Right. Yeah. Who would you expect to go in the early second there? So Burden for sure in the early second. And then you have
Shador, Burden.
You think Higgins?
No, I'm not sold that he goes early second. I don't know, man.
I think he could go late second.
Yeah. Let's fire up a new one,
Tom.
Let's see how this goes.
Too.
But yeah,
Those running backs, man.
I agree.
Those RBs.
Yeah, Loveland goes at the 111 in this mock. It's just a little
I'm
bit
ready
low,
for I'm ready for the random exclusive blocking tight ends that go off the board that you've never heard of.
Yeah, I agree. So
Mason Taylor will be interesting to see where he goes.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, a lot of.
Fannin?
I mean, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
Thought about Fannin right now.
I know. Well, Fannin was never gonna. I mean, Fannin might go freaking third round. To be honest with you, like I wouldn't be surprised to see him go third tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good production though in college. I mean, the most productive tight end in college football. To be honest with you, so. All right, we'll drop another mock draft link here in the chat, so you guys can keep drafting with us and we can keep breaking this down. But I think the plan is to release a video for you guys tomorrow. So
yeah, we're probably gonna do that soonish.
Yeah, Sahal, appreciate your super chat. If you have a question, do let us know. So
did you bring the SDs?
Yeah, I brought them.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
That would have been so funny if because it would have been a big deal.
No, I agree.
Gotten some of it. That would have been
quite tragic.
As
honestly.
Nathan said, I like Lynn, but I don't love Lynn.
That's jeez.
When did I say that? Did I say that during a video?
I don't know when you said that. I don't even remember you saying that. You want to answer Costin's questions?
Yeah, so boys, appreciate your super chat. Costin.
Yeah, thanks, Costin. We appreciate it.
Boys, what we think about Tet or Hunter, wide receivers that go top 10 in draft hit at 67% in Dynasty. Jags traded house for Hunter. No way they don't feed him. I mean, that's the thinking that we got here. I will say these mocks have been very, very interesting and tempting us to rank Tet over Travis Hunter. When we just had caved and said that we were going to rank Travis Hunter over Tet.
Yeah.
All that to say, I would put them in the same tier personally. And for the exact same reason that you're voicing here, Costas.
Yeah.
I think you cannot ignore, I mean, really from a draft pick value perspective, you've got about double the amount of value investment in Travis Hunter than you do with Ted McMillan. Because even the difference between the second overall pick and the 8th overall pick, the difference between the second overall pick and the 5th overall pick was worth another first round pick.
Yeah.
For the Jacksonville Jaguars. So I mean I'm with you, dude. I think they're gonna let Hunter do what he wants. And I think it's gonna be a two-way guy that's getting a ridiculous amount of snap share and is gonna be probably a productive wide receiver. Boom bust, we'll see. But I mean, Tet's no guarantee either. So that's why I think I would advocate for probably having them in the same tier. More than anything, I think I would advocate for Travis Hunter being a buy if he falls.
Yeah, no, I'm
Tet's right where he belongs. He's right where we thought that he would be or should be, and now he's officially there.
Do you guys feel better or worse about Travis Hunter than you felt before the draft?
I think clearly everyone's feeling worse.
But yeah, I mean that's what it seems like to me, man.
Did we want him to be a Brown?
I think
With Joe Flacco throwing the ball.
Yeah, I feel like this is better. Like I don't.
It's better.
I don't understand honestly. Like I mean, people didn't like necessarily see it coming. Like Tet getting top 10 draft capital.
What did we expect? Like 50% snap share?
Maybe I don't know.
Or sorry, 50% target share.
Yeah,
like
maybe. I mean, possibly. I don't.
He can still be productive. Very productive.
Yeah.
Wide receiver 1 level, I mean, the talent level alone, he could, yes.
Yeah, he could.
I mean, we just saw Godwin and Mike Evans do it together at the same time.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Who else? Loveland went. So Loveland goes ahead of Warren in this one. I mean, frick.
Yeah.
Golden at the 1.9. I saw Lambeau say, "Oh, so I'm not crazy." Well, you are crazy if you take him at the 1.3. Like that's yeah. There's got to be a balance. Look, Ryan's in this draft. Ryan went ahead and took Egbuka over. Well, Egbuka was the last first round guy here, so I guess that makes sense. It's not bold of a take, but yeah, interesting.
Very.
Trey Harris goes. I mean, again, I don't think Trey Harris. Do you think he's going to be a second round guy? What do you think about that?
Trey Harris. I'm very low on Trey Harris.
Yeah, I am too.
I think he could fall to the third.
I'm so excited to see. I've got the 101, 102, 106, 110. Core guys are Caleb, Bijan, Garrett. Caleb's my only starter. Do I go Genty, Hampton back to back? I would down tier. I would not take Ward at the 102. Now, do not take team need over value. No, I would try to down tier and take Ward, or if you want to move the 1-2 for a quarterback, you could also do that. That 102 just got a lot more valuable, and you can definitely get a very, very good quarterback there. So
Dylan also said, please answer what to do with the 101 in an IDP league. We're still going Genty, I think.
Yeah, I think you're probably
It
right.
obviously depends on like your bonuses and what the scoring format actually is for IDP, because there's a lot of variance there.
Yeah.
But I mean, as it stands, it's Genty.
Yeah. I think you're probably right.
I wouldn't try to get cute, really.
Better. We got a better. We feel better. We have now. We'll do it. We'll keep going with the mocks until I'll tell you when we're ready. Better. I was anti-Hunter. Browns called him a pure wide receiver. Yeah, but again, that was they called him that, and then they didn't draft him. Like so, the talk was cheap. Everybody. I mean, at the end of the day, the talk for the Browns was cheap. I think, and Ben says just joined, so not sure if it's been brought up. What's the thing on Xavier Legette? Yeah, I don't think Legette's gotten that much value anymore.
Yeah, Legette didn't to begin with.
Yeah, probably not.
He's replacement level.
Yeah, there's a draft you want to jump in the comments, but yeah, we'll continue to see how this. We're trying to get a good feel for the value here, so we'll keep doing a couple more of these and knocking these out. But
the first picks that the Carolina Panthers have had for the last 3 years have been wide receivers.
Yeah.
They're trying to strike gold.
yeah, they definitely are.
Missed on Mingo. Shout out Frank Reich. Missed on Legette. I know. Why are you burying Legette after his first year? I mean, not even close to the threshold that you're looking for a guy that's going to historically end up hitting and be super productive. He can still be a solid role player. He was last year in a terrible situation. But
Yeah.
Tet's commanding that room. Oh, Travis Hunter's in the stream. Howdy, killer stream.
Thanks,
Thanks, Travis. They
real Travis
gonna
right
let
here.
me play both sides. Wide receiver 1 season incoming. Cornerback 1 for those IDP, cash award, draft me.
There you go.
Well, that's good to know. You heard it here first from Travis Hunter.
Yes, you did.
Wow.
I cannot believe Travis Hunter's on our stream again, but he is. I'm way higher on Hunter. Better QB. Team went all in on him. Why shouldn't you in Dynasty? They're going to let him do what he wants. He's the 103. I think that's where Nathan and I are. Like, I don't know that we would have Tet over him right now. It's a good situation.
I could cave and put him in the same tier.
It's not a bad take, I don't think. Like, I don't think it's an out there take.
No, not at all.
But, I mean, it
103
honestly
is definitely in the air.
Yeah, no, it definitely is.
Costin says, bro, what? I'm way higher on Hunter. Better QB. Team went all in. Why shouldn't you in Dynasty? They're going to let him do what he wants.
I just read that.
Oh, I just repeated it because I'm at that point.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you. Okay, so this one goes Hampton, Hunter, Genty, McMillan. This draft is drunk, man.
Y'all sillies.
Y'all are crazy town. And then Ward. So, I mean, that's the 5. It's just not the order. So, interesting. Thoughts on Jordan Love's dynasty value now? I don't think it changed much tonight. It's probably the same. But, yeah, because I don't think you can elevate him to, like, the next tier quarterbacks. It's just a big tier drop there.
Wide receivers can be elevated because of landing spots in their quarterbacks, who they're with. But I don't think it happens the other way around.
Yeah.
I don't think Tet McMillan elevates Bryce.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
I don't think it really works that way.
Mila says, how's Arizona? Arizona is beautiful. Our Airbnb is awesome. And most importantly, the stream worked tonight, and that was the main thing that we wanted out of this trip. So it's been really awesome. I want to gauge interest here real quick, because we'll have a little bit of free time tomorrow before the draft starts. Are you guys interested in us doing like an early afternoon stream and doing some team reviews? If we have enough interest, we can jump on and do them. I want to see if there's interest or not, because honestly, if there's not, then we won't. We'll just wait to stream. But if there's everybody's like, yeah, I would definitely do a team review tomorrow, then we can maybe jump on and do that. But still can't believe the Igbuka pick from Aaron. It's the first time I've heard from Aaron tonight. He's obviously a Bucs fan. Baker is going to cook for us. Baker was going to cook anyways, though. Aaron, do you like the pick? Do you dislike the pick? Like, I'm curious. Igbuka goes here at the 112. You still got Burden going over him. I don't really care where Burden goes. I'm not sure you can justify taking Burden over Igbuka.
No. Costin said, by the way,
I really don't think you
how
can.
the frick did Loveland go over Warren? I had 500 on that, dude.
I
feel your pain. I was probably more confident than anything that Warren was going to be the first tight end off the board.
Yeah.
I was honestly pretty shocked by that.
Nathan was floored. I honestly wasn't that.
I thought Loveland was a late first round guy.
Yeah, I was too.
So that was a surprise of the night for me. Igbuka will be the big surprise for a lot of people, and it was for us too. But that got me. So as a Titans fan, I hate that the Jags got him, because he's going to kill it for real. Yeah, I mean, everyone in the AFC South is going to feel like that. But also, he is a skill position guy. He's a corner and a wide receiver, so not a QB or anything like that. They're still going to have to build around other parts of that roster, and like Trevor Lawrence actually has to play good.
Yes.
So,
all right, let's do one more, Tom, and let's see how this last one sorts out here. I think I've got a pretty good idea of what's happening right now. I really wanted to see what was going to happen, but we'll drop this in the comments for you guys to jump in. Again, we got the draft night special. Don't miss out, Dynasty Christmas special with the 2 free blueprints that you get with the annual Motherflocker tier with code DOMAIN. We'll be doing that tonight and tomorrow for sure, and there's also a good deal over there for us if you want a swag box as well. So, all right, there's the link. Get people jumping in.
filling up fast.
Yeah, they're all filling up fast. People want to draft.
The peeps are eager.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're gonna be. Tomorrow's mocks are gonna be insane.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be pumped.
Yep, they are.
All right, we are full. Let's see how it goes. For Hunter to immediately go in the draft shows he's the top wide receiver with top talent. He's the next Odell. Y'all are going to be bummed as F for passing on him. Yeah, no, I don't, like, again, I'm going to be pretty aggressive with ranking Hunter at this point, I think. I mean, unless somebody gives me a really good reason not to be. And I just don't think that's probably going to happen. Genty, Hampton, Tet McMillan. Okay, so I think I've seen what I need to know. Should I downshift from the 102, and what quarterbacks do I target? Yeah, if you want to down tier from the 102, if you need quarterbacks, you can down tier from the 102 to the 104, 105, and probably get some pretty good value on top and get Cam Ward because it's going to be a different tier now. And, you know, in terms of what QBs, if you're trading the 102 straight up, now you're going to be able to freaking get Justin Herbert for the 102, I think, pretty easily. So you could do that. But, you know, the guys in that range, again, are going to be like Caleb Williams, Justin Herbert, somebody else there I'm missing. There's not that many guys in that tier around the 102 right now, so.
No.
Aaron says, I like it as a future pick. It could mean this is Mike Evans' last dance. That was my first thought. Could be a JSN situation. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. I think it's a play for the future for sure.
But again, why the slot to replace the X?
I mean,
that makes no sense.
I get it. I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me either.
Not all receivers are created equal.
Yeah.
It's not just replacing one receiver for another. Like, they've
No,
got to have a skill set, and Buka's just not that.
Yeah.
That's why him replacing Godwin made so much more sense. 101 for 102 and 104, yes.
102, 104,
Yes.
easy. It's not even close, man.
It's literally Hampton and Ted.
Yeah, no, I would take that all day, every day, and not even think about it.
Yep.
Appreciate super chats, guys. You guys have been awesome. But again, we are going to be live again tomorrow, doing the exact same thing, and so it's going to be tomorrow is going to be a ton of fun for Dynasty because we're going to get so many running backs in here.
Yeah, it is.
So in this mock again, you got Travis Hunter at the 1-6. Well, we're going to have to talk about this, I think. Henderson, obviously, again, we don't know yet, but Cam Ward, Matthew Golden, etc., and Loveland and Judkins. So, I mean...
Well, Ted's back to our wide receiver one.
I mean, yeah, freaking... Well, no, I still think Hunter's our wide receiver one.
If they're telling us otherwise.
But again, I think that makes Hunter a huge value.
It does make him a huge value.
So I don't think we change our rankings. Our value rankings, yes. So on the draft tool, yes. But like for our personal rankings, like I don't know, man. I love Ted, but like, man, Hunter got what we wanted him to get, to be honest with you. Aaron says, I think McMillan's going to be outside looking injured, but injuries happened like last season. They had nobody when Evans and Godwin went down, which is exactly, again, I'm not too awfully low on Igbuka in the situation. Milo, of course, I think Tom put this up. As a Pats fan who's working tonight, can I get y'all's opinion on Campbell? I think Campbell's a freaking beast.
That's the pick you wanted for a team
you should be thrilled with
for
that.
a team that's trying to find their identity and build their franchise around Drake May. You've got to protect him first and foremost.
Yeah.
And after his concussions and injuries that he had last year, a lot of which was from being under pressure constantly, that's a classic Vrabel pick. That's exactly what you wanted.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would be excited for you.
Yeah,
for sure.
100%. And then the running backs here. If I have BTJ, lean Tet over Hunter, I have the 103. There I could see you taking Ted. They're going to be in the same tier, I think, for us regardless. So there, I think, diversifying is a good option, and I think you take Ted McMillan there.
Yeah.
But, all right. Cool. Last call for questions here real quick. And then, yeah, we're going to be live again tomorrow night, and we are going to be live at 7:30 tomorrow night. Oh, wait, 6:30 tomorrow night. 6:30 tomorrow night. That is when we're live because the draft starts at 7. And again, tomorrow we should get a ton of picks. Like we should get a lot of picks. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
The depth of this class is going to be on full display.
Yes, it absolutely will. So
in a perfect world.
Yeah, no,
in a perfect draft.
Yeah, we'll see.
Close to a perfect draft tonight.
And again, I dropped the link if you want to take advantage before the deal goes away. We do have 2 team blueprints if you sign up for the Motherflocker tier with code DOMAIN. It's the best time of the year to join. You get all the tools that we offer, the rookie draft guide, which is going to be updated very, very quickly. We're going to be working on the rookie draft guide here like pretty much now. So I think it's going to be a good deal. But you guys have made this was our best stream of all time. So that was you guys smoked it. So we really appreciate it. I hope you guys drop a like before you leave if you enjoyed the stream. Again, shout out to our team for this. This was awesome. But Costas had a question last super chat. How do we feel about this class? Are we cooked? No, Costas, I think we're good, man. Dude, tonight looked fine, and we've got tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be great for this class.
The only thing that could have made this better is if Burden had gone.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And I mean, it would have been marginally better at that point if he's going in the late first.
Right.
That's a marginal. So like I don't know how much better this can be. I see the domain drop bundle. How do I grab one of those? Ask me to sign up. Is that with Motherflocker? It was only for new members. You can actually, Matthew, you can actually get the bundle. It's just on the a la carte page, but you get a big discount, because that we kind of made it for our annual Motherflockers. But you get also the BOGO deal, code domain annual Motherflocker too. You can message me on Discord tonight, and I can help walk you through that. If you guys have any questions about joining, any questions about our blueprints or anything like that, you guys can message me. But we're going to be welcoming a lot of new people into the community, and so now is going to be a great time to join. But